Chapter 1466. Xiao Xian, how did you torture Wei Wang to this extent? If His Majesty knew about this, he would not let you off so easily. In the workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion, Li Zixuan was pulled aside by Cheng Yaojin after he had helped Li Tai solve his problem. This. Uncle Cheng, why do you say that? How did I torture Qin Ke? Li Zixuan was stunned when he heard this. Cheng Yaojin thought that Li Zixuan was too embarrassed to admit it. He pursed his lips and said, "Hey! This is not considered torture. When have I not seen Wei Wang in a clean, dignified manner? Look at him now, how is he any different from the ordinary craftsman in your workshop? If he did not speak up just now, I would not have recognized him. In the words of the literati, he is now unkempt and unkempt." In order to prove that Li Tai was indeed being tortured, Cheng Yaojin racked his brains and used a few idioms. Unfortunately, he still used them incorrectly. Li Zixuan was speechless when he heard this. He paused for a moment and said, "Uncle Cheng, Qin Ke is participating in a research project of the Academy. It has been hard on him recently, but he is willing to do all this. How can you say that I am torturing him? Research project? What research project? Oh, right. Chonyo did not come home last weekend. Your aunt has been nagging for a long time. Could it be that he is also participating in this research project?" Cheng Yaojin's eyes lit up when he heard this. He immediately thought of his son and asked hurriedly. Li Zixuan was speechless. Cheng Yaojin really thought highly of his son. With Cheng Chumo's results and his restless personality, how could Li Zixuan arrange for him to do research? However, Cheng Chumo was still recuperating in the medical hall. If he told the truth, that kid would probably be beaten up again. After thinking for a while, Li Zixuan could only say vaguely. You can say that. However, the recent research projects carried out by the Academy are classified as top secret. No one involved is allowed to reveal anything to anyone outside of the project. This is a rigid rule, and I can't make an exception. I hope Uncle Cheng can forgive me. Top secret? What kind of project is so mysterious? When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he became even more interested. Old Cheng was completely convinced by Li Zixuan's ability to create new things. For example, the variable speed disc brake bicycle that he loved so much that he couldn't put it down. Therefore, a project that could make Li Zixuan take it so seriously must be a good project, so he asked somewhat unwillingly, "Little Xian, can't you tell this old man a little? Your Uncle Cheng isn't an outsider, so he won't tell anyone. Besides, you're the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. Aren't you the one who sets the rules? Why are you so serious?" Li Zixuan said helplessly, "Uncle Cheng, it's precisely because I'm the Yamacho of Yanhuang College that I have to set an example. If I don't follow the rules, how can I expect the others in the academy to follow the rules? Therefore, I really can't tell you about this matter. Don't worry, this research project is definitely beneficial to the Tang Empire." "No. Isn't that equivalent to not saying anything?" Old Cheng muttered, but he also knew that it was impossible to get the truth out of Li Zixuan, so he didn't continue to ask. Seeing the brand new bicycle in his hand, Old Cheng's spirits rose again. He laughed and said, "Ha! Then little Xian, you go ahead. This old man will go back to Chang'an first. I don't want that old bicycle anymore. This one is enough." Ha! It turned out that Old Cheng was a person who liked the new and hated the old. This old guy rode the variable speed bicycle and left the workshop like a gust of wind. The poor old bicycle he had ridden earlier could only lie quietly in a corner of the workshop and collect dust. After Cheng Yaojin left, Li Zixuan arranged for the remaining variable speed bicycles to be sent to the homes of Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, and Li Jing. These families were the closest to him, so he definitely wouldn't forget about them if there were any good things. In addition, Li Zixuan also sent Lu Feng and Lu Yun to send 3 variable speed bicycles to the palace. They were for Li Er, Li Chengqian, and Chang'e respectively. After Chang'e's qi disease was cured, she was more lively than before. It was just right to give her a variable speed bicycle now. Qingke, I suddenly have an idea. Come and listen to it and see if it's feasible. After everything was arranged, Li Zixuan went to a courtyard in the deepest part of the workshop and found Li Tai, who was modifying a telegraph. This courtyard was the secret research base of the Academy's second and third trump card projects. Outside the courtyard, Li Zixuan's personal guards were guarding day and night. All personnel entering and leaving had to have their identities verified. It could be said that the security was very tight. Currently, the participants of these 2 trump card projects were being recruited and screened. However, this didn't affect Li Tai, the deputy chief designer, in the slightest. In just a few days, Li Tai had already created simple electrical components such as resistors, capacitors, and inductors. In addition to the electronic diodes and triodes that the workshop had previously created, it could be said that the foundation of Tang's electronic industry was gradually taking shape. Oh. Yamacho, please speak. Li Tai, who was busy, immediately put down his work and looked up at Li Zixuan. After hanging out with Li Zixuan for so long, Li Tai knew that Li Zixuan's every idea could change this era. He didn't dare to underestimate him. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and said, Qingke, the telegraph we are making now transmits information through the conversion of electricity and electromagnetic waves. This kind of telegraph can be used in the military to plan strategies and predict the enemy's moves. However, in the future, if the common people have the need for ultra-long distance communication, the telegraph will be inconvenient. Therefore, I am thinking that we might be able to create a device that can convert sound into electricity, and then convert electricity into sound. This way, we only need to connect a wire to achieve real-time sound transmission. This was actually a wired telephone. Li Zixuan had long wanted to make it, but in the past, Tang didn't have any industrial foundation and couldn't do it even if he wanted to. However, it was different now. These words might sound like a fantasy to others, but Li Tai wasn't in a hurry to deny it. He pondered for a long time before opening his mouth to speak. Electricity and sound? Yamacho, your idea sounds good, but when we implement it, the first step is to solve the problem of how to convert electricity and sound, which are 2 completely different types of energy. Professional. It had to be said that the current Li Tai was much more professional than before. He could see the essence of the problem at a glance. Li Zixuan's eyes shone with praise. Qingke, you are right. In order to achieve real-time long-distance sound transmission, the first problem is to solve the problem of converting electricity and sound. Although they are 2 different types of energy, it doesn't mean that they can't be converted to each other. For example, electricity and magnetism used to be different, but with Ink Girl's efforts, they can be converted to each other now, can't they? I have a preliminary idea here. I will tell you about it first, and you can think about it in private. Yes, yes. Yamacho, please tell me. Li Tai nodded quickly. He didn't feel dejected at all because Li Zixuan wanted to increase his burden. He was a person who naturally pursued new interests and new technologies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up on being a free and unfettered lord and come to the workshop to suffer. Li Zixuan picked up a pen and paper and wrote as he drew, actually, it's not difficult to convert electricity and sound, but we need a magnetic field to act as a medium. Qingke, look, we can use this cone-shaped paper basin at the front of the machine to collect sound. You have studied physics, so you should know that sound is a sound wave produced by an object's vibration. Similarly, when the sound wave hits the paper basin, it will cause a small vibration on the surface of the paper basin. At this time, if we attach a copper coil to the bottom of the paper basin, and then place the copper coil in a permanent magnetic field, when the front of the paper basin receives sound, it will cause the coil to vibrate. The coil will cut the magnetic line and produce a current corresponding to the frequency of the sound wave. We have completed the process of generating electricity from sound waves. As for how to convert electricity into sound waves, this is also simple. We can attach an electric coil to the bottom of the paper basin and add a permanent magnetic field. When the current passes through the coil will produce a corresponding magnetic field. This magnetic field and the external permanent magnetic field will produce an interaction force. This force will cause the coil to vibrate with the sound current in the external permanent magnetic field. The diaphragm of the paper basin is connected to the coil, so the diaphragm will also vibrate. Jianghu, you should know that under the same voltage, the size of the magnetic field produced by the same electrified coil is proportional to the size of the current. Therefore, when the current passing through the coil is larger, the coil will move more violently in the magnetic field, and the sound it produces will be louder. Therefore, the vibration of the coil can produce a similar or identical sound wave to the original audio signal. In this way, we can realize the conversion from sound to electric current, and from electric current to sound. As long as the wire is long enough and the electric power is strong enough, our sound can travel far enough. Li Tai was a little stunned. Faced with such an exquisite design, he was so excited that even his breathing became difficult. Perhaps this was what it meant to be suffocated by a dream. After a long time, Li Tai finally recovered from the shock. He took a few deep breaths, and then looked at Li Zishuan as if he were looking at a monster. He opened his mouth, but no words came out for a long time. Shan. Yamacho, this design is too exquisite. It is a wonderful work of art. It is amazing. After his mouth trembled for a long time, Li Tai finally said, if it can really be done, then there will be no need for a telegraph machine in the future. Yamacho, why don't we just start researching this kind of machine that can transmit sound from 1,000 miles away and give up on improving the telegraph machine? What do you think? Li Zishuan quickly waved his hand and said, no. Jianghu, what I told you just now was just my idea. There is still a long way to go from idea to product. Even if you can make it, it will take a long time to debug the audio in the later stages. The improvement plan for the telegraph machine has been deliberated countless times, and now it is completely natural. We must not give up what is near at hand for what is far away. Moreover, compared to this kind of device that can transmit sound from 1,000 miles away, the telegraph machine is not completely useless. Especially for military communications, the telegraph machine has better confidentiality. Even if the enemy seizes our telegraph machine, it will be useless if they don't have a password book. In addition, the telegraph machine does not need wires to send and receive telegrams. It is most convenient during war. So, no matter what, we must improve the telegraph machine first. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Li Tai also woke up from his excitement. He nodded and said, yes. I understand. However, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. He knew that there was a more advanced thing, but he didn't have the time to make it. This feeling really made Li Tai feel very uncomfortable. Li Zishuan saw this and smiled. He patted Li Tai's shoulder and said, although we don't have the energy to make a machine that can transmit sound over a long distance, we can first make a simple sound to electricity conversion device. It shouldn't take too long. Oh. Yamacho, what do you mean? Li Tai's eyes lit up as he quickly said. Li Zishuan smiled and said, I just want to make a small thing. Jianghu, help me make it. This thing uses a paper basin diaphragm to convert a person's voice into an electric current. Then, it uses a transistor to amplify the current. The amplified current flows through a coil, and through the magnetic field, it vibrates more violently. This way, the sound transmitted will be even louder. I call this thing a loudspeaker or a loudspeaker. Compared to those long-distance sound transmission machines, this thing is much simpler. If you have the time, try to make one first. Li Tai thought about it in his mind and then said excitedly, this is a good idea. The loudspeaker is simple to make, but the principle is similar to those long-distance sound transmission machines. If we can make this thing, we will have more confidence in making long-distance sound transmission machines in the future. Li Zishuan nodded and said, that is the reason. After that, he looked at the shadows of the trees outside the house and said, okay. Then that's it for now. Qingke, you continue with your work. I will leave first. Li Tai quickly bowed and said, Yamacho, take care. After this incident, he admired Li Zishuan even more. It was like looking up to a high mountain. Although he could not reach it, he yearned for it. Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince requests an audience. Around 5 in the afternoon, in the Suite du Hall of the palace. Li Er, who had been reading memorials for a while and was nodding off, was suddenly awakened by a sharp voice. Who else could it be but Zhao Song? Speaking of which, only Zhao Song dared to come and report at such a special moment. Oh. Qingxian is here? Let him in. Li Er rubbed his sleepy face and forced himself to wake up. Yes, sir. Zhao Song received the order and left. At the same time, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. After a while, Li Qingxian came in. Moreover, he did not come in alone. Beside him, was pushing a bicycle. Seeing this, old Li immediately lost his sleepiness. Without waiting for Li Qingxian to bow, he said, Qingxian, why did you push a bicycle in? That's not right. There's something strange about this bicycle. Chapter 1467. Father. This variable speed bicycle is indeed different from the previous bicycles. This is the second generation variable speed bicycle developed by Strange Interest Pavilion. The Marquis of Yong sent someone to deliver it to the palace. He asked me to give it to father on his behalf. In the Suite du Palace, Li Er walked down from the dragon bed and curiously sized up the bicycle. Li Qingxian hurriedly explained. The bicycle that Li Zishuan gave to Li Er was naturally different from the other variable speed bicycles. This difference was mainly reflected in its appearance. Li Er's bicycle had a 5-clawed golden dragon pattern on it, representing the emperor. In the entire world, only Li Er could ride it. Variable speed? Does that mean this bicycle can change its speed? Hearing this, Li Er was puzzled. Oh. This, I have studied it in private. The Marquis of Yong's new variable speed bicycle uses the pedals to drive the chain. The chain drives the rear wheel to move forward. The rear wheel is equipped with large and small gears with different numbers of teeth. You can use the variable speed controller on the handlebar to let the chain ride on different gears. The smaller the rear wheel's teeth, the greater the transmission ratio. Stepping on the pedals, the number of revolutions the rear wheel makes will increase, and the bicycle will run faster. Li Qingxian hesitated for a moment before explaining to Li Er. It could be seen that Li Qingxian had done some homework before this. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to answer Li Er's question. Unlike Li Tai and Li Ku, Li Qingxian was more interested in Yanhuang College's engineering. However, he was still the heir to the throne. He was usually busy helping Li Er deal with government affairs. In terms of engineering, he naturally didn't know as much as his 2 younger brothers. Therefore, if he wanted to explain the principles of the variable speed bicycle to Li Er, he had to do his homework. Hearing this, Li Er looked at Li Qingxian in surprise. Then, he said with a smile that wasn't a smile, hee hee. I didn't know that Qingxian knew so much about engineering. Li Qingxian said embarrassedly, Father, you flatter me. Actually, I don't know much about these things. It's just that before I came, I asked a few teachers who knew about engineering. This time, other than gifting father a bicycle, Shao Xian also gifted me and Chengel one each. Your son has also sent people to inquire about it. Little Xian's Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce has only started selling these chain-driven bicycles today. An ordinary bicycle without the ability to change speeds costs 599 strings of coins. Today, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce is only selling 3 bicycles with the ability to change speeds, and each one costs 1,199 strings of coins. Huh. You're honest. But that kid is selling his bicycle at such an expensive price. He really has the nature of a profiteer. Li Er looked at Li Zishuan with some admiration. However, as he said that Li Zishuan was a profiteer, he looked at the bicycle with admiration and said, "This variable speed bicycle is indeed not bad. I will accept it. But you and Chang'e have never practiced martial arts, so you have to be careful when riding." If this had happened in the Song and Ming dynasties, with the appearance of bicycles, the emperor would definitely not have allowed his children to ride them. This was because it would damage the prestige of the imperial family. However, the Tang dynasty was a very liberal one. The nobles of the Li Tang dynasty were greatly influenced by the Hu culture. For example, the nobles liked to eat mutton and did not like to eat pork or chicken. It was because of this liberal atmosphere that Li Er did not forbid Li Qingqian and Chang'e from riding bicycles. Li Qingqian smiled and said, "Many thanks for father's concern. Your son indeed does not know martial arts. However, father may have forgotten that Chang'e has not only recovered from her illness, but also knows some internal martial arts. Father need not be overly worried." Hearing this, Li Er could not help but stare blankly. He had actually forgotten that Li Lizi's illness had recovered. Sometimes, when protecting someone becomes a habit, even when that person has become strong and no longer requires protection, you can't help but care for them and protect them. Li Er was in this situation with Chang'e. "Your Imperial Majesty, Princess Chang'e and Princess Gao Yang request an audience." While Li Er was in a daze, Zhao Song walked in and bowed. "Oh. Quickly let them in." Li Er recovered his wits, a trace of warmth involuntarily appearing on his face. He hurriedly said, "Understood." Zhao Song accepted the order and left. Not long after, Chang'e walked in with a delicate little girl. "Father! Father! Gao Yang has missed you." Upon entering the hall, before Chang'e could even greet Li Er, the little girl beside her ran up and hugged Li Er's arm, acting spoiled. The little girl was about 3 or 4 years old. Her hair was tied into a small ponytail. Her delicate appearance was extremely adorable. This was the future Princess Gao Yang who would give Fang Yi a green hat. Li Er could not help but rub the little girl's head. With a loving smile, he said, "Haha. Is that so? Father has also missed our Gao Yang." Finished speaking, Li Er lifted Gao Yang up and kissed her. The stubble on his face immediately caused the little girl to tilt her head back. After teasing little Gao Yang for a while, Li Er looked towards Chang'e and asked, "Chang'e, why are you looking for father today?" Chang'e said softly, "Father, Chang'e just tried riding the bicycle that brother Xiao Xian gave me. I realized that this variable speed bicycle is more than 10 times better than the previous one. However, the palace is only so big, and Chang'e is a little tired of staying here. I want to ride the bicycle to Chang'an City for a stroll. I've specially come to ask for father's permission." "Father, father. Gao Yang wants to ride on sister Chang'e's bicycle. Gao Yang also wants to go out of the palace to play." At this moment, Gao Yang tugged at Li Er's large hand and said in a childish voice. Seeing the 2 little angels looking at him with burning eyes, Li Er could not bear to refuse. He pondered for a moment and nodded, "Yes. That's fine. Chang'e, you go. But you must return to the palace before 5 p.m. Chang'e said happily, "Yes, yes. Don't worry, father. Chang'e is only going to the Warm Tang Foundation to talk to Sister Yushi. I won't go too far." Li Er nodded. Chang'e, on the other hand, brought Gao Yang and left. Li Qingqian looked at his sister's back as she left. Then, he looked at Li Er with a worried expression and said, "Father, do you want me to send some people to protect Chang'e and Gaoyang?" Li Qingxian had always doted on this younger sister of his. Li Er waved his hand and said, "There's no need. I'll get Zhao Song to take care of them later. You can go about your business." When Li Qingxian heard that, he immediately felt relieved. He cupped his hands and said, "Yes. I'll take my leave." At this moment, Li Er nodded at Zhao Song. He did not say anything, but Zhao Song had already understood Li Er's meaning. He quickly cupped his hands and took his leave. In the main hall, Li Er turned his gaze to the speed-changing bicycle again. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Men loved bicycles, regardless of the era. Humph. This kid doesn't make good use of his time to do proper things. Instead, he's always playing dirty tricks. Looks like I have to find time to teach him a lesson. For Li Er to be able to sit in his current position proved that he was not a person who coveted pleasure. Although the bicycle made by the Curious Pavilion workshop was good, it was just a small trick to him. He had the world in his heart. Therefore, after a moment, he could not help but mutter to himself. "Cho Nyo, tell me, what kind of secret project has the Academy been working on recently?" 2 days later, it was Friday again. Cheng Chumo was a martial artist, so his recovery speed was several times better than the average person. His injuries were basically healed. Naturally, he had no reason to continue staying at Yanhuang Medical Hall. Thinking of last week's car accident, he did not return home. Therefore, on Friday afternoon, Cheng Chumo went home. After dinner, Cheng Yaojin called Cheng Chumo to the study and asked mysteriously. "Yes, that's right. Old Cheng's house also had a study. Some people like to fiddle with things the more they lacked something. Cheng Yaojin was cultured, so he had a study at home. He had collected many good books, but the dust on the books was probably an inch thick. He had hoped that his 2 sons would be able to improve themselves in their studies, but it turned out that he had thought too much. Therefore, the books on the shelves were even less read. This study naturally became a temporary meeting room for the family. What? What secret project? Dad, what are you talking about? After hearing Cheng Yaojin's question, Cheng Chumo was dumbfounded. Speaking of which, he had been picking up girls at Yanhuang Medical Hall this week. How would he know what had happened at the academy? He also did not know that Li Zishuan had included him in the list of participants of the secret project in order to cover up his car accident. But Cheng Yaojin did not know this. He thought that Cheng Chumo was like Li Zishuan, who wanted to keep the project a secret from outsiders. Therefore, he could not help but stare at him and say angrily, "You brat. I'm your father. Do you want to keep it a secret from me? Do I look like the kind of person who doesn't watch his mouth and easily leak secrets?" Cheng Chumo was even more confused by old Cheng's yelling. He wondered if his father had taken the wrong medicine today. "Dad! What secret? What secret do I have to keep? I'm your son. What secret do I have that you don't know?" "That. But Dad, you do seem to be the kind of person who doesn't watch his mouth. In the past, Bao Lin and I peeked at Widow Zhang taking a bath, and you were the one who told them. Bao Lin and I couldn't go out for a long time." Cheng Yaojin was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His old face was as black as ink. He could not help but roar, "Shut up! What kind of nonsense is this? I'm talking to you about the secret project of Yanhuang College. Don't talk to me about other things, and don't play dumb with me. Little Xian has already told me that you've been busy with that research project recently, so you didn't come home last weekend." "Huh?" Cheng Chumo was stunned when he heard this. He remembered that he had asked Li Zishuan to help him hide the car accident from Cheng Yaojin. Now, no matter how stupid he was, he probably knew what was going on. Dad. You're talking about this. I can't tell you. The students of the academy must keep the matters of the academy strictly confidential. They can't reveal it to anyone, not even their family members. This is the rule. Dad, don't make things difficult for me. Cheng Chumo was someone who had memorized the Yanhuang College's confidentiality regulations, and passed the Yanhuang College's confidentiality exam. He quickly thought of a way to dodge Cheng Yaojin's question. In fact, if he could, he would rather not dodge because he was playing with fire. But the problem was that he did not know what the secret project Cheng Yaojin was talking about was. He could only think of a way to dodge it. Sure enough, when Cheng Yaojin heard this, he was so angry that his eyes were bigger than copper bells. His eyes were about to spit fire. He slammed the table, stood up and roared, "Unfilial son! Bastard! I think you're all grown up now. You dare to play dumb in front of your dad and tell lies. See if I don't beat you to death today." Cheng Chumo felt bitter in his heart. He was not playing dumb, he was really dumb. Seeing that Cheng Yaojin was about to beat him up, Cheng Chumo jumped up from the chair and ran out of the house without looking back. He shouted as he ran, "Mom! Save me! Dad is going to kill someone. He's so angry that he's going to put justice before family." "Yamacho, do you think this is considered done?" The next morning, Li Zixuan came to the workshop again to check on the progress of the killer project. Li Tai came over with a cone-shaped iron cylinder and handed it to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan took the cone-shaped iron cylinder and asked suspiciously, "Is this the loudspeaker I told you about before?" Compared to the loudspeakers that were hung around the waist in his previous life, the one that Li Tai brought was a little too bloated. It was about 1.5 times the size of a normal loudspeaker, and its appearance was a little ugly. It was really hard to bite it. Yamacho, this thing is just an experimental sample. It does look a little ugly, but it's still effective. Why don't you try it?" Seeing that Li Zixuan was a little disgusted, Li Tai was a little embarrassed. Hearing Li Tai's words, Li Zixuan looked at the loudspeaker in his hand suspiciously. He then raised the loudspeaker to his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and shouted, "Hey! Hey! 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 Hey!" Li Tai, who was standing in front of Li Zixuan, had forgotten to move to the side. At this moment, he suddenly felt a huge wave of sound coming towards him. He quickly covered his ears and ran to the side of Li Zixuan. Although the sound is a little rough and not delicate enough, the amplification effect is still okay. Li Zixuan also heard the sound coming from the loudspeaker, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Hearing this from Li Zixuan, the little fatty was suddenly very happy. He quickly said, "Yamacho, so the loudspeaker I made is up to standard?" Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Yes. It's basically up to standard. Later on, we just need to adjust the sound effect." "Qin Ke, you were able to make such a loudspeaker experimental model in just a few days. That's pretty amazing." After saying that, Li Zixuan gave Li Tai a thumbs up. This was the truth. He really didn't expect Li Tai to be able to make such a rough loudspeaker in such a short time. Li Tai was suddenly as happy as a 200-pound child. He didn't even know where to put his hands. He only heard him laugh and say, "Hee hee. That won't do either. Yamacho, you flatter me, you flatter me." Chapter 1468. Holding the megaphone made by Li Tai, Li Zixuan walked out of the workshop. He planned to go home and prepare for a trip to the Black Armored Army's camp tomorrow. When he asked Li Tai to make a megaphone, it wasn't just to lay the foundation for the future invention of the telephone. It was also to use the megaphone in the army. In ancient times, there were no megaphone or walkie-talkies. Large-scale battles usually used drums and banners to convey the commander's orders. For example, in the era of cold weapons, this wasn't just for cheering. It was also to convey orders. One must know that when tens of thousands of people were in a formation, it wasn't the information era. Being able to control the soldiers was the foundation of a battle. Soldiers who didn't understand the drums and banners would often end up in a tragic state. If they didn't raise the flag, didn't pay the flag, didn't advance when the drum sounded, and didn't retreat when the drum sounded, they would usually be beheaded. In ancient times, hundreds of thousands of people were mobilized. There weren't many combat soldiers, and most of them were auxiliary soldiers and civilian workers. There weren't many dynasties like the Song dynasty that raised imperial guards like pigs. In the early Song dynasty, 200,000 imperial guards could fight all over the country. In history, when an army of more than 300,000 was involved in a war, it was more likely to be defeated than won. To give a few examples, the first was the Battle of Fei River. Before the 830,000 soldiers could be gathered, they were defeated by the 80,000 soldiers of the North Manchun army. The second was the Sui Yang Emperor's conquest of Goguryeo. The third was the Battle of Anlushan Rebellion. The fourth was the Battle of Song Jinfu. These were all battles where the lesser army won. Although the main reasons for the defeat were different, the lack of coordination and communication between large armies was an unavoidable reason. If too many soldiers were concentrated in a frontal battle, it would be easy for the army to collapse. Therefore, it is not without reason that there are so many battles in the history of our country where we win with a small number of people. The main reason was that the elite troops were few in number but flexible in command. This allowed the generals to fully display their commanding ability. For example, in the Battle of Hulao between Li Er and Dou Jianda, Li Er defeated 100,000 soldiers with less than 10,000 soldiers. Therefore, in future battles, both sides would use the strategy of attacking separately. Although the total number of people involved was large, there were rarely more than 50,000 people on a specific battlefield. This was because 50,000 people was basically the limit of sound and light transmission. Therefore, in ancient times when there were no loudspeakers or walkie-talkies, the generals on the battlefield relied on the golden drum and banner, and the tacit understanding and experience between each other. Whoever carried out their intentions better would win. But with a loudspeaker, it was a completely different story. This toy could transmit the battle orders from the general very far away, and could bring out the cooperation between the various small armies to the maximum. In a real large-scale battle, the situation on the battlefield was often complicated, and tactics had to be adjusted at any time. Just relying on the golden drum banner to pass down orders was not realistic. As for using messengers to pass down orders, there was no guarantee that the battle orders would be effective. Think about it, if a general's orders were transmitted through a loudspeaker during a battle, not only could it be transmitted very far away, but compared to the golden drum banner, the loudspeaker could also transmit more complicated battle orders. If one was worried that the battle orders would be overheard by the enemy generals, they could set up a complete set of tactical secret orders beforehand. This way, not only could the tacit understanding between the armies be maximized, but it could also prevent the enemy generals from overhearing the battle orders. It could also suppress the enemy in terms of momentum. After all, sometimes being loud was also an advantage, wasn't it? As he walked, he planned the use of the loudspeaker in his mind. Suddenly, Li Zishuan felt that something was wrong, because at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Li Zishuan couldn't help but raise his head and look towards the eastern sky. He saw small black dots with wings covering the sky. It was currently afternoon, and the sun was still in the southwest, but these small black dots covered the sky and covered the earth, as if they were going to cover the entire sky. Compared to the total solar eclipse 2 months ago, the scene of countless small black dots gradually nibbling at the sky was undoubtedly more terrifying. The plague of locusts is here. In the blink of an eye, Li Zishuan reacted. Wasn't this the plague of locusts that was recorded in the history books in the 6th month of the 2nd year of Zhengguan? As a modern person, Li Zishuan had seen locusts before, but he had never seen a plague of locusts before. This was because people in his era liked to eat fried locusts, and the locusts in nature were not enough for them to eat. So, there were often people who artificially raised locusts. Under such circumstances, how could there be a plague of locusts? This was the first time in his 2 lives that he had seen such a large-scale plague of locusts. It was impossible for him not to be shocked. The densely packed locusts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were definitely a painful torture for people with trypophobia. Li Zishuan did not have trypophobia, but when he saw the flying locusts that blotted out the sky and covered the sun, he could not help but feel his scalp tingle. This was because there were too many locusts in the sky. In the past, he had relied on his pitiful knowledge of history to predict that there would be a plague of locusts in the 2nd year of the 2nd year of Jianghu with Li Er, but he had never thought that the plague of locusts would come so suddenly and fiercely. This wasn't a plague of locusts. This was similar to the dark swarm of locusts that Li Zishuan had seen in doomsday movies in his previous life. This was a catastrophe for the common people. Even though the Tang Empire had made ample preparations to deal with the plague of locusts, Li Zishuan couldn't help but waver. Would the preparations made by the Tang Empire's imperial court really be able to withstand this plague of locusts? Plague of locusts. This is a plague of locusts. Divine punishment from the heavens. Divine punishment from the heavens. Oh my God. My crops. The wrath of the locust god, this is a catastrophe for the common people. The people who were still working in the fields could not help but be terrified when they saw this horrible disaster. Some people panicked and ran back to their homes. Some people hit the ground with their heads and cried bitterly. Some people knelt on the ground and put their hands together to pray to the heavens. A moment ago, everything was calm and peaceful, but in an instant, it was replaced by a widespread panic. It wasn't that the people were weak, but the scale of this plague of locusts was too terrifying. Li Zishuan estimated that if he were to catch all the locusts flying above his head, there would be at least 1,000 pounds of them, not to mention the black swarm of locusts in the sky. One could only imagine how terrifying the number of locusts was. Marquis, please return to the residence as soon as possible. Pang Feiji and the rest of the guard surrounded Li Zishuan as if they were facing a great enemy. They waved the swords in their hands to chase away the locusts that were flying lower. Pang Feiji quickly turned to Li Zishuan and shouted at him when he saw the chaos in the fields. At this time, Li Zishuan had already recovered from his initial shock. He ordered expressionlessly, "Go to Cloud Mountain. Feiji, immediately bring some men to the county office and ask Magistrate He to come over. Also, inform my parents and my wife that I am safe. Also, get someone to invite Uncle Hu, Second Master Lu and Lu Qingfeng over. Immediately. Immediately." Pang Feiji turned to look at the 3 brothers beside him. Li Zishuan usually only brought 3 or 4 people with him when he went out. Today was no exception. Therefore, he said to Li Zishuan anxiously, "But, after we leave, who will protect Marquis?" Li Zishuan said calmly, "Protect? It's just a few locusts. Do you think I need your protection? The ones I really need to protect are the people of Lantian County. Don't talk too much. Go and come back quickly." Pang Feiji wanted to say that the panicking people might accidentally hurt Li Zishuan. However, when he thought of Li Zishuan's shocking martial arts, he decided not to say those words. Instead, he clasped his hands and said, "I will obey your orders. Marquis, please be careful." After saying that, he waved his hand and brought one of the guards to Lantian County. The other 2 guards split up and went to Han Village and Plum Village. The plague of locusts is here. The plague of locusts is here. My family's crops. It's going to be the summer harvest in a few days. Run. There are so many locusts. They're going to eat us. Run. Run. The 20 counties around Chang'an City were all in a state of panic. Unlike the solar eclipse, the plague of locusts had a destructive effect on the human world. Furthermore, there were legends of the locust god among the people. There was no one who was not afraid. Some of the villagers even set up incense tables at the entrance of the village and knelt down to pray for the locust god to send down a divine order for the plague of locusts to go away. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! This is bad. Locusts, the sky is covered with locusts. Jianghu city and the surrounding counties are all covered with locusts. Wherever the locusts go, not even a blade of grass will grow. A eunuch suddenly ran into the quiet Ganlu palace. The news that the eunuch brought was no different from a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in the Ganlu palace. Li Er stood up from the dragon bed with a whoosh. He said with a serious face, "What did you say? There's a plague of locusts around Jianghu city?" "Yes. Yes. Your Majesty. Now, the people everywhere are fleeing in panic. The crops that are about to mature in the fields are all covered with locusts. Moreover, there are many locusts flying in the sky, covering the sky." The eunuch was terrified. This was probably the first time in his life that he had seen such a terrifying scene. Li Er's heart skipped a beat. He was about to speak when another eunuch walked into the palace. The eunuch said urgently, reporting. "Your Majesty. The governor of Qi province has sent an urgent report. There is a large plague of locusts in Qi province. The locusts are flying towards the capital." Li Er heard this and said angrily, "Bastard. The locusts are already in Jianghu city. How did the governor of Qi province's urgent report only reach the palace now?" Zhao Song whispered beside Li Er, "Your Majesty, please calm down. Qi province is about 1,800 miles away from Jianghu city. Even if it's an urgent report, it will take a few days to reach there. Also, the source of the locusts is definitely not just in Qi province. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many locusts." Li Er woke up from his rage. He brushed his sleeves and said, "Quickly go to the tower and ring the Jingyang bell. Summon all the officials to the palace for a meeting. We will add an afternoon court session today." The morning court session had just ended a few hours ago and Old Li had already called for an afternoon court session. However, this was something that could not be helped. The plague of locusts was too big of an issue. It required the cooperation of all the 6 departments in the imperial court to effectively resist the plague. As for the Jingyang bell, it was started during the Southern Dynasty. Emperor Wu of Qi placed the bell on top of the Jingyang tower because the sound of the drum could not be heard in the palace. When the palace servants heard the sound of the bell, they would get up early to decorate it. Later generations called it the Jingyang bell. Every day, the Jingyang bell would ring to announce the start of the morning court session. All the officials would go up to the palace to arrange themselves. Later generations would use the sound of the Jingyang bell as the standard. "Yes, Your Majesty." An eunuch in the palace cupped his hands and accepted the order. Li Er thought for a moment, then looked at Zhao Song and ordered, "Zhao Song, leave the city immediately and make a trip to Lantian County. Invite the Marquis Yong and into the palace." Since last year, Li Zishuan had helped Li Er solve countless problems. As a result, Li Er was now somewhat reliant on Li Zishuan. Whenever there was a problem, he would subconsciously think of Li Zishuan. Of course, on the other hand, it was Li Zishuan who brought up the locust plague prediction last year. As the saying goes, whoever started the trouble should end it. Now that the locust plague had arrived, of course, Li Zishuan had to be invited to discuss the disaster relief together. Zhao Song's expression turned serious. He cupped his hands and said, "This old servant obeys the order." After that, he did not dare to delay any longer. In a flash, he rushed out of the palace. Clang! 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 After a while, on the palace tower next to the Vermilion Bird Gate, there was a series of deep and melodious sounds of bells and drums. The huge sound waves gradually spread throughout the entire Jianghu city. Chongren Lane. When Zhangsun Wuji heard the sound of the bells and drums, his expression changed. He said, "Men. Prepare the horses quickly. I want to enter the palace. A lady beside Zhangsun Wuji asked curiously, Old Master, we just finished the morning court assembly. Why are you entering the palace now? Zhangsun Wuji hurriedly explained, Madam, listen. When the Jingyang bell rings, it means that something big has happened in the palace. The last time the Jingyang bell rang in the afternoon was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, it was the 9th year of Wuda, the change in the Xuanwu gate. The lady's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, Then I will help Old Master change his clothes. Zhangsun Wuji nodded. He looked up at the dark clouds of locusts in the sky and whispered, The locust plague has appeared. His Majesty should be urgently summoning the officials into the palace to discuss countermeasures. Cloud Mountain, Yanhuang College's conference room. Li Zishuan sat at the head of the table, while County Magistrate He, Hu Hanyun, Second Master Lu, and Lu Qingfeng sat below him. Strangely, Li Gang, Yen Silu, and Ma Zhou from Yanhuang College were also present. Li Zishuan's face was solemn. After seeing that everyone was present, he said in a low voice, The locust plague is here. I believe all of you have seen it. Some people see the locust plague as the wrath of the locust god. What do all of you think? Old Hu straightened his neck and said, Young Master, Old Hu, may not be well educated, but in my life, I only respect the heavens and earth. I don't respect ghosts or gods. What bullsh** t locust god? It harmed our crops, so we should destroy it. To be honest, young master, I, Old Hu, ate a few bowls of it last year. Second Master Lu nodded and said, Xiao Hu is right. Young master, the locust plague is very serious now. The crops in the fields are about to be harvested in a few days, but such a large-scale locust plague has appeared at this time. Young master, if you have a good idea, as long as it can kill the locusts, I, Lu Wanshan, will do it. Lu Qingfeng and County Magistrate He were both scholars. They were not as reckless as Second Master Lu and Old Hu. The two of them forced a smile and said, Yes. We will listen to Marquis. Li Zishuan nodded and said with a serious face, Good. I don't believe in the locust god. Even if there is a locust god in this world, he is an evil god that torments the living. I will not kill him. Next, I will arrange a few things. You must remember them and carry them out strictly because this is a matter of life and death for the 80,000 people of Lantian County. Chapter 1469. Marquis, young master, feel free to instruct us. We will strictly follow your orders. In the meeting room of Yanhuang College, Magistrate He, Hu Hanyun, Lu Qingfeng, and Lu Hanyun sat up straight when they heard Li Zishuan say, This concerns the life and death of 80,000 citizens of Lantian County. They looked at Li Zishuan with a serious expression. Li Zishuan nodded and began to arrange, Magistrate He, when we return to the county office, immediately send the bailiffs to put up notices to pacify the citizens. Not only in the city, but also in all the villages outside the city. Teacher Wen Ji and Teacher Kong Gui are helping you draft the contents of the notices. Take a few hundred copies to the workshop and bring them back. Magistrate He quickly cupped his hands and said, This official obeys. Li Zishuan nodded and continued, In addition, order the Department of Commerce to inform all the grain merchants in Lantian County that during this period of time, they are strictly prohibited from raising the price of grain. Those who violate this rule will be blacklisted by the Department of Commerce and will be chased out of Lantian County. They will never be allowed to do business in Lantian County again. Magistrate He hesitated and said, Marquis, won't this anger the grain merchants and cause them to collectively move out of Lantian County? Li Zishuan sneered and said, Since this Marquis dares to say this, then I am not afraid of them retreating from Lantian County. In the granary at the foot of Yunshan, there are 50,000 dan of grain stored last year. Even if it is divided equally among the 80,000 people of Lantian County, each person can get close to 70 jin. If we eat sparingly, it can last 3 to 4 months. When the autumn harvest comes, will we still have to worry about not having enough grain? Besides, didn't Lantian County's granary store any grain last year? Magistrate, he heard Li Zishuan say that there were still 50,000 dan of grain stored at Yunshan. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. However, after hearing Li Zishuan's question, Magistrate He's heart sank. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and carefully said, "This, Marquis, Lantian County's official warehouse can only hold 7 to 8,000 dan of grain. Last year's harvest wasn't good, so the people didn't hand in much grain. Therefore, the official warehouse isn't full, only about 4,000 dan of grain." When Li Zishuan heard this, he could not help but say angrily, "Last year, when the imperial court went south to trade for grain, the sea merchants brought back so much grain that it almost caused the price of grain in the capital to fall to the bottom. Did the Lantian County Yamen not spend some money to buy grain?" County Magistrate he was ashamed. He said, "This. No. The Guangzhou region is nourished by the Yellow River, and its soil and water are fertile. Basically, there are few disaster years. Besides, even if there is a disaster year, there is Taicang in Chang'an City, and Hanjiakang in Luoyang City. There is no need to worry about food. Therefore, there is no precedent for the provinces and counties to buy and store food with money." Li Zishuan was really angry. However, this matter could not be blamed on County Magistrate He. Who asked Li Zishuan to not be the county magistrate when the imperial court's fleet returned last year? Otherwise, all the granaries in Lantian County would have been filled to the brim under Li Zishuan's orders. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. However, I hope that you will remember in the future that you need to be strong to forge iron. When you encounter problems, don't rely on others to save you. You have to rely on yourself to save yourself. The Tang Empire's territory is vast, and there are more than 300 provinces and counties. Like today's locust plague, the imperial court has to provide relief to at least dozens of provinces and counties. If we blindly wait for the imperial court to provide relief, how many more people will starve to death?" Li Zishuan sighed and said sternly. County Magistrate he cupped his hands and said, "Marquis is right. I will definitely remember Marquis's teachings." Seeing this, Li Zishuan did not continue to reprimand him. After all, County Magistrate he was an official of a county and still had to maintain his reputation. He changed the topic and said, "The Commerce Department must be firm in their determination to stop the rise in food prices. Other than the food in Yunshan, I can also mobilize the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce to transport food to the south. Therefore, you don't have to worry about food." County Magistrate he heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. "Yes. Marquis." Li Zishuan thought for a while and then looked at Li Gang and Yen Silu. He said, "Teacher Wen Ji, Teacher Kong Gui, in the notice posted, there must be a clause. From today onwards, the Lantian County Magistrate will start to purchase locusts from the common people. 1 copper coin for 2 caddies, unlimited." Li Gang and Yen Silu could not help but be shocked when they heard this. County Magistrate he, who was sitting below Li Zishuan, could not help but exclaim, "Marquis! You can't do that. These locusts are everywhere. If you just send someone to pick them up, they will be able to pick up 10 caddies in a day. If all the common people of Lantian County were to pick up locusts, wouldn't they be able to pick up hundreds of thousands of caddies in a day?" Li Zishuan could not help but say, "These locusts are not dead. Why would they just lie there and let people catch them? It is not easy for one person to catch 10 caddies of locusts in a day. Besides, even if you catch so many, the county magistrate will have to take them all. Don't worry, I will pay for this." County Magistrate he was speechless. He thought to himself, even if you have money, you can't waste it like this. He did not know that Li Zishuan was not only not making a loss by buying locusts for 1 copper coin for 2 caddies, but also making a huge profit. Li Zishuan did not care about what county magistrate he was thinking. He continued, "Actually, releasing food to help the common people is a bad idea. The common people have worked hard in the fields for half a year. Just when they were about to harvest, they were greeted with a plague of locusts. Their efforts are about to go up in smoke. This is very unfair to them. So, the most important thing now is to help the common people and not open the granaries to release food. Hearing this, everyone could not help but nod their heads. Actually, even if all the crops in the fields were eaten up by the locusts, there was no need to open the granaries to help the common people immediately. This was because the common people usually had a certain amount of surplus food at home. The consequences of the plague of locusts would take at least 10 days to half a month to show up. Uncle Hu, last year I asked Hu Jing and Hu Zhen to teach the children in the village how to control the flock of chickens. How did it go after that? Li Zishuan looked at Hu Hanyun and asked. Hu Hanyun quickly replied, "Young master, not only the Han village, but the children from Mei village also came to learn." In the end, the children from the two villages passed the test and received the reward set by young master. How many chickens do the two villages have now? Li Zishuan asked again. Hu Hanyun thought for a moment and replied, "The Han village has a total of 75,000 chickens." Lu Qingfeng replied, "The Mei village has a total of 74,000. As the two villages had become Li Zishuan's fiefdoms earlier, Li Zishuan had used his own money to buy 80,000 chickens for the two villages. Now, it seemed that the survival rate was above 80%. This showed that the villagers had put in a lot of effort in helping him raise the chickens. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That adds up to a total of 150,000 chickens." Good. Uncle Hu, Second Master Lu Lizheng, go back to the village immediately and gather the children. Have them split into 30 small teams, with each team bringing 5,000 chickens. From the north to the south, sweep the farms of the 80 villages in Lantian County. Quickly eliminate most of the locusts in the fields of Lantian County. What? Let the chickens eat the locusts? Young master, is this method reliable? When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Even Old Hu was shocked. Li Zishuan smiled and explained, "Of course it's reliable. This marquis once read a book. It says that a mature chicken can eat up to 300 locusts a day. 20 chickens can almost guarantee that 1 mu of land will be free of locusts. If we organize 5,000 chickens into a team, we can clear 200 mu of land of locusts in about an hour. Uncle Hu, go back to the village and gather the children to begin the operation. Before the sky turns dark, we might be able to clear 10,000 mu of land. In another 2 days, we can clear all the locusts in the fields of Lantian County." Although they did not know from which book Li Zishuan had read these fallacious theories, but due to their blind trust in Li Zishuan, everyone still chose to believe him. They nodded as they listened. At this moment, County Magistrate he could not help but frown. "Marquis. Not only do chickens eat locusts, they also eat wheat. This way, the locusts will be eliminated, but the wheat will also be harmed." Li Zishuan looked at him indifferently and said, "County Magistrate I think Uncle Hu can answer your question." County Magistrate he was stunned. He could not help but look at Hu Hanyun. Old Hu scratched his head. This question was not easy to answer. If he said it too directly, it might hurt County Magistrate he's self-esteem. After all, County Magistrate he was the parent official of a county. Although Old Hu would not do things that violated the law to seek County Magistrate he's favor, it was not good to offend him for no reason. After hesitating for a while, Old Hu finally organized his words and explained, "County Magistrate, although the chickens can eat wheat, there are too many locusts in the fields. When the time comes, they won't be able to eat the wheat." Actually, he wanted to say, who would be willing to be a vegetarian when there's meat to eat? But that would be too direct. County Magistrate he was not stupid. In an instant, he reacted. He looked at Li Zishuan with a face full of shame and said, "This official was muddle-headed and did not think it through." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, it's fine. But as the parent official of the people, you should know about farming. You must not make a joke of, why not eat minced meat? Yes. Marquis. County magistrate, he repeatedly said yes. Li Zishuan did not say much, so he changed the topic and said, last year, the imperial court introduced the policy of reducing taxes by raising chickens. In the entire Guangdong region, the number of chickens raised by the people has greatly increased. I believe that Lantian County is not that bad either. County magistrate, when you go back, other than spreading the notice and calming the people, you must also call on the people to send all their chickens to the fields to eat the locusts. In the face of a disaster, only with everyone united will we be able to withstand the locusts in the shortest time possible. County magistrate, he solemnly cupped his hands and said, this official obeys. At this moment, Li Gang said, Yamacho, the notice that has been posted everywhere to calm the people has been drafted. Do you want to take a look first? Li Zishuan nodded. Hu Hanyun, who was sitting beside Li Gang, quickly passed the document in Li Gang's hands to Li Zishuan. After skimming through the contents of the document, Li Zishuan said, It's written very thoroughly. County magistrate, get someone to take the notice to the workshop to make a copy. After stamping it with the official seal, immediately start posting it throughout the county. County magistrate, he received it with both hands and said solemnly, yes. Marquis. This official will take his leave. Young master, we will also take our leave. Hu Hanyun, second master Lu Qingfeng, and the others looked at each other and stood up at the same time. Li Zishuan nodded and said. The few of them cupped their fists and left the meeting room together. Li Zishuan looked at Ma Zhou and said, Brother Ma, I'll leave Datong daily to you. After all, this locust's plague is not just limited to Lantian County. There are at least dozens of provinces in the Guangdong region. We must use Datong daily to unite the people and fight this disaster together. Ma Zhou nodded and said in a deep voice, Yamacho, don't worry. I will return to the editorial department and mobilize all the editors. We will start the operation immediately. Tomorrow's Datong Daily will definitely have Yamacho's solution to the locusts, and tomorrow's news will definitely dispel most of the people's fear of the locust god. That's for the best. Brother Ma, go quickly. Li Zishuan nodded and said. Ma Zhou obeyed and left. Li Zishuan then looked at Sun Simiao and said, Priest Sun, I'm sure you know the medicinal value of locusts. This time, Yanhuang Medical Hall can use some of the locusts collected by Lantian County to make medicine. This kind of cheap and effective medicine is rare, wouldn't it be a pity to miss it? Sun Simiao nodded and stroked his beard. Xiao Xian, you're right. I will ask the medical hall to take over some of the locusts collected by the county and dry them for storage. That's great. After that, Li Zishuan turned to Li Gang and Yen Silu. Mr. Wenji, Mr. Kong Gui, I've said before that the purpose of Yanhuang College is to have a heart for the world and a life for the people. At this critical moment, I, in the name of Yamacho, announce that the college's final examinations will be postponed. All students will be suspended from classes and will be sent to the villages of Lantian County to eradicate the people's superstition towards the locust god and lead the people to fight against the locusts and capture them. Li Gang and Yen Silu were both people who cared about the common people and were highly respected. Hearing this, they did not have any objections. They directly cupped their hands and said in unison, Yes, Mountain Head. Io. My dear Marquis, why are you at Cloud Mountain? We've been looking for you for a long time. At this moment, there was a flurry of footsteps and Zhao Song's shouts from the conference room. Li Zishuan nodded at Li Gang and Yen Silu. Both of you may go about your business. It seems that I'll have to make a trip to the palace. Both of them knew that Li Zishuan must be anxious and wanted to summon Li Zishuan to the palace. They saluted and left. Li Zishuan followed them out and said to Zhao Song, Butler Zhao, let's go. Zhao Song was stunned. Marquis, you knew that His Majesty wanted to summon you to the palace? Li Zishuan said as he walked. Butler Zhao came in such a hurry, how could I not know? The situation in Chang'an must be urgent. Let's talk as we go. Zhao Song was more than happy to hear that. He quickly caught up and said, all right. Marquis, please. I've prepared a fast horse outside. The two of them rode down Cloud Mountain at lightning speed and headed for Chang'an City. Zhao Song did not bring a single attendant this time to summon Li Zishuan to the palace as soon as possible. After all, his strength had reached the Grandmaster realm. If he were to speed up, those little eunuchs in the palace would not be able to catch up with him. Chapter 1470. Quick, quick, quick. Young master has ordered everyone in the village to go to the chicken farm and chase the chickens out. Those who passed the test last year, gather at the village entrance and go to the chicken farm to chase the chickens. Quick, quick, quick. Han Xiaodong, you go and inform the village on the west side. Lao Nyo, you go and inform the village on the west side. Denyo and Ernyo, you two go and inform the village on the north side. I'll go and inform the village on the south side. Not long after Li Zishuan left Cloud Mountain, Plum Village and Han Village at the foot of Cloud Mountain began to move. While other villages were still immersed in the fear brought about by the locust plague, the hundreds of families in these two villages had already begun to rescue themselves according to Li Zishuan's orders. Elder Hu, why are we going to the chicken farm at this time? Where are we going? We're going to the fields to eat the grasshoppers. Young master said that the total number of chickens in Han Village and Plum Village is close to 150,000. In just half an hour, these chickens will be able to eat all the locusts in the fields. Everyone, hurry up. The sooner we gather, the less damage the crops will suffer from the locusts. Good heavens! You can do that? Our village only has 3,000 to 4,000 mu of farmland. Won't we be able to clear out all the locusts in no time? Elder Hu, wait. I'm going to the chicken farm now. Hu Hanyun brought up Li Zishuan's name, and the response was immediate. Compared to the other villages outside, the people of the Han family village and Plum Village were much less fearful of the locusts. After all, last autumn, the people of the two villages had caught autumn locusts and sold them at the Yanhuang Academy. Therefore, when the locusts came today, the people of the two villages were relatively calm. They only had anxiety in their hearts, but not fear. Almost at the same time, hundreds of Yamen runners from Lantian County were mobilized. They carried the notice brought back by County Magistrate He and started to post it on the roads and villages outside the city. The title of the notice was, United as One, Against the Locusts. The content of the notice was simple and clear. The general meaning was, Marquis Yong an order, there is no such thing as the locust god in this world. The locust plague is not to be feared. From today onwards, the Lantian County Yamen would start to purchase locusts from the commoners. 1 copper coin for 2 caddies, and there was no limit. In addition, the Sky Chicken Brigade formed by the 150,000 chickens from the Han family village and Plum Village will sweep through the entire Lantian County's farmlands from the north to the south. I hope that all the villages will chase out the chickens raised by our villages and cooperate with us. We must work together to eliminate the locusts in the farmlands as soon as possible. Seeing this notice from Li Zishuan about eliminating locusts, the citizens of Lantian County finally calmed down. Especially when they saw the news that Lantian County was prepared to purchase locusts, the citizens could no longer sit still. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Marquis said it himself, there is no locust god in this world. Let's go catch locusts, we can sell them for money and wipe out the locusts in the ground. Right, right, right. Call the kids at home to catch locusts. Marquis said to chase the chickens at home to the fields. Let's go. Under Li Zishuan's reorganization, the entire Lantian County Yamen became very efficient. Not only did the yamen runners post notices, they even went door to door to mobilize the citizens. As a result, the citizens of the villages were instantly mobilized. Those who chased the chickens, those who went into the fields to catch the locusts, the tens of thousands of citizens of Lantian County gradually embarked on the path of self-preservation. At this moment, the court was bustling with activity. Based on the news that I have received, Qi Province, Qing Province, Bian Province, Hua Province, Zhengzhou, Jin Province, Luo Province, Chen Province, Su Province, Shang Province, Yong Province, Bing Province, Lu Province, and Chang'an, 14 provinces and more than 200 counties have all encountered a locust plague. Moreover, the locusts are overwhelming and are spreading towards Feng Province and Qi Province. The scale of this locust plague is extremely large. Even in the previous dynasty, it is extremely rare. I have summoned all of you here today to discuss a plan to eradicate the locusts. If any of you have a good plan, please speak freely. In the Taiji Palace, the civil and military officials, who had just finished their morning court session, were once again summoned by Li Er. Li Er sat at the head of the table and looked at everyone with a serious expression. Your Majesty, since ancient times, the citizens have believed that the locusts from the sky represent the wrath of the heavens. The people will definitely spread rumors about this. The most important thing now is to stabilize the people's hearts. Your Majesty should personally go to the fields, kill the livestock, set up incense tables, pray to the heavens, and grant amnesty to the people to calm their hearts. The leader of Confucianism, Kong Ingda, stood up and cupped his hands at Li Er. From the perspective of the ancients, Kong Ingda's suggestion was not wrong. Looking at the previous emperors, most of their reactions to the locusts' plague were like this. Because the people of ancient times did not have complete scientific knowledge, many people had a panicked mentality about the locusts' plague. The ancient concept of the unity of man and nature naturally made people associate it with the wrath of the heavens as a warning to the human world. There was a saying that went well, the idea determines the way out. With such an idea, the next thing to do would definitely not be to think of an effective method to control the locusts' plague, but to pray in the fields, praying for the locusts to show mercy. But obviously, the locusts' army would definitely not do as the emperor and the citizens wished. After the locusts ate up all the grains in the citizens' fields, those rulers who were slightly more far-sighted would open the granaries to the citizens, so that the citizens would not be driven into a corner and rebel. Once Kong Ingda's words were spoken, many officials in the imperial court immediately echoed in agreement. Your Majesty, Chancellor Kong is extremely right. The most important thing now is to stabilize the people's hearts. That's right. Your Majesty, please set up an altar to pray and grant amnesty to the people. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, couldn't help but frown when he heard that. This was because he didn't think that praying to the heavens could make the locusts disappear. Seeing Li Er frown, Zhang Sun Wuji stood up and said, Your Majesty, although Chancellor Kong's words are reasonable, I believe that the most important thing now is to issue an imperial edict to announce to the world, to summon the citizens to take action immediately to resist the locusts' plague. When Kong Ingda heard that, he couldn't help but ask, May I ask Duke Zhao, the locusts' plague is a calamity from the heavens, how are the citizens going to resist it? Zhang Sun Wuji said, Our Tang dynasty has millions of citizens. If everyone goes to the fields to catch locusts, why would we worry about the locusts' plague not being extinguished? No matter what, I believe that the effect will be better than praying to the heavens. Kong Ingda was slightly angry. Nonsense. Let's not talk about how the locusts cover the sky and the sun. There are countless citizens who believe in the locusts as divine worms. If Duke Xiao wants them to catch locusts, how would they be willing? Zhang Sun Wuji said with a stern face, Chancellor Kong, you are also a well-read person, you should know better than anyone that the talk of divine worms is complete nonsense. Locusts eat the crops and harm the citizens, they should be pests. I believe that Your Majesty should immediately issue an imperial edict to label locusts as pests, to encourage the citizens to kill them out of anger. That's right. How can a mere locusts be divine worms? If they are killed, then so be it. Don't tell me that the heavens will send down divine punishment because of this? Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but speak up. His family's manor was currently being harmed by locusts, and he didn't have any good feelings towards locusts. Moreover, old Sheng had killed countless people in his life. How could he be afraid of killing locusts? Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui also expressed their views at this moment. I agree with Duke Zhao's suggestion. Actually, there were many officials who understood that the talk of locusts being divine worms was nonsense. There were still many rational people, but they lacked a leader to stand out. Now that Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui all stood on the side of killing locusts, there were instantly many voices of agreement. Your Majesty should issue an imperial edict to summon the citizens to kill locusts. Locusts aren't divine worms, they are pests and should be killed. Li Er's frowning brows finally relaxed at this moment. He nodded and said in a deep voice, since ancient times, food is the most important thing to the people, and locusts eat crops as food, harming the common people. How can they be called divine worms? Today, a plague of locusts has broken out in dozens of prefectures of the Tang Empire, and the people have no way to make a living. Today, in the name of the Emperor of the Tang Empire, I issue an imperial edict to summon the people of the world to hunt locusts together. If the heavens are angry because of this, I am willing to bear the divine punishment as the Emperor, and I will not regret it. Li Er's loud voice was like an oath to the heavens and the earth. His voice was like a great bell, and it resounded in every corner of the Taiji Palace. When the officials heard this, they were all moved. Although they didn't believe that locusts were divine worms, no one in the palace today was disrespectful to the heavens and earth, and even more so to the gods and ghosts. In their eyes, Li Er's words were definitely a benevolent emperor who sacrificed himself to save the common people. Father, you can't do this. If the heavens really have divine punishment, then let it descend on your son. Li Qingqian, who was standing below Li Er, was anxious and hurriedly bowed. Your Majesty, please take back what you said just now. If the heavens have divine punishment, I, Zhang Sun Wuji, am willing to bear the divine punishment for your Majesty with my old and weak body. Zhang Sun Wuji bowed deeply and said in a deep voice. The officials followed suit and bowed. Your Majesty, please take back what you said just now. If the heavens have divine punishment, we are willing to bear the divine punishment for your Majesty. The Emperor loved the people, the officials loved the Emperor, and the officials were willing to die for the Emperor. This harmonious scene between the Emperor and his officials could be considered as a beautiful story in the beginning of the Tang dynasty. Li Er heaved a sigh of relief, then shook his head and said, I am the Emperor of a country. I am doing this for the common people of the world, for the country. I have a clear conscience. I don't believe that the heavens will punish me because of this. Zhao Song, immediately write a decree and announce what I said just now to the world. Zhao Song said with a heavy face, this old servant obeys the decree. Kong Yingda cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty is wholeheartedly for the common people, and will definitely move the heavens. But the locusts in the various counties are endless. If we only rely on manpower to catch the locusts, when will we be able to catch all of them? At that time, the crops in the fields would have been completely destroyed. So, I hope that your Majesty can make plans early and order the various counties to prepare to open their granaries to appease the people. Li Er's face did not show any signs of panic. Instead, he smiled confidently and said, Minister Kong, do you still remember the decree that the imperial court issued last year? Last summer, under Li Zishuan's pressure, Li Zishuan offered 3 strategies to deal with locusts. One of the strategies was to use the decree to reduce taxes on chickens to attract the common people to raise a large number of chickens. Then, when the locusts came, the chickens would be used to kill a portion of the locusts. However, due to the fact that the locust plague prophecy could not be leaked out, only Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui, these 3 important officials of the empire knew about it. Furthermore, these 3 officials were ordered by Li Ersan to keep it a secret. Thus, most of the officials did not know about the deeper meaning behind the decree of reducing taxes for raising chickens. Kong Yingda heard and nodded. Of course, I remember. But Your Majesty mentioned the decree to reduce taxes on chickens. What's the benefit of dealing with locusts? Li Er smiled, then nodded towards Zhangsun Wuji and said, Auxiliary machine, you speak. Zhangsun Wuji clasped his hands and said to Kong Yingda, Chancellor Kong, last year, under the imperial court's decree to reduce taxes on chickens, the number of chickens raised by the common people in the various counties increased greatly. Chickens love to eat locusts the most. If the common people were to drive all their chickens into the fields, I believe that many locusts could be eliminated. Moreover, last year, the imperial court sent a fleet down south to exchange for grain. Now, the granaries of the Great Tang Empire are filled with grain. Even if the common people lose a portion of their crops, the imperial court has the ability to save them. Not only Kong Yingda, the other officials in the imperial court were shocked. They were not shocked by the strategy of using chickens to eliminate locusts. Instead, they were shocked when they thought of the imperial court's decree to reduce taxes on chickens in exchange for grain. This year, when the locusts came, Li Er and Zhangsun Wuji just happened to propose the strategy of using chickens to eliminate locusts. How could there be so many coincidences in between? Could it be that when Li Er proposed the decree to reduce taxes on chickens, he had already predicted that there would be a locusts plague this year? Thinking back to last year when the imperial court sent a fleet to the south to trade for grain, all of this seemed to have been planned by Li Er. Kong Yingda and the other officials looked at Li Er with a trace of horror in their eyes. Our emperor is actually able to know about the future? Terrifying, this is really terrifying. This was the common thought of all the officials who did not know the truth. After a long silence, Kong Yingda still felt that something was wrong. He clasped his hands towards Zhangsun Wuji and said, Chickens can eat locusts, but last year, as the common people were buying chicken seedlings, it caused the price of chicken seedlings to skyrocket. In the end, every household could only raise 30 to 40 chickens at most. However, every household has at least 30 to 40 mu of land. These 30 to 40 chickens are just a drop in the bucket. When Zhangsun Wuji heard this, he could not help but be silent. Because what Zhangsun Wuji said was the truth. Last year, the price of chicken seedlings in Chang'an City was definitely the most expensive in the past 10 years. Even if the imperial court launched the policy of reducing taxes on chickens, the common people could not raise many chickens in one household. It was not that they did not want to raise them, but that they could not afford to raise them. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, could not help but turn gloomy. If 30 to 40 chickens are not enough, then how about 150,000? At this moment, a loud voice came from outside the Taiji palace. Immediately after, a dignified young man strode in. Although this young man was not wearing an official's robe, his aura was extraordinary. Who else could it be other than Li Zishuan? Chapter 1471. In a moment of desperation, this official barged into Taiji Palace without reporting. This is truly disgraceful and has offended your majesty. I beg for your majesty's forgiveness. When Li Zishuan had just arrived outside Taiji Palace, Zhao Song was about to enter to report. However, when Li Zishuan heard the conversation between Kong Yingda and Zhangsun Wuji, he couldn't bear it any longer. He thought to himself, the locusts are already here and you guys have been discussing for so long, yet you guys still haven't come up with a solution. Do you guys have to be so inefficient? Thus, he directly walked in. After gaining the upper hand, Li Zishuan walked to the front of the officials and bowed to Li Er to ask for forgiveness. Seeing that Li Zishuan had finally arrived, Li Er heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't that Li Zishuan wasn't present, but that Li Zishuan would be able to fill in the gaps and come up with better and more eye-catching suggestions, thus making the final outcome even more perfect. At this moment, Li Er wouldn't be bothered about whether Li Zishuan was being rude or not. He waved his hand and said, "Since this emperor has summoned you into the palace, there's no harm in you entering Taiji Palace. This emperor will pardon you." "Thank you, your majesty." Li Zishuan bowed and said. At this moment, Kong Yingda couldn't help but ask, "Marquis Yong, what do you mean by 150,000 chickens?" The officials in the palace couldn't help but shift their gazes to Li Zishuan. They thought to themselves, what kind of surprise will this mysterious young man bring to Great Tang this time? At this moment, Li Zishuan turned to Kong Yingda and clasped his hands together. He smiled and said, "This marquis has a total of 150,000 chickens. Just before I came to Chang'an, these 150,000 chickens had already been driven to the farmlands by the villagers and children of the Han family manor and Plum Village. I believe that there aren't many locusts left in the farmlands of the two villages." Once these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Firstly, they were shocked at the number of chickens that Li Zishuan controlled. Secondly, they were shocked at Li Zishuan's reaction speed to mobilize the villagers so quickly. Thirdly, they were shocked at Li Zishuan's confidence in the chickens' ability to exterminate locusts. Lantian County was only an hour's journey from Chang'an. In such a short period of time, 150,000 chickens could really exterminate all the locusts in the farmlands of the two villages? This, Marquis Yong, when did you have so many chickens? Kong Yingda was caught off guard. Li Zishuan replied with a smile, "Could it be that Chancellor Kong has forgotten about the matter of Taifu Monastery's Yuan Shaoqing accusing me of inflating the price of chicken seedlings last year? Last year, this marquis first bought 80,000 chickens for the Han village, then another 80,000 chickens for the Plum village. Today, there are approximately 150,000 chickens that have survived. Not only that, last year, I discovered 2 chicken training experts at the Han village. Under their guidance, the children of the 2 villages now know how to train chickens. Thus, before coming here, this marquis had these children bring the 150,000 chickens to the farmlands that were plagued by the locusts. Everyone here might not know this, but a mature chicken can eat up to 300 locusts a day. 20 chickens can almost guarantee that 1 mu of farmland is free of locusts. This marquis' Sky Chicken Brigade of 150,000 chickens is estimated to be able to clear 6,000 mu of farmland of locusts in an hour. That's 12,000 mu of farmland in 2 hours. The entire Lantian County only has a few 100,000 mu of farmland. This marquis can guarantee that within 2 days, the locusts in Lantian County will be completely exterminated. And Lantian County will be the first county in Great Tang to exterminate locusts. Arrogance. Li Zishuan, who said these words, could be said to be arrogant. Everyone present, including Li Zishuan, did not dare to say that they could exterminate a county of locusts in 2 days. But Li Zishuan dared to say so. However, Li Zishuan had the capital to back his arrogance. Who asked Li Zishuan to be the only one who did not care about the high price of chicken seedlings last year? Kong Yingda could not help but be speechless. Li Zishuan's words were reasonable and he had no way to refute them. This made him sigh in his heart. The Li Zishuan in front of him was no longer the insignificant minister of the Imperial College. He already had the ability to dictate the life and death of a county's citizens. Furthermore, this was far from the end of this youth's road. In a few years, this youth would definitely become a true authority. However, Kong Yingda still had some doubts in his heart. He wondered why Li Zishuan bought so many chicken seedlings last year. Could it be that Li Zishuan was like Li Er last year and predicted this year's locusts? Thinking of this, Kong Yingda looked at Li Zishuan with a hint of fear in his eyes. Actually, he was not the only one who had such thoughts. Officials like Cheng Yaojin who were familiar with Li Zishuan also had such suspicions or guesses in their hearts. Cheng Yaojin was planning to ask Li Zishuan after the morning assembly. Marquis Yong, is your heavenly chicken brigade really able to exterminate the locusts in Lantian County in 2 days? Xiao Yu stood up and asked with cupped hands. Li Zishuan nodded and replied, "Of course it's true. If there were only 150,000 chickens, would definitely not dare to say such arrogant words. But now, not only do we have so many chickens, we even have a group of children who are good at training chickens. This is like having soldiers and generals. I am confident that I can exterminate all the locusts in Lantian County in 2 days. Other than that, I have also set up a department to purchase locusts in the county office. 1 copper coin for 2 caddies. This is to encourage the citizens of Lantian County to catch locusts. With the unity of the people, I firmly believe that within 2 days, all the locusts in Lantian County will be cleared. After hearing the second half of Li Zishuan's words, everyone was speechless. They secretly thought that someone was really rich. At such a critical juncture, he actually dared to buy locusts. Wasn't he afraid of going bankrupt? Xiao Yu was also shocked, but he was not worried that Li Zishuan would go bankrupt because of this. Strange Taste Pavilion, Drunken Immortal Tavern, and the winery were all places that made a lot of money. No matter how much Li Zishuan squandered, it was unlikely that he would go bankrupt. Xiao Yu nodded and then cupped his hands to Li Er. Your Majesty, the locust control strategy adopted by Marquis Yong and in Lantian County has many merits. This old official believes that the imperial court's top priority is to issue official documents and order the county magistrates who are suffering from the locusts to imitate the strategy adopted by Marquis Yong and in Lantian County. They will guide the citizens to kill locusts and do their best to protect the crops in the fields. At this time, Fang Xianling couldn't help but say, Minister Xiao, the imperial court's treasury is tight on money. How can we buy locusts like Marquis Yong? Your Majesty, Minister Fang is right. If we use money to buy these locusts, who knows how much money we will have to spend. Ever since the Battle of the Shuafang in the 4th month, the Turks have been eyeing my great Tang like a tiger eyeing its prey. The 2 countries can go to war at any time, and this war is certain to consume an enormous amount of money. How can the imperial court take out money to buy a few useless locusts? Not everyone can be as rich as Marquis Yongban. As soon as Fang Xuanling's voice fell, a burly man walked out from the military camp and bowed to Li Er. However, his words were mixed with a lot of sarcasm and sarcasm. Li Zishuan couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he looked at the burly general. He didn't know this person, but why was the other party mocking him in such a strange manner? Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Sitting above, Li Er couldn't help but frown. He wanted to reprimand him, but the other party's words were not completely unreasonable. Hey! Marquis Yong and was able to call on the people to eliminate the locusts in 2 days. Even if he didn't make a great contribution, he still saved tens of thousands of people in Lantian County, right? What did you do, Qiu Xinggong? What right do you have to mock him here? Cheng Yaojin was a fearless person. Seeing that there was a traitor in the army, he immediately stood up and loudly rebuked Qiu Xinggong. This person was actually Qiu Xinggong. Li Zishuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes and feel a wave of shock. After Qiu Xinggong submitted to the Tang dynasty, he followed Li Er to conquer the north and south. He took down Chang'an and eliminated Xuezhu, Lu Wuzhou, Wang Shichong, Dou Jianda, and other separatist factions. Apart from this, Qiu Xinggong could also be considered a great figure whose name would go down in history. This was because in front of the Zhao Mausoleum, Li Er had carved 6 horses, the 6 horses of Zhao Mausoleum. One of the horses was different from the others because it had a person standing beside it. This person was not the coachman, but Qiu Xinggong. During the Battle of Hulao Pass, Dou Jianda sent 150,000 soldiers to help Wang Shichong. At that time, Li Er only brought 3,500 black armored soldiers. At that time, Li Er was quite brave and actually only brought Qiu Xinggong and a few personal guards to scout the enemy camp. In the end, they were discovered. In order to protect him, his personal guards were all shot to death. At that time, his purple horse was also shot. Qiu Xinggong dismounted from his horse and pulled out the arrow from Li Er's horse. He then passed his horse to Li Er and held his saber. He shouted loudly and shocked the enemy formation. He killed several enemy soldiers and protected Li Er as he broke out of the encirclement and returned to the Tang army camp. Because of this, Li Er remembered Qiu Xingong's contributions and had someone carve Qiu Xingong into the Zhao Mausoleum's 6 horses. Of course, Qiu Xingong's biggest characteristic was his ruthlessness. In the 17th year of Zhengguan era, Yu Wenji, the county magistrate of Shen County, reported that Lu Lansheng, the governor of Daizhou, was plotting a rebellion. Li Er ordered Lu Lansheng to be cut at the waist. In order to show his loyalty, Qiu Xingong actually dug out Lu Lansheng's heart and liver and cooked it. Furthermore, Qiu Xingong's son, Qiu Shenji, was also a super ruthless person. He was the most famous ruthless official in Wu Zetian's dynasty. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He thought to himself, how did I provoke such a ruthless person? He wasn't afraid that Qiu Xingong would really do anything to him. Putting aside the fact that he was now a noble marquis, as long as Qiu Xingong still wanted to stay in Tang, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Taking a step back, he had his own martial arts skills. There was no reason for him to be afraid of Qiu Xingong. However, when he thought of how this fellow was a ruthless person who ate people's hearts and livers, he panicked. This Qiu is just stating facts. Why is High Duke Lu so angry? Qiu Xingong's eyes flickered, but he didn't back down. Cheng Yaojin was so angry that he stomped his feet and scolded, "Hey! I'm angry." "Bah! I think it's you, Qiu Xingong, who's angry. You just can't stand the fact that the younger generation is more capable than you. You're jealous." As soon as he said this, many officials looked at Qiu Xingong with a strange gaze. Cheng Jijia, you, Qiu Xingong was furious and wanted to fight Cheng Yaojin to the death. At this moment, Li Er slapped the dragon table and shouted, "Shut up." At this critical moment, countless people are in deep trouble, but the two of you are quarreling here. What are you doing? Back down. The two of you will be locked up for 3 days and your salary will be deducted for half a year as punishment. Cheng Yaojin and Qiu Xingong were both shocked. They stopped quarreling and bowed to Li Er. "Yes, Your Majesty." At this moment, Li Er looked at Fang Xianling and Xiao Yu and said, "Regarding the purchase of locusts, the Ministry of Revenue doesn't need to pay. I will use the money from the palace treasury to purchase locusts from the people. As long as we can eliminate the plague of locusts, the Empress and I will live frugally." The officials were once again moved by Li Er. They all shouted, "Your Majesty's health is related to the Tang Empire. We are willing to contribute our salary to help the imperial court purchase locusts." "Me too. Me too." Li Er saw this and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Others thought that he was making a loss by purchasing locusts, but only he and Li Zishuan knew that 2 caddies of locusts for 1 copper coin was not a loss, but a huge profit. The meteoric rise of the drunken immortal Yin and Sun Simiao's words that locusts could be used in medicine proved that locusts were very valuable. "My beloved subjects, I appreciate your kind intentions. But I have made up my mind. There's no need to discuss this anymore." Li Er waved his hand and said, righteously, "Your Majesty, I am willing to take out 20,000 strings of cash to help Your Majesty purchase locusts. I hope that Your Majesty can fulfill my wish." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. They thought that Li Zishuan was really willing to spend a lot of money to please His Majesty. Just as the other ministers with meager wealth wanted to imitate Li Zishuan, they saw Li Er's old face darken. He shouted, "Scram! I can still afford this small amount of money. 1 copper coin for 2 caddies. 10,000 strings of cash could buy 16 million caddies. 20,000 strings of cash could buy 32 million caddies." Was Li Zishuan planning to swallow the locusts of more than a dozen states? The officials were stunned. Li Zishuan touched his nose embarrassedly and cupped his hands. Your Majesty is generous. No, Your Majesty is wise. After saying that, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Damn, this trip to the palace actually cultivated a competitor. Could it be that old Li also wanted to do the locusts' business? Li Er realized that he had just lost his composure. He quickly said, Minister Fang, you write the decree. Order the county magistrates of the disaster-stricken counties to immediately lead the people in the counties to drive the chickens into the fields to eliminate the locusts. The counties within 300 miles of Chang'an can send fresh locusts to Chang'an. The counties beyond 300 miles must dry the locusts before sending them to Chang'an. When the time comes, I will send people to buy them at different prices by caddies. In addition, the counties must prevent grain merchants from taking advantage of this opportunity to raise the price of grain. If there is a violation, severe punishment will be imposed. If the price of grain goes out of control, it must be reported to the imperial court as soon as possible. The counties nearby should immediately open their warehouses to release grain. Fang Xianling bowed and said, I will write the decree immediately. Li Er nodded and then stood up. Good. While it is still early, please follow me to Lantian County to see if the Han Village and Plum Village have basically eliminated the locusts as Marquis Yong and said. We obey. The officials heard this and all of them became alert. After all, some things were useless no matter how beautiful they were. They could only be believed when they saw it with their own eyes. Chapter 1472. After some simple preparations, Li Er led a group of civil and military officials to Lantian County on horseback. The Tangs worshipped martial arts, especially in the early Tang dynasty. At this time, not only did the generals know how to ride horses, but also the civil officials. As the emperor, Li Er would not choose to travel in the dragon carriage, but on horseback, because riding a horse was much more convenient than sitting in the dragon carriage. Xiao Xian, tell me the truth. When you bought chicken seedlings in Chang'an last year, did you already predict this year's locust plague? On the way, Cheng Yaojin purposely followed behind Li Zishuan. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, Cheng Yaojin hurriedly asked in a low voice. Li Zishuan knew that when he proposed to use the Sky Chicken Brigade of 150,000 chickens to eliminate the locusts, many officials in the court began to suspect the real purpose of his purchase of chicken seedlings. Since Cheng Yaojin asked him personally, he did not hide it anymore and said in a low voice, Uncle Cheng, Cheng Yaojin, I have told you about my fortune. Uncle Cheng, to tell you the truth, my master once made 2 divinations for the fate of the Great Tang. One of them accurately predicted the change of the Xuanwu Gate, and the other predicted that a plague of locusts would break out in the Guanzhong area in the 6th month of the 2nd year of Zhengguan. When I left the mountain last year, the change of the Xuanwu Gate had already confirmed my master's first prophecy. Therefore, I dare not underestimate my master's second prophecy. At the beginning, I was just a commoner. I only wanted to help my family avoid the locust plague, so I bought a large number of chicken seedlings for them. However, because of this, I was impeached by Yuan Shaoqing and entered His Majesty's field of vision. Later, I was lucky enough to make a lot of contributions and became an official. The number of farmers under me also increased, so I had to buy more chicken seedlings. Finally, Uncle Qin realized that something was wrong. He asked me why I bought so many chicken seedlings. I had no choice but to tell him the truth. Uncle Qin exhorted me, and I woke up from my dream. Only then did I realize how heavy the burden on my shoulders was. When the locust plague really came, no matter how well prepared I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to fight against it all by myself. Therefore, in the end, Uncle Qin found His Majesty and told him about my master's prophecy of the locust plague. His Majesty was shocked and wanted to summon me to the palace. However, that day, Yushi was kidnapped by the bandits. I disobeyed the imperial order and went to save her. After that, His Majesty ordered me to think of a plan to cure the locusts and submit it to him. After seeing the 3 plans that I proposed, His Majesty found Prime Minister Fang, Prime Minister Du, and Duke Xiao. After discussing, he decided to implement new policies. The prophecy of the locust plague is very important. Once it is leaked, it will cause a huge panic among the people. Therefore, I did not tell Uncle Cheng about this. Please forgive me. After listening to Li Zishuan's explanation, Cheng Yaojin finally understood the cause and effect. He thought about how he had been kept in the dark for the past year. If he had not been smart enough to ask his housekeeper to buy 30,000 chicken seedlings with Li Zishuan, his family's farm would have been plagued by the locust plague. Thinking of this, Cheng Yaojin's face darkened. Hey! Forgive me? Forgive my ass. In the past, this old man treated you as if you were his own nephew, yet you hid such a small matter from this old man. This old man will not forgive you easily. Unless... Pfft. Madman Cheng, don't take it for granted. Just then, Yuqi Jingda's voice came from the side. Last year, in the entire Chang'an city, other than Little Xian, you, Cheng Jijia, bought the most chicken seedlings. You just muttered a few words to your servant. You must have ordered him to go back to the Cheng family's farm and use those chickens to eliminate the locust plague, right? Cheng Yaojin turned to look at Yuqi Jingda and said unhappily, Hey! I couldn't tell that old black Yuqi, your eyes are quite bright despite your dark appearance. I only said a few words to my servant, and you saw it all. Cursing people without exposing their shortcomings, Cheng Yaojin's words almost made Yuqi Jingda explode. Madman Cheng, do you want to fight again? Let's fight. Who's afraid of who? When we come back from Lantian County, let's fight. Okay. Whoever runs this time is a grandson. Okay. You're a grandson if you run. Seeing that these 2 old fellows had started bickering, Li Zishuan quietly kicked Big White's stomach and chased after Qin Xiong. It seemed that Qin Xiong was more mature and steady. Just now, he thought that Cheng Yaojin would be angry at him, but when he heard the word unless, he knew that old Cheng wasn't really angry. He just wanted to use this matter to get some benefits. Marquis Yong'an. His Majesty wants you to accompany him. Before he could say anything, an imperial guard trotted over and cupped his fists to Li Zishuan. He wants me to accompany him? Li Zishuan was stunned. When did he have such a job? But now wasn't the time to dwell on this. He quickly came back to his senses and nodded. Okay. This marquis will go now. Then, he said something to Qin Xiong and galloped to the front of the group. Ha! You're here. Li Zishuan was at the front of the group of officials. Other than the imperial guards, there were no other officials accompanying him. When Li Zishuan rode over, he attracted the envious gazes of many officials. Your Majesty is looking for me? Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat when he heard Li Zishuan call him, you, instead of Marquis Yong'an. He guessed that Li Zishuan wouldn't have anything nice to say. Sure enough, Li Zishuan had a meaningful smile on his face. I heard that you need locusts very much. I was thinking of selling you the locusts that the imperial court will buy from all over the world at twice the price. How about that? Li Zishuan's face darkened when he heard this. He almost vomited blood. What did he mean? Old Li wanted to be a middleman? In the imperial court, Old Li had said that he would use his own money to buy all the locusts in the world. He had even touched the hearts of all the officials. But who would have thought that Li Zishuan would want to sell the locusts to him at a high price? Li Zishuan felt like 10,000 alpacas were galloping across his heart. But then again, the locusts that Li Zishuan collected could only be given to Li Zishuan. Old Li's subordinates wouldn't be able to achieve meteoric success. They wouldn't be like Sun Simiao, who could use the locusts in medicine. What? You feel like you're losing out? I heard that last autumn, when you bought the locusts from the farmers, the price was 3 copper coins per caddy. I'm selling them to you for 1 copper coin per caddy. You won't lose out, right? Li Zishuan looked at Li Zishuan indifferently. His eyes shone with a strange light as he spoke. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes inwardly. How could the situation be the same as last year? Locusts were everywhere now. He definitely couldn't buy them at last year's price. But when he thought about how Li Zishuan had always taken good care of him, Li Zishuan wanted to reject him, but he swallowed his words. He cupped his hands and said, I won't lose out. I won't lose out. I'm willing to buy the locusts from the imperial court at twice the price. 1 copper coin per caddy wasn't expensive anyway. 10,000 strings of cash could buy 8 million caddies. So what if Old Li took a small advantage? When the time comes, I'll just casually process it and a plate of fried locusts can be sold for 10,000 strings of cash. It's still a huge profit. Li Zishuan thought in his heart. Good. Alright, you can leave now. Li Er took a deep look at Li Zishuan and said with a joyful expression. Li Zishuan was speechless. Did this count as being kicked away after being used? Understood. After cupping his hands, Li Zishuan patted his horse and returned to the back of the group. Qin Xiong saw Li Zishuan's unhappy expression and couldn't help but ask, Xiao Xian, why did His Majesty look for you? What else could it be? He's thinking of ways to trick me? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes. Seeing Qin Xiong's puzzled expression, he immediately told him what had just happened. Qin Xiong stroked his beard, then looked at Li Zishuan and said, You. His Majesty is doing this to protect you. Don't be resentful and let down His Majesty's good intentions. Protect me? Uncle Qin, how is this protecting me? Li Zishuan was stunned when he heard this and couldn't help but say angrily. Qin Xiong pointed at Li Zishuan with disappointment. Then, he lowered his voice and said, Xiao Xian, think about it carefully. This time, if His Majesty doesn't personally pay for the purchase of locusts from the various provinces and counties in the world and lets you pay for it, all the people in the world will be grateful to you. Your reputation will be like the sun in the sky, and you will also become the center of the people's hearts. However, as the saying goes, people are afraid of fame and pigs are afraid of being fat. You're so young and bear such a big reputation. It's inevitable that you won't be attacked by villains. If someone with intentions uses this to sow discord between you and His Majesty, Xiao Xian, the glory you have today will probably disappear in an instant. His Majesty sold the locusts to you at twice the price for 2 reasons. First, the imperial court really couldn't handle such a large number of locusts. Second, he wanted to completely remove you from this matter. Isn't this to protect you? Qin Xiong's words made Li Zishuan's heart tremble. Indeed, in this world, only Li Er could buy the people's hearts. Thinking back to the imperial court, he wanted to buy the locusts for Li Er with 20,000 coins. This was really a stupid decision. Fortunately, Li Er rejected him. Otherwise, when this matter spread out, all the people in the world would really be grateful to him. At that time, he, who had won so many people's hearts, would really be in danger. After Li Zishuan transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he only wanted to live a good life with his family. He only wanted to lead the people around him to live a good life. He never wanted to buy the people's hearts, let alone raise the flag of rebellion. Thank you for your reminder, Uncle Qin. You really woke me up from my dream with your words. Only now do I understand His Majesty's good intentions. I really didn't think about this matter properly. Li Zishuan solemnly saluted Qin Xiong and couldn't help but sigh. Qin Xiong nodded and said, Xiao Xian, as a person in the imperial court, you have to be careful. You can be considered to have a big family now. Every step you take is related to the rise and fall of many people. You have to be careful. Li Zishuan was silent for a moment. After a while, he saluted and said, I understand. Thank you for your teachings, Uncle Qin. It was said that having an elder at home was like having a treasure. It was the same in the imperial court. With a reliable elder like Qin Xiong by his side to help and remind him, Li Zishuan could avoid many detours and wrong paths. 7th Grandfather Han, where are Uncle Hu and the others? An hour later, the group of people finally arrived at the Han village in Lantian County. Seeing that there were only a few elderly people in the village, and none of the young women and children were present, Li Zishuan hurriedly urged his horse into the village and asked an old man. Young master, Hu Li is leading the villagers to the Wang village to kill the locusts. When 7th Grandfather Han saw Li Zishuan, he quickly bowed and answered. They went to the Wang village. Then have the locusts in the Han village and Plum village been cleared? Li Zishuan asked again. 7th Grandfather Han instantly beamed and said, It's done. It's done. Young master, our village is the first village in Lantian County to have cleared the locusts. Now, only a few locusts can be seen in the fields. Li Zishuan was instantly relieved. He said to 7th Grandfather Han, All right, 7th Grandfather Han, I'll leave you to it. Then, he rode to the entrance of the village and dismounted. He saluted Li Er and said, Your Majesty, the Sky Pheasant Brigade of the Han village has already gone to another village. The fields in the village are basically free of locusts now. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Li Er couldn't help but laugh and said, Good. Good. Everyone, follow me to the fields to take a look. Take a look at the first village in the Tang Empire to have cleared the locusts. Yes, Your Majesty. Naturally, everyone couldn't ask for more. Under Li Zishuan's lead, everyone came to the fields in the south of the Han village. It was already the middle of the 6th month, and some of the wheat in the fields had already turned yellow. The heavy wheat ears weighed down the wheat stalks so heavily that they couldn't straighten their backs. Li Er led the officials to line up on the ridge of the fields and split up to inspect the fields for locusts. There really aren't any locusts here. It's not that there aren't any locusts, it's just that there are very few of them. That's right. Compared to the fields we saw on the way here, the locusts in the fields of the Han village are completely negligible. The Marquis of Yong and Sky Pheasant Brigade actually managed to clear out thousands of locusts in a short period of time. The officials couldn't help but exclaim after inspecting the field seriously. Qiu Xingong's face was a little ugly. He originally planned to see Li Zishuan make a fool of himself, but he didn't expect to see Li Zishuan so proud of himself. Good. 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 This Sky Pheasant Brigade was established well. Li Er's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Your Majesty, the facts have proven that the Marquis of Yong and strategy of eliminating locusts is completely feasible. The plague of locusts in the Central Plains that all the previous emperors were helpless against can be quickly eliminated under His Majesty's leadership. This is a blessing for the common people. Fang Xianling walked over with a face full of joy and congratulated Li Er. Li Er smiled. Just as he was about to speak, a locust suddenly flew onto his shoulder. Li Er quickly grabbed it. Looking at the locust that was desperately struggling between his fingers, Li Er's gaze gradually became somewhat hateful. He looked at the locust in his hand and said, Man's life is the grain. If you eat it, you will harm the common people. The common people have sinned, and I give you, your spirit, but do not eat my heart and harm the common people. Otherwise, you would rather eat my lungs and intestines. Before anyone could react, Li Er directly stuffed the locust in his hand into his mouth, frowned, and chewed twice before swallowing. Your Majesty. You can't. Your Majesty. You can't. Be careful of the dragon's body. The officials reacted and tried to dissuade him, but at this moment, the locust had already entered Li Er's stomach. Your Majesty is devoted to the common people and is truly a saint. I, Zhangsun Wuji, am willing to share weal and woe with your Majesty. Zhangsun Wuji's face was filled with pain. He quickly went to the ground and searched for a while before finally finding a locust. Then, He closed his eyes and stuffed the locust into his mouth. I, Feng Xianling, am willing to share weal and woe with your majesty. I, Du Ruhui, am willing to share weal and woe with your majesty. One by one, the officials went to the field to search for locusts, wanting to use this as an excuse to show their loyalty. Li Zishuan's heart was filled with bitterness. Emperor Taizong swallowing locusts, this was a famous scene in the history books, but he didn't want to encounter it at all. Now, should he eat the locusts? Or should he eat them? Chapter 1473. In the second year of Zhengguan, there was a drought in the capital and locusts were everywhere. Emperor Taizong entered the garden and saw the locusts. He picked up a few locusts and cursed, "Man lives by grain. If you eat it, you will harm the common people. The common people have sinned. You have spirit, but if you eat my heart, you will do no harm to the common people." He swallowed the locusts and admonished him, "You must not eat it." Emperor Taizong said, "What is there to avoid?" He swallowed the locusts. The locusts were no longer a disaster. This was the famous scene of Emperor Taizong swallowing the locusts. It was recorded in Zhengguan Important Political Figures. Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, swallowing the locusts, might have been an act, or it might have been a combination of both. But one thing was certain, if he didn't understand the situation and didn't understand the disaster the locusts brought to the common people, if he saw the common people as weeds and didn't understand the compassion and fear of the common people, he wouldn't have swallowed the locusts. He might even have made a joke of, "Why not eat minced meat? The stars have changed and the world has changed." Now the Tang dynasty had Li Zishuan's warning in advance and the imperial court had made a lot of preparations for the locusts. It seemed that it was possible to completely eliminate the locusts. But Li Er still chose to swallow the locusts in front of the civil and military officials. His intention was very clear. He did it to show the civil and military officials, to show the common people. Only in this way could the common people completely put down their fear of the locusts and work together to eliminate the locusts. Although he understood Li Zishuan's good intentions, understanding was one thing. If he asked Li Zishuan to swallow the locusts raw, Li Zishuan could only say, "I can't do it." If the locusts were fried, they would be delicious. But if they were eaten raw, it would be too damn disgusting. But could he not eat them? Look, Feng Xianling was almost 50 years old, but he personally went to the field to look for locusts. Wei Yazi, who was usually upright and not afraid of power, also picked up a locusts and put them into his mouth. Looking at Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other generals, a few of them relied on their qinggong to fly left and right in the wheat fields. Their goal was only to find a locust. It wasn't that they wanted to show off their qinggong, but because the locusts in the fields here had been mostly cleared out by the Sky Chicken Brigade, it really wasn't easy to find a surviving locust. The locusts in the field were pitiful. 15 minutes ago, they were lucky enough to escape the sweep of the Sky Pheasant Brigade. Now, they were being hunted down by those martial generals who were highly skilled in martial arts. If they had to blame someone, they could only blame the locust that flew to Li Er's body. If it were not for it, they would not have been wiped out. Seeing that the civil and military officials were all secretly searching for locusts and stuffing them into their stomachs to show their loyalty, Li Zishuan stood there alone. In order to not stand out too much, Li Zishuan had no choice but to join the army of searching for locusts and swallowing them alive. Oh, F***ck. How can there be such a coincidence? Just when Li Zishuan couldn't find a single locust after searching for a long time and thought that he could escape this calamity, a silly and adorable locust flew out from the wheat fields without any warning and landed on his head. Hey, hey, hey! Marquis Yong, quick, 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 there's a locust on your head. Don't let it escape. Wei Zheng seemed to have discovered a new continent as he pointed at Li Zishuan's head and said excitedly. Many thanks for the reminder, Left Minister Wei. Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. He originally wanted to quietly throw away the grasshopper on his head, but after being yelled at by Wei Zhang's loud voice, he didn't have the chance to make any small movements. He could only grab the grasshopper on his head, then cupped his hands towards Wei Zhang and said in a muffled voice. Wei Zhang chuckled and said, Marquis Yong, and is really a person with great luck. I had to put in so much effort just to find a locust, but Marquis Yong, and only needs to wait for the locust to come to his door. How envious. Li Zishuan couldn't help but complain in his heart, what great luck, I'll be angered to death by you sooner or later. If this is considered luck, I'd rather not have it. Standing in the same spot with the locust in his hand, Li Zishuan was rendered speechless by Wei Zhang's words. At this moment, his gaze inadvertently swept across the crowd and realized that dozens of ministers and Li Er were all looking at him with burning eyes. More accurately, they were looking at the locust in his hand. The meaning they wanted to express was self-evident. Li Zishuan was a little dumbfounded. These ministers and Li Er who had eaten the locust didn't want to let go of him. Was there a need for this, Marquis Yong, and what are you hesitating for? His Majesty can swallow the locust for the people of the world, why can't you? Could it be that you are more precious than His Majesty? Qiu Xingong took the opportunity to say sarcastically. This guy didn't even blink when he ate 2 locusts. He was indeed a ruthless person. Cheng Yaojin's eyebrows twitched. He wanted to help Li Zishuan say something, but he was stopped by Qin Xiong. Because at this moment, Li Zishuan had no other choice. Humph. When I was living in seclusion in the mountains with my master, I even chewed on tree bark. What's a mere locust worth mentioning? Li Zishuan also knew that he had to eat the locust today. Otherwise, it would be a public slap to Li Er's face. Hence, he snorted coldly at Qiu Xingong and bragged. Then, he closed his eyes and opened his mouth. The locust was stuffed into his mouth. His cheeks puffed up a few times and the wild locust was swallowed into his stomach. Resisting the urge to vomit, Li Zishuan looked at Qiu Xingong provocatively, but didn't say anything. However, today's grudge had been formed. Although Qiu Xingong was infamous in the history books, if he really provoked Li Zishuan would definitely not resign himself to death. For the sake of the people, His Majesty didn't care about the safety of his dragon body and swallowed the locusts. Not only will this move the people, it will also go down in history and become a role model for future emperors. Tomorrow's Datong Daily will definitely announce His Majesty's actions today to the world. Everyone will be able to feel His Majesty's care and at the same time, rally the people to work together to catch the locusts. After pausing for a while, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said to Li Er. Hearing that Li Zishuan wanted to publish his actions of swallowing the locusts today, Li Er couldn't help but praise Li Zishuan in his heart. However, he didn't show it on his face and said, swallowing the locusts today was just an act of righteous indignation after seeing the locusts harm the crops. It's not worth mentioning to the people. After saying that, Li Er saw that most of the civil and military officials had eaten the locusts. He waved his sleeves and said, today's afternoon court will end here. Officials, return to Chang'an immediately and carry out your duties. You must mobilize the people in the affected areas to fight against the locusts and reduce the losses of the people. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials cupped their hands and accepted the order, then rode back to Chang'an. Li Zishuan lived in Lantian County and didn't have any errands in Chang'an, so he didn't leave with them. Instead, he planned to go directly to Wuxia village to see the process of the Sky Pheasant Brigade eliminating the locusts. However, Li Er stopped him. Marquis Yong, follow me around. Yes. Your Majesty. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and agreed. Where is the Sky Pheasant Brigade now? Li Er asked. Your Majesty, it's at Wuxia village to the west of Yunshan. Good. Then let's go to Wuxia village to take a look. Thus, the two of them walked toward Wuxia village, followed by dozens of imperial guards, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and a group of generals. Because dealing with locusts was the expertise of the civil officials, these generals couldn't help much even if they went back. Half an hour later, this small group of people arrived at the edge of the farmland outside Wuxia village. What they saw were densely packed chickens, as well as the villagers and children who were driving the chickens. Coo 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 coo. From time to time, the children would make a special cooing sound. What was strange was that when the flock of chickens behind them heard this cooing sound, they would obediently follow the children. Then, they would flap their wings and excitedly rush into the farmland that was full of locusts. A flock of about 4,000 to 5,000 chickens only took a dozen breaths to clean up one moo of farmland. Then, under the command of the leading child, they would rush into another moo of farmland. This looked like a general commanding thousands of troops in battle. It was rather spectacular. This strange scene caused Li Er, Cheng Yaojin, and the others to be dumbstruck. Xiao Xian, these children really know how to train chickens? Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened and said in disbelief. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Of course. Previously in the imperial court, I did not boast to His Majesty and all the uncles." Niu Jinda asked, "Xiao Xian, where did they learn to train chickens? Don't tell me they learned it from you?" From Niu Jinda's point of view, Li Zishuan knew a lot of strange skills, so he made this guess. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Uncle Niu, how would I know these skills? To tell you the truth, last spring, I found a pair of siblings in the Han family manor who were reclusive. They spent their days with the chickens they reared at home. This pair of siblings were able to make the chickens listen to their every word. At that time, I had an idea and got all the children in the manor to learn this ability from them. If they learned it well and passed the test, they would be able to receive a reward. Now, all the children in the Han village and Plum village know how to train chickens." Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but laugh and said, "Hee hee. Xiao Xian, you have a lot of ideas. If you didn't let these children learn this skill, even if you have 150,000 chickens now, you wouldn't be able to exterminate all the locusts in the village so quickly." Li Er nodded and said, "Jijia is right. If not for these children, Marquis Yong, and even if you have 150,000 chickens, you would only be a bunch of headless flies flying around. You wouldn't be able to perform so efficiently. What I'm thinking is, after all the locusts in Lantian County are exterminated, can your Sky Rooster Brigade be transferred to other counties to exterminate the locusts?" Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Even if your Majesty didn't say it, I had the same idea. Not only that, Yanhuang College has already suspended classes. The students are now in various villages, mobilizing the villagers to drive away the chickens and go into the fields to kill the locusts. After all the locusts in Lantian County have been exterminated, I will immediately bring the Sky Rooster Brigade and the students of the Academy to the neighboring affected counties." For you to have such thoughts, I am very pleased." Li Er nodded and said. "Little Xian, the Cheng family still has more than 20,000 chickens. After all the locusts in the Cheng family's village are cleared tomorrow, this old man will send these chickens to Lantian County and send them to your Sky Rooster Brigade." Cheng Yaojin said. Old Cheng's family had more than 5,000 mu of fertile land. Even if the efficiency of exterminating the locusts was not as high as the Sky Rooster Brigade, one day was more than enough. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Uncle Cheng." Qin Xiong also said, "Little Xian, the Qin family has about 15,000 chickens. When the time comes, they will also rush to your side." Yuchi Jingda said, "The Yuchi family has 13,000, Niu Jinda said, "The Niu family has 14,000, Li Jing said, "This old man only has 8,000. When the time comes, I will send them all to you, Little Xian." These families had followed Li Zishuan back then, which was why they had raised so many chickens. Now that they saw that Li Zishuan had so many children who knew how to train chickens, they did not hesitate to send all the chickens they had raised over. When Li Zishuan heard this, he hurriedly cupped his hands and thanked them one by one. After all, at this time, he would not complain about having too many chickens. Li Er pondered for a moment and said, "There are about 30,000 chickens in the royal village. Tomorrow, I will send someone to send them to you." Li Zishuan said happily, "Thank you, Your Majesty. In this way, we can gather 220,000 chickens. When the time comes, I will borrow a portion of the chickens from the villagers in Lantian County. The Sky Rooster Brigade might have close to 300,000 chickens. The number has doubled, and the speed of exterminating the locusts will also double." Li Er sighed and said, "It's my fault for not believing your prophecy back then. Otherwise, I would have created a Sky Rooster Brigade made up of 1,000,000 chickens. Now, we can quickly clean up the affected counties." After saying this, Li Er shook his head and left with a group of guards. Qin Xiong and the rest said a few words to Li Zishuan and followed Li Er. Cheng Yaojin purposely stayed a few steps behind and whispered to Li Zishuan, "Xiao Xian, you have to be careful of Qiu Xingong in the future. This old fellow is too utilitarian and only wants to show his loyalty in front of His Majesty. Furthermore, this person is vicious and merciless. You have to be careful when dealing with him in the future." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Uncle Cheng, don't worry. I will not take the initiative to provoke him. Furthermore, I don't usually have much interaction with him. Even if he wants to find trouble with me, he has nowhere to go." Cheng Yaojin shook his head and said, "Xiao Xian, you are wrong. Have you forgotten that His Majesty had just appointed you as the Black Armored Army's registrar a few days ago?" Li Zishuan felt strange and said, "Uncle Cheng, of course, I have not forgotten." Suddenly, he realized that something was wrong and quickly asked, "Uncle Cheng, could it be that Qiu Xingong is also in the Black Armored Army?" Cheng Yaojin sighed and nodded, "That's right. Qiu Xingong and Duan Zhishuan can be considered as the first batch of generals in the Black Armored Army. However, Duan Zhishuan is more favored by His Majesty. Therefore, Duan Zhishuan is now the commander of the Black Armored Army while Qiu Xingong is only the deputy commander. Therefore, as the registrar, you will have to deal with Qiu Xingong in the future." Li Zishuan was stunned. He thought to himself that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. He had not even reported to the Black Armored Army and he had already formed a grudge with the second-in-command of the Black Armored Army. How was he going to survive in the future? Uncle Cheng. Is it too late for this little nephew to resign from this position?" Li Zishuan said frantically. Cheng Yaojin glared and said angrily, "Resign for what? Don't tell me you are afraid of that Qiu Xingong. Don't worry, I, old Cheng, have long disliked that old man. If he deliberately makes trouble for you, I will go to the Black Armored Army to challenge him and take the opportunity to beat him up. Moreover, second brother Qin will not stand by and do nothing. Duan Zhishuan and second brother Qin have a good relationship. As long as you don't take the initiative to make a mistake in the Black Armored Army, Qiu Xingong will definitely not dare to touch you. Even if you make a mistake, second brother Qin and I will support you from behind." Li Zishuan heard this and could not help but feel touched. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Uncle Cheng." Old Cheng patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and laughed, "Hey! Why are you saying such things when we are family? I heard that Xiao Xian's workshop has a type of car called an electric bicycle. When will you let me try it out?" Chapter 1474. After bidding farewell to Cheng Yaojin, Li Zishuan went directly to the editorial department of the workshop. He told Ma Zhou the whole story of Ma Zhou swallowing the locusts and told him to publish it on the front page of the Datong Daily tomorrow. After that, Li Zishuan left the editorial department. Coincidentally, he met Li Tai. "Qingke, where are you going?" Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask when he saw Li Tai carrying a package. "Yamacho? You've come to the workshop. I'm going to take the loudspeakers to help Iron Egg and Hugua command the Sky Chicken Brigade." Li Tai was also startled when he saw Li Zishuan. After he reacted, he quickly said, "Loudspeakers? Sky Chicken Brigade? Hearing this, Li Zishuan's eyes flashed with a strange light. He smiled and said, "Qingke, your idea is not bad. Using the loudspeaker to let Tai Dan, Hu Zhen, and the others command the Sky Chicken Brigade. Firstly, it saves a lot of effort. Secondly, it allows the sound to travel farther, and they can command more chickens. By the way, how many loudspeakers do we have in the workshop now?" Li Tai patted the package in his hand and said, "Yamacho, these loudspeakers were just made today. You took one away in the afternoon. Later, I asked the craftsman to make 3 more. So, there are only these 3 in my package." Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said, "Qingke, immediately ask the craftsman in the workshop to make a batch of loudspeakers for you. As for Iron Egg, you can't help much for the time being. It's estimated that the Sky Chicken Brigade will be able to clear all the locusts in Lantian County tomorrow. At that time, I will receive a batch of chickens from Duke Yi and Duke Lu. The scale of the Sky Chicken Brigade will increase dramatically. At that time, Hugua and Iron Egg will lead the Sky Chicken Brigade to the neighboring counties to clear the locusts. As for the workshop, it's best to make 60 loudspeakers before they set off the day after tomorrow." 60. Li Tai's eyes widened. If he had read Empresses in the Palace, he would definitely shout, "I can't do it." At this time, he frowned and said, "Yamacho, it's not easy to make these loudspeakers. In my opinion, the workshop can only make 30 loudspeakers a day. If you want 60, it's impossible." Li Zishuan said in a deep voice, "The disaster is like a fire. I can wait, but the people who are suffering from the locusts can't wait. If they wait one more day, they may lose hundreds of pounds of food. The situation is urgent now. We can only ask the craftsmen in the workshop to work overtime to make a batch of loudspeakers during the day and at night." Li Tai was not a person who didn't know the importance of things. Hearing this, he nodded solemnly and said, "Okay. I'll go and ask Faubert to transfer a batch of craftsmen to help make the loudspeakers." After that, he cupped his hands at Li Zishuan and went directly to Faubert's office with his bag. "Old Li made me eat the locusts raw. Now I'm asking his son to work overtime to make loudspeakers. Is this considered as taking revenge?" Looking at Li Tai's back as he left in a hurry, Li Zishuan pinched his chin. Suddenly, such a thought flashed through his mind. No. I'm a selfless person. Why would I do something as despicable as taking revenge? Everything I do is for the people of the world." Li Zishuan shook his head fiercely, and then whispered with a firm face. "Marquis, this afternoon, the Sky Pheasant Brigade cleared a total of 15 farms of locusts. In terms of speed, it's much faster than previously estimated." In the evening, Li Zishuan returned to the Marquis mansion in Lantian County. Not long after, county magistrate he heard that Li Zishuan had returned to the county. He hurriedly paid a visit and reported on his work. In the study, the servants quietly left after serving tea and snacks. Only Li Zishuan and county magistrate he were in the room. Li Zishuan took a sip of the immortal tea but didn't swallow it. After returning home, he couldn't help but vomit for a long time when he thought of eating the locusts raw in the afternoon. At this moment, there was a strange taste in his mouth. He rinsed his mouth with the immortal tea and spat the tea into the spittoon. Li Zishuan said, "I've already heard about this from Uncle Hu before I came back. The Sky Pheasant Brigade's speed of eliminating the locusts is amazing, but compared to the number of provinces and counties affected by the locusts this time, it's still somewhat insufficient." County magistrate he was a little puzzled. What does Marquis mean? Is the Sky Pheasant Brigade going to other provinces and counties to eliminate the locusts? Li Zishuan glanced at him and said, "You guessed right. This afternoon, His Majesty did ask me to lead the Sky Pheasant Brigade to other provinces and counties to eliminate the locusts after eliminating the locusts in Lantian County. I'm a Marquis of the Tang Empire and I'm receiving the country's salary. Naturally, I can't only care about Lantian County. Therefore, it's my duty to let the Sky Pheasant Brigade go to other provinces and counties to eliminate the locusts. County magistrate. He was a civil official. When he was young, he also had the ambition to serve the country. Hearing this, he couldn't help but salute with a face full of admiration. I admire Marquis's righteousness. My words carry little weight and I can't help Marquis, but after Marquis leaves, I'll definitely manage Lantian County well for Marquis and let Lantian County survive this locust's disaster. Li Zishuan nodded and said, that's for the best. There are two things that I need to emphasize to you again. First, the grain prices in Lantian County must not be messed up. If we encounter unscrupulous grain merchants who hoard and profit, we must not tolerate it. Based on the current situation, the impact of the locusts on Lantian County is still considered small. The losses are also much smaller than the other provinces and counties. Therefore, the grain prices are unlikely to rise greatly. County magistrate. He nodded in agreement. Marquis is right. At the current speed, we'll be able to eliminate the locusts in the county's farmland by tomorrow. Although it will affect this year's harvest, the grain yield will definitely not decrease by more than 20%. The grain merchants will have no reason to raise the grain prices. Speaking of this, county magistrate. He couldn't help but prostrate himself in admiration of Li Zishuan. Thinking back, if it wasn't for Li Zishuan rearing 150,000 chickens in the Han family manor and Plum Village, how could Lantian County become the first county in the Great Tang Empire to eliminate the locusts? Taking a step back, if Li Zishuan didn't give the entire Lantian County to Li Zishuan, then county magistrate. He would probably be having a headache because of the locusts. Li Zishuan smiled with gratification and then said seriously, second, after this Marquis leaves, if there are refugees from other provinces and counties who want to escape to Lantian County, you should first set aside a piece of land in the county for them to live in. Don't reject them at the door. Lantian County is currently repairing the roads and will be expanding the city in the future. Furthermore, the hydropower station and this Marquis workshop will require manpower. Our Lantian County still has too few people. Taking this opportunity to absorb a group of refugees to strengthen Lantian County is not a bad idea. County magistrate. He said in shock, Marquis, our Lantian County already has a lot of people. Even in the entire Great Tang, it can be considered an above-average county. Also, you just said that you want to expand the county? How can this be done? The city is now more than enough for the citizens to live in. Li Zishuan looked at county magistrate. He with disappointment and said, it's enough for now, but it doesn't mean it will be enough for the future. This Marquis doesn't intend to let Lantian County remain as an average county. Now, the city is moving the power lines. Once the power lines are connected and the hydropower station is able to provide electricity to Lantian County, there will be electric lights. Even at night, Lantian County will be as bright as day. At that time, this Marquis intends to completely abolish Lantian County's curfew policy and let Lantian County become the first city in Great Tang that never sleeps. At that time, it will definitely attract merchants from all over to Lantian County. Rather than expanding it at that time, it's better to make plans early. County magistrate. He was stunned by Li Zishuan's description of the future of Lantian County. After a moment of silence, he said, Marquis has great foresight, this official admires you. Li Zishuan took another sip of the celestial tea and waved his hand. All right. Stop flattering me. Sometimes, natural disasters aren't scary, but man-made disasters are. Especially the Marquis of the Acripoid Kingdom, it's easy for people with ulterior motives to mislead the public. You must be careful in this aspect. This time, this Marquis will bring a telegraph machine. If you have any urgent matters, you can directly look for Qing Ke and let him send a message to this Marquis. This Marquis will rush back. Li Zishuan had a vague premonition that something big would happen in Lantian County or Chang'an City soon. If he had a choice, he would definitely not choose to leave Lantian County at this time. However, he couldn't let the Han family manor's children and Yanhuang College's students go to other counties for disaster relief because of this unwarranted premonition. Thus, he could only choose to go personally. For safety's sake, he planned to bring a telegraph machine with him. It had to be said that the telegraph machine in the workshop had been greatly improved compared to before. With the addition of a radio frequency amplifier circuit and a diode current detector, its ability to send and receive telegrams had increased by more than a few times. Although it was still a distance away from Li Zishuan's goal of 1,000 miles communication, there was no problem for it to send and receive telegrams over a few hundred miles. Furthermore, with the lead-acid battery, the telegraph machine's endurance was greatly guaranteed. There was no need to worry about it running out of battery halfway through sending a telegram. This official obeys. Hearing Li Zishuan's serious tone, county magistrate, he quickly cupped his hands and bowed solemnly to Li Zishuan. All right. This marquis has told you everything that needs to be told. You can go back and do your work. Li Zishuan saw that the sky was getting dark, so he held a cup of tea and sent him off. This official will take his leave. County magistrate, he cupped his hands and left. After a while, Li Zishuan walked out of the study. After asking the servant girl about Han Yushi's whereabouts, Li Zishuan went directly to the side room in the west courtyard. Wife, why are you helping your husband pack his luggage so early in the morning? In the afternoon, the overwhelming number of locusts had passed through, and the elders in the family had all seen it. After Li Zishuan returned home, he told his family that he was going to take the Sky Chicken Brigade to another county to exterminate the locusts. Although Madame Li was reluctant, she couldn't object when she heard Li Zishuan say that it was Li Er's idea. As for Li Jingma and Yi Guozhong, they were very supportive of Li Zishuan going to another county to exterminate the locusts. Both of them believed in the cycle of cause and effect. They believed that the more good deeds Li Zishuan did, the more blessings he would receive. After arriving at the bedroom, Li Zishuan saw Han Yushi helping him tidy up his clothes. Han Yushi replied as she folded his clothes, although my husband is leaving in the morning the day after tomorrow, I'm afraid that I will leave something behind, so I can only tidy up a little in advance. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. Your husband is going out to help with the disaster, not to play. I only need to bring 2 sets of clothes to change into. Why do you have to trouble yourself, my wife? Han Yushi turned around and stared at Li Zishuan with an expression. You are my husband. I hope that no matter where you go, you won't suffer. Husband, are you sure you can't bring me along this time? Li Zishuan walked over and pulled Han Yushi into his arms. He sighed and said, I can't. If my wife is unwilling to suffer for my husband, then I can't bear to let my wife suffer. You just stay at home obediently. Your husband won't leave for long and will be back soon. Han Yushi made a soft sound and then said, I will help my husband take care of the Warm Tang Foundation. If my husband is unable to handle the locusts in the Guangzhou area, the Warm Tang Foundation can also provide some support to my husband. Li Zishuan's eyes lit up. He said happily, Hey. Your husband had really forgotten about this. My wife's reminder is great. How about this, if the state or county is severely damaged, we can use the Warm Tang Foundation to send a batch of resources to help. Hearing that Li Zishuan finally acknowledged her efforts, Han Yushi nodded happily and said, Don't worry, my husband. The Warm Tang Foundation will be able to help at any time. Li Zishuan smiled knowingly and said, all right. Let's go and eat. Otherwise, father and mother will send someone over to call for us. The next day, early morning. Today's Datong Daily's headline, The Emperor Swallowed Locusts Alive. The words of the locust god, how absurd. Made the people who had been suffering from the locusts suddenly feel excited, and their fighting spirit soared. Oh my God! His Majesty is leading the officials to swallow locusts alive? The people have sinned. I am the only one. You have a spirit, but you should not erode my heart and harm the people. Otherwise, I would rather eat my lungs and intestines. Woo woo. His Majesty's precious body is swallowing locusts alive to control the locusts. What do we have to be afraid of? Let's go. When I return, I will go catch locusts as well. There is no locust god in this world. I believe in His Majesty. His Majesty is the true God who will save us. If anyone dares to mention the locust god again, I will fight them. The locusts have harmed us and starved us. What kind of locust god is he? When I return, I will bring the 4 children at home to catch locusts. Yes, yes, yes. Let's catch locusts together. We can protect the crops and sell them to the government for money. Let's catch locusts together. His Majesty is wise. His Majesty is wise. When the people saw the content of the headline, they burst into tears. Living in such an era of virtuous emperors, the people were undoubtedly blessed, especially those who had experienced the chaos of the northern and southern dynasties. When they heard that Li Zishuan had personally swallowed locusts to encourage the people to go catch locusts, the old people fell to their knees in front of the palace with tears streaming down their faces. They chanted, "His Majesty is wise." They were so moved that their bodies trembled. This was the saint. The saint who was worthy of the people's loyalty to their deaths. On this day, the heavens and earth seemed to be moved. Because it rained. The rain fell on Chang'an, and the world was stained with tears. Chapter 1475. Regardless of whether Li Ersheng's original intention of swallowing the locusts was for show, one thing was undeniable. The positive effects of swallowing the locusts alive were irreplaceable by any other method. Hiss. Quick, look. The 15 villages in Lantian County were completely cleared of the locusts yesterday. And it is estimated that the remaining villages in Lantian County will also be cleared of the locusts today. How? How is this possible? It's true. The Marquis of Yong'an used 150,000 chickens to form the Sky Chicken Brigade, and the children from the Han Village and Plum Village are all proficient in training chickens. Yesterday, those children led the Sky Chicken Brigade from the Han Village and Plum Village all the way north. They used more than 4 hours to clear out the locusts in 15 villages. At this speed, they will definitely be able to clear out all the locusts in Lantian County today. Yes, yes, yes. It's true. My cousin is from the Wang Village in Lantian County. Yesterday, the Sky Chicken Brigade indeed went to their village. Now, there are basically no more locusts in the fields. Hiss. So using chickens to kill locusts is really a reliable method? Of course. Look at this news. Didn't the Marquis of Yong'an say that an adult chicken can eat up to 300 locusts a day? 20 chickens can more or less guarantee that there are no locusts in 1 mu of land. Marquis' Sky Chicken Brigade had 150,000 chickens that day. Logically speaking, they should be able to clear out all the locusts in Lantian County in 2 days. 150,000. How did the Marquis of Yong'an raise so many chickens? Hey! Do you know who first proposed the policy of reducing taxes for raising chickens last year? It was the Marquis of Yong'an. He first implemented it in the Han Village and Plum Village, but the Marquis of Yong'an is kind and gave out free chicken seedlings to the villagers. Not only can the villagers reduce their rent by raising chickens, but the eggs that the chickens lay also belong to the villagers. I heard that in just 1 year, the villagers from the Han Village and Plum Village earn dozens of strings of coins just by selling eggs. So much? No wonder the villagers from the Han Village and Plum Village built new houses. But my brother-in-law is also from Lantian County. Why didn't he receive such treatment? Hey! Your brother-in-law should be from another village in Lantian County, right? One had to know that the Han family village and the Plum Village were the first villages to be incorporated into Marquis' fief. How could their treatment be the same? However, now that the entire Lantian county belongs to the Marquis of Yong'an, the disparity between the various villages will definitely become smaller and smaller. I heard that Marquis is now getting people to pull wires into Lantian County. The people of Lantian County are getting more and more fortunate. Sigh. That's right. I heard that the electric light is very bright. It's dozens of times brighter than a candle. Do you think Marquis knew in advance that there would be a locust plague this year? Otherwise, why would he buy so many chickens in advance? When the commoners saw the news about Lantian County's locust eradication, they could not help but discuss it. However, it was unknown who said that Li Zishuan might have predicted this year's locust plague. The others could not help but look at each other. They all had the same guess. Hey! Have you all forgotten? Marquis is the son of a deity. Even if he predicted this year's locust plague, what's so strange about that? That's right, that's right. I heard that the government's policy of reducing taxes on raising chickens last year was all pushed by Marquis. If that's the case, Marquis is our great benefactor. His Majesty is an ancient sage. Marquis must have been sent by the heavens to assist His Majesty. That's right, that's right. Our days will definitely get better and better. Li Zishuan had never thought of letting the commoners know that he had mentioned the locust plague prophecy to the government last year. However, he did not expect that with all the coincidences, some of the commoners had guessed it themselves. Moreover, the results of their guesses were very close to the truth. Did you see that? Tomorrow, Marquis will bring the Sky Pheasant Brigade to the neighboring counties to eradicate the locusts. What are we waiting for? Let's go home and prepare first. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go home and catch the locusts. The locusts we catch now can be sold for some money. When the Sky Pheasant Brigade comes, we won't be able to catch any more locusts. Huh. Look at you, Zhao Ergu, are you speaking human language? Do you think that the locusts will be eradicated too quickly? When the time comes, can't you just not let the Sky Pheasant Brigade go to your fields? That won't do. How can locusts be more expensive than grain? Without grain, our families will have to starve. As the government of each county was purchasing locusts, the commoners were actually feeling a little conflicted. If the locusts were eradicated too quickly, they would not be able to catch locusts and sell them for money. However, if the locusts were eradicated too slowly, the crops in the fields would all be destroyed. However, most of the people still knew what was important. Compared to the small amount of money they could make from selling the locusts, the crops in the fields were undoubtedly more important. Now that they knew that the Sky Pheasant Brigade was going to cross counties to eradicate the locusts, the commoners from other counties quickly rushed back home and called on everyone at home to capture the locusts before the Sky Pheasant Brigade arrived. In this way, they could not only make a small fortune, but also quickly eradicate the locusts and reduce the loss of crops. It had to be said that Li Zishuan's combination of taking down the locusts and Li Zishuan's Sky Pheasant Brigade crossing counties to eradicate the locusts was really a beautiful combination. It instantly ignited the hope of the commoners who were originally in a state of despair due to the locusts' plague. They joined the team to eradicate the locusts and save themselves with high morale. Mr. Zhang San, this is the sea map to the North American continent. I have marked some of the small islands that can provide supplies for the fleet. The location of some of the islands may not be very accurate, but the general direction is definitely correct. The people living in the North American continent are a group of uncivilized people. I call them the Indians. They are the natives of the North American continent. They do not have a unified dynasty like the Tang Empire. At this time, they should still be living in a tribal way. Mr. Zhang San, if the people you bring really reach the North American continent, remember not to kill the innocent at the beginning. After all, compared to the entire Indian community, your people are still too small. You have to win their trust first, strive for their help, and gain a firm foothold in the area. In the morning, after Li Zishuan had breakfast, he brought a package to Yanhuang College and found the bearded man. At this time, the bearded man was tasting wine with Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan did not avoid Wang Ji and directly told the bearded man the purpose of his visit. A complicated expression flashed across the bearded man's face. He put down the wine glass and took the sea map that he had been longing for from Li Zixuan. But strangely, at this time, he did not have the intention to open it and take a look. Perhaps he was reluctant to part with it. Sighing, the bearded man clasped his fist at Li Zixuan and said, "Thank you, Yamacho." He was not a wishy-washy person. Even if he had thousands of words in his heart, he was not willing to be wishy-washy and long-winded. All his feelings were expressed in these 4 words, "Thank you, Yamacho." Wang Ji, who was sitting at the side, was a little surprised. He looked at the bearded man and said in astonishment, "Mr. Zhang-san, you're leaving the college?" The bearded man looked at his drinking buddy who had accompanied him for nearly a year. A trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes, but on the surface, he laughed heartily and said, "Haha. There's no banquet that lasts forever in this world. Although the wine in the college is good and the people are good, the vast sea is what I, Zhang Zhongjian, yearn for. The next time I step foot on Tang Dynasty's soil, I'll definitely find you, old Wang, and drink for 3 days and 3 nights until we're drunk." Wang Ji's face revealed a trace of sadness. He sighed and said, "Since Zhongjian likes sailing and adventuring, then go. A person's life is only a short few decades. To be able to do something you like, this kind of life is the most exciting. But with Zhongjian gone, this old man will have one less drinking buddy. No matter how fragrant the immortal drunken wine is, I'm afraid it can only intoxicate the person but not the heart. Yamacho, Zhongjian, you guys chat. I'll take a walk around the workshop." After saying that, Wang Ji shook his head and walked away. Looking at his hunched back, he seemed to have aged a little. Mr. Wang has a proud and aloof personality. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the world who can make him a confidant. Does Mr. Zhang-san still insist on leaving? Li Zixuan paused for a moment and suddenly said. The bearded man said faintly, "Since we're confidants, why should we care about distance? Besides, Tang Dynasty is flourishing with each passing day. With a wise ruler like Li Shimin and a virtuous minister like you, Yamacho, this old man can't imagine what Tang Dynasty will be like 10 years later. Maybe when this old man can't survive overseas, I'll return to the college dejectedly and beg Yamacho for food and old Wang for wine." Probably only the bearded man had the guts to call second Master Li by his name in Tang Dynasty. Li Zixuan said sincerely, "As long as Mr. Zhang-san is willing, the doors of Yanhuang College will always be open for you." The bearded man's eyes flickered, then he sighed and said, "This year in the college has been the most relaxing year of this old man's life. There's no scheming, no hard work in martial arts, no bloodshed, and no fighting for hegemony. I've only taught a group of students, accepted a disappointing disciple, and had a drinking contest with old Wang. It's really enjoyable." Hearing the words "accepted a disappointing disciple," Li Zixuan almost laughed out loud. Back then, the bearded man wanted to train Ching Chumo, so he accepted him as his personal disciple and taught him martial arts. However, Ching Chumo's innate ambition was not to learn martial arts. Every time, he would use studying and preparing for exams to avoid the bearded man's training. The bearded man was not only Ching Chumo's master, but also a teacher of the college. There was no reason for him to stop Ching Chumo from learning the college's curriculum. Therefore, after a year, Ching Chumo's martial arts did not improve much. The bearded man did not have any intention of laughing. Instead, his gaze became somewhat resolute and he continued. The comfortable days have passed, and I've enjoyed what I wanted. Next, this old man will go back to the original days of being blown by wind and waves and licking blood from blades. With Yamacho's sea map, this old man can move unhindered on the sea. I, Zhang Zhongjian, want to see how high the sky is and how big the earth is. Facing such a heroic bearded man, Li Zishuan could not help but feel his heart waver. After a moment of hesitation, Li Zishuan took out a small booklet from his bag and said, "The North American continent is rich in land and minerals. I have a few plants here that I need Mr. Zhang San's help to bring back. Their appearance and growth habits are all recorded in this booklet. There are two things that are especially important. Mr. Zhang San, please send people to find them and send them back to Great Tang no matter what. The first thing I call a potato. Its body is yellow and perfectly round. The first leaf is a single leaf and is complete. As the plant grows, it will gradually form feathery compound leaves. The underground tuber is round, oval-shaped, oval, and so on. It has bud eyes and red, yellow, white, or purple skin. The yield of this thing is extremely high, more than 1,000 caddies per mu. It can be used to cook, and during times of famine, it can also be used as food to allay hunger." The bearded man said in surprise, 1,000 caddies per mu? There's such a treasure in this world? One had to know that the grain crops of this era, such as rice and wheat, only had a yield of about 100 caddies per mu. If the harvest was not good, it would not be surprising to have a yield of several dozen caddies per mu. Thus, when the bearded man heard that a potato could produce 1,000 caddies per mu, he immediately felt that it was inconceivable. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "There's only more, not less. More importantly, potatoes are more drought-resistant than rice and wheat. Thus, Mr. Zhang San, please bring back potatoes. There's also another crop, I call it corn. This thing is also very drought-resistant. It can produce at least 300 to 400 caddies per mu. The plant is tall, the leaves are flat and wide, and the carpels are spherical or oblate. After ripening, the carpels and carpels will be exposed. I've already drawn out its specific appearance. When the time comes, Mr. Zhang San can have people follow the map and search for it." With the potato from before, the bearded man was no longer surprised by the corn. He took the small booklet from Li Zishuan's hands, then cupped his fists and said, "Yamacho has given me such a detailed map. It's just a few seeds. As long as I can find them, I'll definitely send someone to deliver them to Yamacho." Staying in the academy for a year and finding a few plants for Li Zishuan was originally the condition that the bearded man had promised Li Zishuan. There was nothing to dispute. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Other than potatoes and corn, there are other crops that are recorded in this booklet. If you can find them, that would be the best. If you can't, it's also fine." The bearded man nodded and said, "I'll definitely do my best." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Actually, if Mr. Zhang San can wait for another half a year, I might be able to help you build a bigger and better ship for your voyage. The risk will definitely be much lower." The bearded man waved his hand and said, "Ha! Thank you for your kind intentions, Yamacho. However, this is the best season to go out to sea. In a few more months, the fleet might encounter wind, waves, rain, and snow on the way. Besides, the ships we have now are enough. If we really encounter a storm at sea, no matter how big the ship is, it won't be able to withstand it." Li Zishuan said helplessly, "Since Mr. Zhang San insists on leaving, I won't stop you. I'll be going to another county tomorrow, and I don't know when I'll be back. Mr. Zhang San can leave on your own after everything is ready. As for the compasses needed for the voyage, Mr. Zhang San can ask Mr. Wang for a batch. However, you must be careful not to let the compasses fall into the hands of foreigners." The bearded man said happily, "Yamacho, don't worry. I'll definitely not let the compasses fall into the hands of foreigners." N. Chapter 1476. Sigh. It's time to go. It's been almost a year since I came to Yanhuang College. Although the academy is good, it can't hold me, Zhang Zhongjian. If I was born 20 years later, maybe. Forget it, forget it. It's time to go. Otherwise, some people won't feel at ease. It's just a pity that I couldn't break through to the great grandmaster realm in the academy. Yanhuang College. Looking at Li Zishuan's back, the bearded man had a complicated expression. After a while, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. His sentence, although the academy is good, it can't hold me, Zhang Zhongjian, wasn't because Yanhuang College didn't treat him well. It was because he had once fought with Li Er for the throne. He was a man with a fierce tiger in his heart. Staying in the Tang dynasty for a long time would only arouse Li Er's suspicion. It was precisely because he had feelings for the academy that he chose to leave. He didn't want to implicate the academy. In addition, last year, the reason why the bearded man agreed to Li Zishuan's conditions and chose to stay in the academy was not only to ask for the sea map, but more importantly, he had seen the magic of Taiji Fist. He wanted to use Taiji Fist to break through to the great grandmaster realm in one fell swoop. However, after a year of enlightenment, it turned out that he was thinking too much. Breaking through to the next realm wasn't something that everyone could do like Li Zishuan, where breaking through to the next realm was a common occurrence. Especially the great grandmaster realm of martial arts. Although he felt regretful, the bearded man had to leave. It was already June. If he didn't leave now, he would have to wait until next year. No one would choose to go out to sea in winter. Aunt Lu, remember to boil some ginger soup for the children. Also, I got a prescription from Dr. Sun that's specifically used to moisten the throat. I've sent the herbs over to you. Boil a pot and send it over to the children later. After leaving the academy, Li Zishuan's mood was a little complicated. After thinking about it, he sent someone to grab a batch of herbs and went straight to the Han family manor. As the children of the Han family manor and Plum village were controlling the flocks of chickens to exterminate the locusts in other villages, if they came back for lunch, it would waste a lot of time. At this critical juncture, time was of the essence to the people who were suffering from the plague of locusts. Therefore, Li Zishuan arranged for the women of the Han family manor and Plum village to prepare lunch for the children and deliver it to them. Anyway, this was not the first time something like this had happened. Back when Yanhuang College was being built, the food for more than 20,000 craftsmen and commoners on the mountain was prepared by the elderly, women, and children of the Han village and Plum village. Lu Yuer beamed with joy and said, "Young master, you're so considerate. The children in the farmstead are used to being wild. Why would they need throat-soothing soup?" Now, the entire Lantian County relied on the Sky Pheasant Brigade and the children of the Han family manor and Plum village. As the mother of Hu Guoji and Hu Guoji, the two originators of the chicken training technique, Lu Yuer had been enjoying a lot of glory recently. She was respected everywhere she went. This greatly satisfied Lu Yuer's vanity. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "The children have been roaring for half a day to train the chickens. Their throats must be smoking. How can they not drink some throat-soothing soup? They still have to follow me to another county tomorrow. I say, Aunt Lu, Hu Guoji is still so young. Are you okay with him going to another county?" Lu Yuer said, "With young master by their side, what's there to be worried about? Not only am I not worried, but the people in our two farmsteads are also not worried. Young master, please take a seat first. I'll go boil some throat-soothing soup for the children now." "Okay. Aunt Lu, go ahead." Li Zishuan nodded. At this moment, the fragrance of meat and rice floated in the air. In order to lead the Sky Pheasant Brigade to exterminate the locusts, the children of the Han family manor and Plum village had to run all over the place all day long. They also had to squawk non-stop. It was very tiring. Li Zishuan naturally would not treat them poorly in terms of food. Not only did he have the fattest and most tender pork, he also had watermelon that helped to cool down the heat. Furthermore, all these expenses were paid by Li Zishuan himself. He could not possibly let the children put in the effort and let their parents pay for the meals, right? Fortunately, the rain wasn't heavy this time. Otherwise, even if the crops in the field were not completely destroyed by the locusts, they would have collapsed on the ground and sprouted. Looking up at the sky, Li Zishuan muttered to himself. This morning's rain was at most a drizzle. Li Zishuan, who was born in the countryside in his previous life, knew that during the summer and autumn harvests, the farmers did not want to see rain the most. This was because rain would cause the crops to sprout and not sell for a good price. In his previous life, Li Zishuan's family had a few rainstorms during the summer harvest, causing the crops to sprout. In the end, they did not even get back their capital after working hard for half a year to grow the crops. Therefore, no matter which era it was, the commoners were the most pitiful. They completely depended on the heavens for their livelihood. If the heavens gave them food, then they could live. If the heavens did not give them food, then no one could save them. Young master. The children's lunch is ready. Wait here, I'll go and cook a few good dishes for you. Half an hour later, Lu Yue walked over and said to Li Zishuan with a smile. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, I'm not cooking anymore. I'm not cooking anymore. I'll eat with the children. They're all dishes cooked by Aunt Lu. There's no difference. I'll definitely eat them all. Although he liked to enjoy life in peace, it did not mean that he could not endure hardships and eat from a big pot of rice. Li Zishuan was no longer the same as before. He was no longer the rich young master. Now, who did not know that Li Zishuan was a rising official in the imperial court with a bright future? Therefore, when Lu Yue heard Li Zishuan's praise, she immediately smiled until her eyes narrowed into slits. She hurriedly said, Okay. Then, young master, I'll go and get you Alan, Qingji, and the others to bring the villagers to deliver food to them. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Okay. Then I'll go first and wait for Aunt Lu and the others at Liujia village. The Sky Pheasant Brigade had already exterminated the locusts to Liujia village. More than half of the locusts in Lantian County had been exterminated. At this speed, they could completely exterminate all the locusts in the county before nightfall. After bidding farewell to Lu Yue, Li Zishuan led Pang Feiji, Lu Feng, Lu Yun, and a few other personal guards to Liujia village. From time to time, they would meet some commoners from other villages. When the commoners saw Li Zishuan, they naturally thanked him profusely. All of them wanted to kneel and kowtow to Li Zishuan because Li Zishuan had helped everyone in Lantian County save their crops. This was a life-saving grace. Li Zishuan never liked people kneeling to him. He always felt that it was weird. Therefore, the commoners who wanted to kneel to him did not manage to do so. Instead, he had to spend a lot of effort to comfort them. Young master, you're here. In less than half an hour, Li Zishuan arrived at the outskirts of Liujia village. On the ridge of the field, Hu Hanyun saw Li Zishuan coming from afar. Therefore, he quickly went up to him and said, Uncle Hu, let the children stop and rest. Aunt Lu and the others will send the food over in a while. Li Zishuan nodded and said. Hu Hanyun scratched his head and said with a grin, Young master, how could we trouble you to personally inform us of such a small matter? Seeing Li Zishuan frown, old Hu, who knew Li Zishuan's temper, quickly said, Hey. Okay. Young master, I won't say any more. I'll tell the children to control the chickens to rest and then prepare to eat. Not long after, the chickens in the surrounding fields were all, obediently, strolling in the fields. If they encountered locusts, they would casually peck the locusts as a side dish. The children all sat beside the fields where the chickens under their jurisdiction were, waiting for the food to be delivered to them. It was not that they were lazy, but if they left, the chickens in the fields might get lost, so they had to look after them from the side. After a quarter of an hour, the food delivery team brought by Lu Yue finally arrived. The children smelled the aroma of the rice and meat, and then saw the round watermelons on the ox cart. Suddenly, there was a huge burst of cheers. All of them said that their hard work for half a day was completely worth it. Watermelons originated from ancient Egypt. Later, they gradually moved north. First, they spread from the Mediterranean coast to northern Europe, then south to the Middle East, India, and other places. In the 4th or 5th century, they spread from the western regions to China via the Silk Road. Therefore, they were called watermelons. However, when watermelons were first introduced to China, they were mainly distributed in the Xinjiang region. When they really spread to the mainland on a large scale, it was around the end of the Tang dynasty or the Five Dynasties. Now, there were very few watermelons on the market, and the price was correspondingly more expensive. It was not something that ordinary people could afford. After a year of development in the Han family manor and Plum Village, although the villagers' lives had been greatly improved, none of the villagers were willing to buy watermelons for their children to eat. Therefore, when these children saw the 2 carts of watermelons, they were so hungry that their mouths were watering. Everyone, 2 spoonfuls of stewed meat, a big bowl of rice, 2 pieces of watermelons, a bowl of ginger soup, and a bowl of throat-soothing soup. Don't waste it, or I'll beat you up. Lu Yue pushed a cart and walked to the edge of the field to load the children's food. Then, she said fiercely, "Auntie Lu, don't worry. I definitely won't waste it." No, why is there throat-soothing soup? I don't want to drink medicine." A 12-year-old child could not help but cry out. Lu Yue said with a straight face, "If you don't drink throat-soothing soup, don't think of eating meat or watermelons." "No, no, no. I'll drink. I'll drink." The child immediately admitted defeat. What a joke, this was the first time in his life that he had the chance to eat watermelon. How could he miss it? Not to mention throat-soothing soup, he even dared to drink medicine that tasted even worse. "Hey! Mei Dazhuang, you little bastard!" Hu Hanyun, who was not far away, could not help but laugh and scold him. Li Zishuan could not help but smile. At this moment, his eyes suddenly flashed. This was because at the entrance of the Liujia village not far away, a group of villagers was walking out of the village. Each of them was carrying a bamboo basket in their hands. "Hey! Marquis, the children helped our village to exterminate the locusts. How can we let the Han family manor prepare lunch for the children?" The group of villagers walked closer and saw that the children were all holding bowls of rice and eating happily. The leader of the group, a white-haired old man, quickly walked in front of Li Zishuan and exclaimed in surprise. Li Zishuan looked at the basket in the old man's hands. It was filled with food. He could not help but laugh and said, "Lu Lizheng, these children are not only helping you exterminate the locusts, they are also helping me exterminate the locusts. How can I not give them food?" This year, the county was hit by a plague of locusts. Although the locusts were exterminated quickly, the food supply will definitely decrease. Lu Lizheng, please let the villagers take the food back and eat it themselves. Lu Mang, who was behind Lu Lizheng, shouted, "Marquis, the children helped our village to exterminate the locusts. If we don't even give them a meal, how can we justify it? Besides, we made so much food that we can't even finish it ourselves. If we take it back, it will probably spoil by tomorrow." "That's right. Marquis. This is more or less a token of appreciation from the villagers. Please accept it." "That's right. Marquis. My wife boiled chicken soup for 4 hours. Please let the children have a taste. My family stewed egg soup. My family stewed rabbit soup." Li Zishuan also felt that Lu Mang's words were reasonable. Seeing that the villagers of Liujia village were full of enthusiasm and sincerity, Li Zishuan felt that it was even more difficult to refuse. Thus, good. Then the villagers will leave the food behind. This marquis will have people distribute it to the children. Aunt Lu, quickly. Distribute the food brought by the villagers of Liujia village. Tell the children not to waste it. Eat as much as they can. After eating, they still have work to do in the afternoon. They still want to eat? The naughty children who were sitting on the ridge of the fields were immediately stunned when they heard Li Zishuan's shout. For the first time, they felt the pain of eating too much food. "Marquis, this old man has a presumptuous request." After all the food brought by the villagers had been distributed, Lu Lizheng cupped his fist and said to Li Zishuan, "Lu Lizheng, please speak." Li Zishuan nodded and said. Lu Lizheng wiped his sweat and said, "Marquis, this old man heard that you will be leading the Sky Chicken Brigade to other places tomorrow to exterminate locusts. Although the number of chickens raised by Liujia village last year was not as many as those raised by Hanjia village and Plum village, there are still about 1,800 chickens. The villagers' intention is that when the time comes, all the chickens in the village will be transferred to Marquis' Sky Chicken Brigade. This way, they can more or less help you a little." Li Zishuan heard this and could not help but smile. Lu Lizheng, even if you don't say it, the officials from the county government will enter the village and ask if the villagers are willing to lend their chickens to the Sky Chicken Brigade. This marquis is very gratified that the villagers are so considerate and willing to send their chickens over. Please let the villagers tie the names of the heads of their families on the drumsticks of their chickens. When the time comes, there will definitely be no one missing. Even if there is one missing, this marquis will compensate you. According to Li Zishuan's estimation, the number of chickens collected from the other villages in Lantian County was about 70 to 80,000. In addition to the support from Li Er, Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin and the others, there would be at least 300,000 chickens. This way, the speed of exterminating locusts would be doubled. Lu Lizheng waved his hand and said, "Marquis, what are you talking about? Even if a few chickens were accidentally lost, the villagers do not need you to compensate. The Sky Chicken Brigade saved the crops of the entire village. This is not something that can be exchanged with any number of chickens." When Lu Lizheng's voice fell, the villagers, led by Lu Mang, immediately began to talk at once. "Yes, yes, yes. We don't need Marquis to compensate. Marquis needs chickens. I will go back home and rush them to Marquis. Yes, yes, yes. Even if we lose them, we don't need Marquis to compensate." Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan could not help but sigh in his heart. What a group of simple and honest villagers. If you treat them well, they are willing to give you everything they have in return. Chapter 1477. Li Zishuan asked Lu Yue to prepare a bowl of rice and ate the steamed egg soup that the villagers of Liujia village sent over. Little brats love to eat fatty meat, so Lu Yue's meat soup was mostly fatty meat. However, he didn't like to eat fatty meat, so he could only eat steamed egg soup. This made Lu Yue vexed, thinking that she should have prepared some vegetarian dishes for Li Zishuan. Sure enough, Dinyo, Ernyo, are you guys tired? While eating, Li Zishuan asked Huzhen, Dinyo, and Ernyo who were not far from him. Huzhen quickly swallowed the rice in his mouth and said, "Young master, I'm not tired. I'm very happy to be able to help others." This child and his sister Huzhen were both kind-hearted. Even though many people mocked him for being a fool, he never minded it. A kind-hearted person would be rewarded with good fortune. Right now, Old Hu's family was happy, which was the best proof of this sentence. Dinyo also grinned and said, "Young master, we're not tired. Now, the adults of Lantian County no longer call us naughty little bastards. There are even many uncles and aunts who give us eggs to eat." Saying this, Dinyo's face was filled with pride. Li Zishuan understood that this was the joy of being recognized by others. Old Hu couldn't help but slap the back of Dinyo's head and scolded jokingly, "You little bastard, who calls themselves a little bastard? If your father heard this, he would beat you to death." Dinyo rubbed the back of his head and said with a face full of grievance, "Ah. Uncle Hu, didn't you also call me a little bastard? Why can't I call you that?" Li Zishuan heard this and almost spat out the rice in his mouth. Hu Hanyun's face darkened and wanted to slap Dinyo again. This time, Dinyo learned his lesson. He turned around and got up from the ground and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Uncle Hu, don't hit my head all the time. My mother said that if you hit my head too much, I'll become stupid. Daoist hugged his rice bowl and shouted at old Hu. Hu Hanyun couldn't help but laugh and scold, "Young master, look at this little bastard, he's so tough. It's all thanks to you, young master, for letting them do something proper. Otherwise, they would be stealing melons and stealing birds' eggs again." Looking at these energetic children, Li Zishuan felt as if he was looking at his own childhood. Speaking of which, he was also very naughty when he was young. It's better to be thick-skinned. If you don't misbehave when you're young, you won't have the chance to do so when you grow up. Hearing Li Zishuan's deep tone, Hu Hanyun secretly guessed that Li Zishuan was most likely thinking of his childhood at Mount Longhu. Therefore, he didn't know what to say at the moment and could only eat silently. However, children could not feel the troubles of the adult world. After a while, Ernyo raised his head and asked, "Young master, I heard from my mother that we are going to take these chickens to another county tomorrow. Is it true?" Li Zishuan smiled and nodded, "It's true." "What? Ernyo, you don't want to go?" "Yes. I want to go even in my dreams." Ernyo suddenly became excited. It was likely that this brat had never been to a place outside of Lantian County before. However, his face immediately darkened. He scratched his head and stammered, "But young master, the other county is so far away. My brother and I don't know how to ride horses. What should we do?" "Hey! You little bastard, you're still dreaming. Who said that we have to ride horses to another county? Where will young master get so many horses for you? Use your feet to walk over." Hearing this, old Hu slapped the back of Ernyo's head in annoyance. "Ouch! Uncle Hu, I was wrong." Ernyo cried out in pain and begged for mercy. "Uncle Hu, don't say that." Li Zishuan stopped Hu Hanyun and said, "We don't know how many counties we have to go to this time, nor do we know how many miles we have to walk. It's definitely not possible to walk with our feet. Firstly, it will tire the children out. Secondly, it will affect the speed of eliminating locusts. However, some children are still young and don't know how to ride horses. In addition, the horses need someone to take care of them on the road. It will be very troublesome. Therefore, I plan to let the children ride bicycles and go to another county with me." At this point, he looked at Ernyo and said with a smile, "Ernyo, hurry up and eliminate the locusts. After all the fields in Lantian County are cleaned up, I will immediately give each of you a bicycle. Take advantage of the time to learn how to ride a bicycle before the sky turns dark. Tomorrow morning, we will ride and set off." Young master, you want to give us bicycles? Wow! That's great. I'll tell my brother and the others now." When Ernyo heard this, he immediately jumped up from the ground happily. "Pa! What's so good about it? You little bastard, scram to the side." Ernyo was happy, but old Hu was unhappy. Therefore, Ernyo received another slap on the back of his head. This brat looked at Hu Hanyun with grievance and then left dejectedly. "Uncle Hu, what are you doing?" Li Zishuan spread his hands and said helplessly. Old Hu said earnestly, "Young master, you can't spoil this group of little bastards. A bicycle is not cheap. It costs a few hundred. If you give one to each person, you will have to give more than 100 bicycles. It's too wasteful." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Uncle Hu, they are all things produced by the workshop. The cost is not much. Moreover, you also know that many children in the Han family village and Plum village don't know how to ride horses. In comparison, learning to ride a bicycle is easier than learning to ride a horse. Therefore, if we want to eliminate the locusts in other counties as soon as possible, using bicycles as a means of transportation is the best choice." Although old Hu understood that Li Zishuan's words made sense, he still found it hard to accept. Young master, this is too wasteful. Li Zishuan waved his hand and interrupted, Uncle Hu, you don't have to say any more. I have made up my mind. This matter is settled. As for the workshop, I have already asked people to prepare the bicycles. Also, other than the bicycles, I have also prepared something good for the children. At the end, Li Zishuan could not help but smile mysteriously. Hu Hanyun was speechless and could only stop trying to persuade him. Oh. That's right. Uncle Hu, you should also learn how to ride a bicycle later. This time, you will come with me. As for the Han family village, I will temporarily let Second Master Lu handle it. Suddenly, Li Zishuan added. What? Young master, I will go too. No, no, no. Young master. Even if I, old Hu, want to go, I will just ride an old horse. You don't have to waste it. Old Hu was stunned for a moment before he waved his hand and said. A bicycle cost a few hundred strings of coins. Even if Li Zishuan did not feel the pinch, he felt the pinch for Li Zishuan. He. Uncle Hu, you don't have to decline. It's just a bicycle. Moreover, you have done so much for me. It is only right for me to give you a bicycle. Don't worry, the bicycle in the workshop is very easy to ride. It is not tiring at all. When the time comes, you can ride the bicycle and bring the children to exterminate the locusts. I will ask the local government to cooperate with us. Li Zishuan smiled. In the end, he just wanted to give a wave of benefits to the children in the two villages. After all, the Sky Pheasant Brigade had been exterminating locusts all over the world. In the end, the one who gained the reputation was himself, Li Zishuan. He could not let the others work for nothing, right? Bicycle with variable speed? Young master, you can't do that. Absolutely not. A normal bicycle is enough. Hu Hanyun was shocked. He had heard that a bicycle with variable speed was not only sold for more than 1,000 strings of coins, but it was also a priceless item. In the dark, some rich people were even willing to pay 2,000 strings of coins for one but could not get it. At first, he thought that Li Zishuan would give him and the children the first generation of bicycles. Therefore, Hu Hanyun was completely shocked. Ha! Uncle Hu, don't refuse. This is what you deserve. I still have something to do at the workshop, so I will leave first. When the locusts are exterminated in the afternoon, let the children gather back in the village. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said something. Then, he turned around and left. Yes. Young master. Hu Hanyun did not know what to say. He was stunned for a moment, then responded subconsciously. However, Li Zishuan was already far away. Mr. Wenji, Mr. Konggue, after I leave this time, the academy will be in your hands. Although he said that he was going to the workshop, Li Zishuan made a turn halfway and went to Yanhuang College. He was there to bid farewell to Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the others. Li Gang nodded solemnly and said, Yamacho, don't worry. As long as I, Li Gang, am in charge of Yunshan, I will not let outsiders offend the academy. The academy's teaching work will also be carried out according to the original plan. Yamacho, don't worry about helping the world and saving the people. Yen Silu also nodded and said, Brother Wenji is right. Yamacho, don't worry about the academy. Even if someone causes trouble, there is still Mr. Mo and a group of guards. This time, Yamacho will bring the Sky Rooster Brigade to other provinces to exterminate the locusts. This will more or less increase the influence of Yanhuang College. Yes. After I leave, all the affairs of the academy will be temporarily handled by Mr. Wenji. The academy's safety will be handled by Mr. Mo. I will leave Lu Feng, Lu Yun, and 30 guards here to help protect the academy. Please protect the academy's confidential information and secret tools. In the past, Mr. Mo, Mr. Zhang San, and I were in charge of Yunshan. Naturally, the Jianghu people would not dare to cause trouble. However, this time, I will be going to another province, and Mr. Zhang San will also be going out to sea. Therefore, Mr. Mo, please be vigilant when the time comes. Li Zishuan grunted, then looked at Mo Huai with a serious expression and said, yes. He was most worried about the Academy's safety. With the advancement of several trump card projects, the Academy now had some cutting-edge technical information. Even if these information fell into the hands of outsiders, they might not be able to understand it. However, it was still a hidden danger. In the past, there were 3 martial Dao masters guarding Yunshan. Li Zishuan was naturally not worried that someone would sneak into the academy to steal information. However, now that 2 of the 3 martial Dao masters were leaving in the blink of an eye, Li Zishuan felt a little uneasy. Mo Huai understood what Li Zishuan was worried about. His expression could not help but become serious. Yamacho, don't worry. As long as I am in Yunshan, I will definitely not let the academy be tainted by thieves. Li Zishuan nodded and said, with Mr. Mo's words, I am much more at ease. After the locusts in the county are eliminated today, summon the students back to continue their classes. However, this time, I will be taking a few students with me, such as Iron Egg, Hu Zhen, and a few others. This time, I will be bringing an improved version of the telegraph. If anything happens in the academy, immediately get Qin Ke to send me a telegram. Li Gang, Yen Silu, Mo Huai, and the others all cupped their hands and said, yes. Yamacho. Marquis, the 64 villages in Lantian County are all willing to lend their chickens to Marquis to incorporate into the Sky Chicken Brigade. I have already asked someone to calculate. Excluding the 150,000 chickens from the Han village and Plum village, the remaining 62 villages can pool together a total of 93,000 chickens. Currently, these chickens have all been marked and will be transferred to the Han village in a while. In the evening, around 5 o'clock, County Magistrate he came to the workshop and reported to Li Zishuan. 93,000 chickens? Yes, it's a little more than what I expected. This way, the Sky Chicken Brigade will have close to 310,000 chickens. When Li Zishuan heard this, he could not help but be overjoyed. Naturally, he had arranged for County Magistrate he to communicate with the villagers about borrowing chickens. The villagers all agreed, which was within his expectations. However, a total of 90,000 chickens was somewhat out of his expectations. With more chickens, Marquis will naturally be able to return victorious sooner. I only regret that I did not let the people of Lantian County raise hundreds of chickens in every household. County Magistrate he smiled and cupped his hands. Li Zishuan waved his hand and could not help but laugh and scold, haha. Alright, alright. Don't be a hindsight Zhuge Liang. I will be leaving tomorrow. I have already told you what I should tell you. Quickly go back to the county office to handle your official business. I should go and get the children's carriages ready. After that, he turned around and left with a smile, leaving behind a stunned county magistrate he standing in the same spot. Get the children's carriages ready? What carriages? County magistrate he muttered to himself. At the threshing field at the Han village entrance, there were already more than 100 children gathered. The youngest of these children were 7 or 8 years old, and the oldest was already 14 or 15 years old. If placed in ancient times, they would be considered adults. Although the children had just returned from the fields not long ago, there was not a hint of fatigue on their faces. Instead, they were in groups of 3 to 5, chatting and laughing wildly. Ernyo, did young master really say that? Don't lie to me. Big brother, why would I lie to you? Young master really said that, but uncle who seemed to be quite unwilling. I don't know if young master was persuaded by him in the end. Oh. That's true. I heard that the worst bicycle costs more than 200 strings of coins. The new second-generation bicycle released by the Strange Interest Pavilion Workshop costs 599 strings of coins. Young master took out so much at once, so he must have spent a lot of money. Uncle who definitely doesn't want to see young master spend money recklessly. Sigh. If I can really get a bicycle, I'm willing to do anything. Ernyo told his playmates what Li Zishuan had said to him in the afternoon. It immediately caused quite a stir in the crowd. The brats naturally yearned for the legendary bicycle. Some of the brats even felt that if someone gave them a bicycle, it would be worth it even if they had to give their lives. Just as the discussion was lively, Ernyo suddenly pointed to the east of the village entrance and exclaimed, "Wow! Look! Young master is here. There are a lot of people following behind him. Wow! There are a lot of bicycles on that ox cart. What? Young master really gave us a bicycle? Wow! There really are a lot of bicycles. What Ernyo said is actually true. Quiet. Quiet. Let young master speak." When Li Zishuan walked to the threshing field, he saw such a scene. A group of brats were looking at the bicycles with sparkling eyes. They clearly wanted them, but they didn't dare to make a sound. They were afraid that because they were too noisy, the bicycles that were delivered to them would fly away. The parents of the brats surrounding the threshing field all looked at the pile of bicycles behind Li Zishuan with faces full of shock. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan took a long wooden stick from Pang Feiji's hands and said loudly, "All right. You guessed right. I'm here today to give you bicycles. Now, all the children will line up in 2 teams. The boys will be in one team and the girls will be in the other team. Those who are taller than this stick will get a bicycle. Those who are not as tall as this stick will sit behind other people's bicycles and follow me to other counties to kill locusts." Chapter 1478. Ernyo, you little bastard, you're not allowed to tiptoe. Xiao Wu, you too. If you're short, you'll grow taller in a few years. Why are you tiptoeing? All the kids behind, listen up. You're not allowed to tiptoe. You're not allowed to tiptoe. Be obedient and measure your height. At the threshing field at the entrance of the Han family village, 100 or so children were neatly lined up in 2 rows. They were competing with the wooden stick that Li Zishuan had brought. Some of the brats, in order to get a bicycle, tried their best to stand on their tiptoes, wanting to be a head taller than the wooden stick. However, they were discovered by Hu Hanyun. As a result, they could not avoid a round of scolding. The reason for this was not because Li Zishuan was reluctant to give everyone a bicycle, but because of safety considerations. It was to prevent the young children from getting into danger while riding a bicycle. Anyone who had ridden a bicycle before knew that if they were short, not only would they not be able to sit on the seat, it was also easy to get into danger during the ride. The pedestrians at the entrance of the village saw this scene and could not help but discuss it. Look! Isn't that Marquis? What is he doing here? Why are there so many bicycles around Marquis? Marquis seems to be giving bicycles to those kids. What? Giving bicycles? Don't tell me. A bicycle costs a few hundred strings of coins. It should be. I heard that Marquis is bringing the Sky Pheasant Brigade to another county tomorrow to exterminate locusts. These kids will definitely follow along. Oh my God. It seems like Marquis intends to let these kids ride bicycles there. This is too extravagant, isn't it? Sigh. If I had known earlier, I would have let my kid learn how to train chickens from the Han family village's children. Yeah. Who said it wasn't? Hey. I say, you guys are really insatiable. Ever since the entire Lantian County was incorporated into Marquis' fief, haven't our lives been getting better and better? As long as we do well under Marquis' leadership, we will definitely be able to live a good life like the Han family village and the Plum village. Seventh Master is right. During this locust plague, the hundreds of thousands of acres of fertile farmland in Lantian County had to rely on Marquis to exterminate the locusts within 2 days. Look at the farmers in the other counties, they are still suffering from the plague of locusts. The commoners were naturally envious of the fact that the children of the Han family manor and Plum village were able to get bicycles. Although since ancient times, people did not worry about scarcity but about uneven distribution, the commoners did not feel jealous or resentful because of this. Even if they did, they were very narrow-minded people. This was because most of the commoners knew who gave them the good life they were living now. Furthermore, everyone firmly believed that under Li Zishuan's rule, their lives would only get better and better. "Uncle Hu, this speed-changing bicycle is prepared for you. I will ask the workers in the workshop to teach you how to ride it in a while." After half an hour, the bicycles were finally distributed to the children. There were a total of 125 children, but only 68 bicycles were distributed. Obviously, there were more than 50 children whose height did not meet the standards. As for the remaining bicycles, they would definitely be sent back to the workshop later on. At this time, Li Zishuan asked someone to push out a bicycle with a special design and then said to Hu Hanyun. A trace of envy flashed in Uncle Hu's eyes, but more than that, he was in a difficult position. He hesitated and said, "Young master, why don't you give me a normal bicycle? This speed-changing bicycle is too expensive." Li Zishuan pretended to be unhappy and said, "Uncle Hu, we already agreed on this before. Why are you still rejecting it now? Master, young master has good intentions. You'd better accept it quickly." Lu Yu'er saw Li Zishuan's unhappy expression and hurriedly used her elbow to nudge Hu Hanyun and advised him. In fact, she also coveted this speed-changing bicycle. However, coveting was one thing. If she were to ask Li Zishuan for such a valuable item, she would feel embarrassed. At this moment, she saw Li Zishuan's unhappy expression, so she spoke up to persuade Hu Hanyun. This, since young master insists on giving it to me, then I, old Hu, will accept it. When I return from the other county, I will return the bicycle to young master." Old Hu hesitated for a moment and said, We'll talk about it when the time comes." Li Zishuan waved his hand. He did not want to be entangled with Hu Hanyun on this matter. He looked at the excited children who had just received their new bicycles and said loudly, "All right. Everyone quiet down. Now that you have all received your bicycles, those who did not receive your bicycles will ride on other people's bicycles tomorrow. Take advantage of the fact that it's not dark yet and learn how to ride your bicycles. Fellow villagers, please watch from the side to prevent any accidents. Tomorrow morning, bring a change of clothes and we will set off on our bicycles." "Yes, young master." The children who received their bicycles were in a good mood. After listening to Li Zishuan's instructions, they shouted in unison. It could be said that their momentum was like a rainbow. Li Zishuan nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he took out a cylindrical object from the ox cart next to him. Everyone could not help but be puzzled. They did not know what Li Zishuan was up to. They saw him press a button next to the cylindrical object and put the smaller end of the cylindrical object next to his mouth. "Hey, hey, hey." Suddenly, Li Zishuan's voice, which was dozens of times louder, came out from the cylindrical object. Everyone was shocked. Some of the more timid children were even scared to the point of screaming. Li Zishuan smiled. Then, he lowered his voice as much as possible and said, "This thing is called a loudspeaker. Tomorrow, you will be divided into 62 small teams. Each team will bring 5,000 chickens and be equipped with a loudspeaker like this. When the time comes, you will use this thing to control the flock of chickens. This way, it will be much easier." When the naughty children heard this, their eyes instantly lit up. "Wow! This loudspeaker is too magical, isn't it? It feels like an immortal magical artifact. With this loudspeaker, we don't have to shout at the top of our lungs. This loudspeaker is definitely not cheap. Young master is really generous." The children were ignorant, but old Hu was not. He looked at Li Zishuan and said anxiously, "Young master, the value of this loudspeaker is definitely not ordinary. What if you give these dolls to them and they break it or lose it? You'd better put it away. These children are used to being wild. It's just a matter of shouting a few more times. It won't tire them out. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Uncle Hu, this time, we don't know how many provinces and counties we will have to go to. If we keep shouting at the top of our lungs, I reckon that in a few days, the children's voices will become hoarse. Among them, many of them are in the stage of voice change. They are still growing. This is not good for them in the future. Although the loudspeaker is precious, it is not as precious as the children's bodies. Besides, this loudspeaker will be handed over to Uncle Hu for safekeeping. It will only be given to the children when they need it. There shouldn't be any accidents. Uncle Hu, you don't have to worry anymore. Hu Hanyun didn't know what to say for a moment because he was moved by Li Zishuan's words. He didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so considerate of the children in the village. Although he spoke casually just now, he also felt sorry for these children. Now that Li Zishuan had made a loudspeaker, it greatly reduced the children's burden. With such a master, Hu Hanyun felt that the people of the Han village must have accumulated a lot of merit in their previous lives and received the blessings of the heavens. That's good. I, Old Hu, will definitely take good care of these loudspeakers for young master. After pausing for a moment, Hu Hanyun nodded solemnly at Li Zishuan and said, Then I'll leave this place to you, Uncle Hu. Now that it's dark in this season, try to let the children learn how to ride bicycles before it gets dark. I'll go back first. Li Zishuan nodded and said something to Hu Hanyun before preparing to go home. Hu Hanyun hurriedly said, Young master, don't worry. These children may not be good at other things, but they can definitely ride bicycles by themselves. They'll definitely learn before it gets dark. Li Zishuan smiled and said, That's good. Tomorrow at 7:45 a.m., let all the children bring their luggage and chickens and gather at the village entrance. First stop, we'll go to Xinfeng County first. After saying that, he turned and left. Hu Hanyun hurriedly replied from behind, Yes. Young master. Loudspeaker? What's that? Night fell. Sweet Du Hall. Li Er looked at Zhao Song and asked curiously. Obviously, the incident that happened at the Han village entrance in the evening had already reached Li Er's ears. Zhao Song clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, this loudspeaker is a metal cylinder. When placed next to the mouth, it can amplify a person's voice by more than 10 times. It said that the Marquis of Yong and prepared it for the children who are training the chickens. He was probably worried that the children would hurt their voices from all the shouting. Hearing this, Li Er couldn't help but squint his eyes. After hearing Zhao Song's explanation, he really felt that the loudspeaker was quite magical. However, to say that Li Zishuan specially made it for the children was really a waste of God's gift. Bicycles, loudspeakers, this kid is really generous. However, to bring more than 100 children and more than 300,000 chickens to the various counties to kill locusts, using a bicycle is indeed the best method. Sigh, it's going to be hard on him. Li Er pondered for a long time before sighing and said, How about this, after Li Zishuan leaves Lantian County, let Li Junxian lead a group of 100 riders to Lantian County to protect his family. This kid doesn't care about fame or fortune, but he cares about relationships. I'm guessing that he's most worried about his family. Hearing Li Er's brainless arrangements, Zhao Song couldn't help but be stunned. After being stunned for a moment, he hurriedly bowed and replied, Yes. Your Majesty. Seeing this, Li Er couldn't help but laugh and said, Why? Do you think that this emperor's arrangements are a little superfluous? Zhao Song hurriedly bowed and said, This old servant doesn't dare. Li Er waved his hand and said, This emperor doesn't mean to blame you. You've served by this emperor's side for many years. How can this emperor not know what you're thinking? Having his thoughts seen through by Li Er, Zhao Song's expression froze. After hesitating for a moment, he clasped his hands and said, "This old servant is just thinking that under such peace and prosperity, the safety of the Marquis of Yong'an's family should be safe. After all, the security of Lantian County has been pretty good recently." Li Er narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, "This plague of locusts is indeed a bad thing for the great Tang imperial court and the people. However, to some people, it's a great opportunity. Demons appear in troubled times. When the locusts cover the sky and cover the sun, some demons and monsters will definitely come out to dance with them. This emperor will wait for them to come out and then catch them all in one fell swoop." Zhao Song sensed something unusual from Li Er's words. He couldn't help but tense up and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. He bowed and clasped his hands and said, "This old servant is willing to accompany your majesty and slay demons and monsters for your majesty." Li Er nodded his head. Actually, these were all just his conjectures. However, as the second son of the Duke of Tang, he had climbed step by step to his current position as the ruler of the world. He had always been more sensitive to conspiracies and danger than the average person. He always felt that in this plague of locusts, the damage caused by natural disasters to the great Tang Empire could be controlled. Only man-made disasters could catch the imperial court off guard. The slightest carelessness could cause the great Tang Empire to be in danger. "Your Majesty, according to the report of a spy, the workshop of the Curious Pavilion seems to be working on a secret project. The courtyard in the deepest part of the workshop is heavily guarded. Normal people can't even get close to it. Therefore, this old servant has no idea what the Marquis of Yong and has ordered people to research. However, His Highness, the Prince of Wei, is among them." After pausing for a moment, Zhao Song suddenly remembered something and clasped his hands and said to Li Er, "Oh? There's such a thing?" Li Er's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but stand up and walk 2 steps in front of the dragon desk with his hands behind his back. He then turned around and said, "Have the Green Sparrow return to the palace tomorrow afternoon?" Zhao Song bowed and said, "Understood." Li Er nodded and then waved his hand to signal Zhao Song to leave. Suddenly, he was the only one left in the huge Ganlu palace. He muttered to himself, "A few days ago, I wanted to reprimand that kid for not doing his job properly. Now, it seems that I have wronged him. There should be progress on the telegraph machine, right?" The next day, early morning. After Li Zishuan had breakfast, he carried the bag that Han Yushi packed for him and bade farewell to his family. Lan was crying her eyes out. The little girl had always been inseparable from Li Zishuan. She would feel terrible if she didn't see him for a day. This time, after knowing that Li Zishuan would be leaving home for many days, the little girl insisted that Li Zishuan bring her along. However, Li Zishuan was here for disaster relief and not for a holiday. How could he let this little cutie suffer with him? Hence, the little girl pulled on Li Zishuan's arm and refused to let Li Zishuan leave. In the end, under Han Yushi's earnest persuasion and Mrs. Li's forceful tugging, the little girl finally let go of his arm. "Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, wife, Lan, take care of yourselves. I'll be back in half a month if I'm short and a month if I'm long." Li Zishuan clasped his hands at his family and then turned around to leave with Pang Feiji, Xiongda, and Xiong Er under the reluctant gazes of the crowd. This time, he only planned to bring 3 guards. As for the rest of the guards, half of them would stay at Yanhuang College and the other half would stay at the House of Ho. As for the transportation, he chose Big White. As a modern person, he was not interested in bicycles. He preferred to ride horses. Chapter 1479. Coo 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 coo. Coo coo coo. The sun rose from the east, and endless light shone on the earth. On the cement road of Lantian County, there was a huge and strange troop. The reason why it was said to be huge and strange was because this team was made up of about 100 people and more than 300,000 chickens. Roughly every 2 people were controlling 5,000 chickens. One person was riding a bicycle, and the other person was using a cylindrical object to make cuckoo cuckoo sounds to the chickens. The chickens were running on the cement road with their 2 chicken feet. The team stretched for several miles. When the pedestrians saw it, they all moved aside and avoided it. Where did so many chickens come from? It's Marquis. Marquis is leading the Sky Chicken Brigade. They must be going to other counties to eliminate the locusts. Oh my God. These kids are all riding the 2nd-generation bicycles from Strange Interest Pavilion. There are about 100 bicycles in total, right? Not that many, but there are at least 50 to 60 of them. Tisk tsk. According to the price of 599 strings of coins per bicycle, these bicycles alone are worth tens of thousands of strings of coins. These children are so lucky. But they are also working hard. If it weren't for them, how could Lantian County be able to eliminate all the locusts in less than 2 days? That's right. These children are amazing. The Marquis of Yong'an is even more amazing. They are living bodhisattvas who can save the world. The pedestrians were first shocked by the size of this troop. Then, they could not help but praise the children from the Han family village and Plum village. After all, if it was in the past, when faced with such a large scale of locusts, the civilians could only wait for death. Now, the locusts in Lantian County were wiped out in 2 days. Of course, the Sky Chicken Brigade's contribution could not be ignored. At the same time, it also proved to the world that the locusts were not invincible. Lantian County was a living example. Yamacho, have we planned our route to eliminate the locusts this time? At the front of the troop, Li Ku asked Li Zishuan, who was riding on Big White, while riding a bicycle with variable speed. It was Li Ku who had volunteered to join this locust extermination operation. He had already been transferred to the headquarters of the Yanhuang Bank in Chang'an City and could be considered the second-in-command of the bank. As for the first-in-command, it was Li Zishuan. However, this first-in-command usually did not care much. As long as there were no problems with the development of the bank, Li Zishuan would generally not interfere. Now, Li Ku had placed many Yanhuang College students in Yanhuang Bank. With these students who were proficient in the new mathematics and double-entry bookkeeping, Yanhuang Bank could maintain high efficiency and not easily make mistakes. Li Ku planned to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the locusts in other counties to check on the operations of Yanhuang Bank branches in other counties. It was for this reason that Li Zishuan decided to bring him along. At this point, it was necessary to mention Li Tai. Li Tai had wanted to come, but Li Zishuan did not allow it. Firstly, Li Tai stayed in Yunshan. If anything happened in Yanhuang College, Li Tai could send a telegram to inform Li Zishuan immediately. Secondly, Li Tai did not know martial arts. Even though he had undergone military training, his physical fitness was still relatively weak. This kind of long-distance operation was not suitable for him. Therefore, little Fatty could only grumble bitterly in the Cloud Mountain. The general route has been planned out. According to the latest information received by the Imperial Court, we will go from the south to the north. First, we will go to Xinfeng, then Weinan, Liang, Jingyang, Yunyang, Sanyuan, Fuping, and Xianyang. After Xianyang, we will split into 2 groups. One group will clean up the affected counties in the west, and the other group will follow the Yellow River to the east. We will clean up as many counties as we can. After cleaning up the counties in the west, we will immediately go to the east to meet up with the other group. While everyone else was enjoying the novelty of riding a bicycle, Li Zishuan was leisurely riding on Big White's back. He observed the farmland along the way while telling Li Ku about the itinerary plan for this trip. Obviously, Li Zishuan had made sufficient preparations before they set off. Hearing this, Li Ku roughly sketched out the marching route in his mind. In the end, he couldn't help but nod. With Yamacho's plan, we will be able to save a lot of unnecessary detours. In the shortest amount of time, we will be able to help more counties to eliminate the locusts. Li Zishuan's face didn't relax at all. He sighed and said in a deep voice, "We can only try our best to help as many counties as possible. However, according to the information received by the imperial court, there are a total of 108 counties affected by the locusts. Even if we speed up and don't stop working day and night, we won't be able to eliminate all the locusts in a short period of time. This time, the locusts are ferocious. Every day, or even every hour, thousands of caddies of food will enter the locusts' stomachs. We don't have much time left. According to my estimation, the counties that can eliminate the locusts in half a month will have less impact on the food production this year, so there won't be a large-scale famine. However, if the locusts can't be eliminated in half a month or even a month, then there's basically no need to eliminate the locusts. They can only wait for the government or the imperial court to release food for the disaster relief. Therefore, half a month is the best time to eliminate the locusts. It's best if we can eliminate as many locusts as possible within this half a month. After that, we can only cooperate with the imperial court to provide disaster relief." Hearing this, Li Ke's expression couldn't help but become heavy. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "Yamacho is right. Disaster relief is like putting out a fire. If we delay for too long, disaster relief is better than disaster relief." Li Zishuan made a sound of acknowledgement and continued, "According to the speed at which the Sky Pheasant Brigade eliminated the locusts in other counties, it will take about a day and a half to eliminate the locusts in a county. Now that the Sky Pheasant Brigade has more than doubled in size, and we have loudspeakers, the efficiency of our command will definitely be greatly improved. Therefore, I hope that we can eliminate 2 counties a day. In half a month, that's 30 counties. If we can help more than 30% of the affected counties, then our efforts won't be in vain." Li Ke thought for a moment and said, "Lantian County can be considered an above-average county. It has a population of 80,000 people and hundreds of thousands of mu of fertile land. The Sky Pheasant Brigade formed by 150,000 chickens could eliminate all the locusts in a day and a half. Now, the Sky Pheasant Brigade wants to eliminate the locusts in 2 counties in a day. Although it's a little difficult, it's not impossible. It all depends on the efficiency of these children's command. In addition, every time we reach a county, I can arrange food and accommodation for the mountain elders and the children. This will give you more time to exterminate the locusts." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "I originally wanted to entrust this matter to you. Now that you've taken the initiative to ask, I won't stand on ceremony. Little Ku, every time we arrive at a county, you will first go to the Yanhuang Bank for an inspection. Then, you will contact the local government and ask them to arrange food and lodging for us. We will pay for this ourselves, or we can directly withdraw it from the Yanhuang Bank. We will settle the accounts after we have exterminated the locusts." Li Ke cupped his hands and replied, "Yes. Yamacho." Li Zishuan turned his head and looked at the huge team behind him. Then, he said to Pang Feiji, "Let the children move faster. We will try to reach Xinfeng County before noon." "Yes. Marquis." Pang Feiji cupped his hands and left. Li Zishuan was at the front of the team, while Hu Hanyun was at the back of the team to prevent any children from falling behind. At this time, Cheng Chumo smiled and said, "Yamacho, if we run too fast, what will we do if the chicken gets tired?" This guy was originally someone who couldn't stay put. This was a rare opportunity to go to another county with Li Zishuan. How could he not seize this opportunity? Although he had a sweetheart, Gu Qingyue, she had always ignored him. Moreover, his father Cheng Yaojin also hoped that he could go with Li Zishuan to help with the disaster. He had even lent his treasured bicycle to him. Therefore, Cheng Chumo came. Li Zishuan heard this and rolled his eyes. He said unhappily, "You're such a busybody. Why don't you let the chicken ride the bicycle while you run below?" The bicycle's speed was not comparable to that of a war horse. Normally, it would only go about 15 kilometers per hour. Even if it ran faster, the chicken would still be able to catch up. Cheng Chumo was worrying too much. No, no, no. Cheng Chumo quickly shook his head and said, I think it's better for them to be tired. When they're tired, they'll be hungry. When they're hungry, they'll be able to eat locusts later. Yamacho, don't you think so? Li Zishuan smiled and didn't answer. In his heart, he secretly thought that Cheng Chumo's words were right. It was true that the chicken liked to eat locusts, but they couldn't bear to eat hundreds of locusts every day. If these chickens didn't exercise more, how could they continue to eat locusts? In addition, after these chickens experienced a lot of exercise and ate locusts, the meat of these chickens would be incomparably delicious in the future. This was a top-grade ingredient. Cough cough. These chickens were the heroes who killed the locusts, and now I want to eat them. What a sin, what a sin. Li Zishuan thought to himself with shame. Mother. Look. Er Mao and I caught a big bag of locusts. Good, good, good. De Mao, Er Mao, good job. Catch more. Catch more. Later, we'll sell them at the county office and you two brothers can buy sweets to eat. Okay. Mother. We'll go now. In a field in Xinfeng County, two children carried a cloth belt and ran to the field to ask for praise from a middle-aged couple. After the two children left, the middle-aged woman said with a worried face, Husband, if we keep catching locusts like this, when will we be able to catch all the locusts in the 30 mu of field? The middle-aged man next to the woman first wiped the sweat on his forehead, then sighed heavily and replied, Mother of the children, with our speed, it'll probably take a month. This is my fault. If I knew there would be a locust plague this year, I would have raised more chickens last year. Look at old Master Zheng's family raised more than 500 chickens last year. Yesterday, they cleared more than 30 mu of locusts in one day. The woman's face was full of regret, but she still comforted him, Husband, it's not your fault. Even if we knew there would be a locust plague last year, we can't afford to raise so many chickens. Old Master Zheng's family is rich, that's why they can raise so many chickens. How can we compare? The middle-aged man also knew that the woman's words made sense, and his face became even more dejected. Suddenly, he thought of something and couldn't help but say excitedly, In the morning, I heard from Li Zheng that all the locusts in Lantian County have been eliminated. Moreover, the Marquis of Yong will bring the Sky Chicken Brigade to other counties to eliminate locusts. I don't know when they'll come to our Xinfeng County. With Marquis' Sky Chicken Brigade, all the locusts in our Xinfeng County's farmland will probably be eliminated in a day. What? Eliminated in a day? Marquis' Sky Chicken Brigade is that powerful? The middle-aged woman was shocked when she heard this. The man stared and said, Of course. Marquis' Sky Chicken Brigade is said to have 150,000 chickens. Sigh. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's not talk about it anymore. Hurry up and catch the locusts. At the same time, in a forest in the south of Xinfeng County. Uncle Hu, let the children find a shady place to rest for 15 minutes and drink some water. After that, we'll start eliminating the locusts. After more than 2 hours of traveling, the Sky Chicken Brigade with more than 100 people and more than 300,000 chickens finally arrived at Xinfeng County. Li Zishuan jumped down from Big White's back and said to Hu Hanyun. Yes. Young master. Elder Hu replied. Then, he turned around and said loudly to the children of the Han family village and Plum village, Everyone, rest here. Drink some water and eat some dry food. After 15 minutes, we'll start eliminating the locusts. The children had been riding bicycles for more than 2 hours. It would be a lie to say that they weren't tired. No matter how much they liked riding bicycles, they would still be tired after riding for so long. After hearing Hu Hanyun's words, they instantly cheered. Got it, Li Zheng. The children all agreed. At this moment, Li Zishuan looked at Li Ku and said, Little Ku, I'll get Pang Feiji and Chou Nyo to accompany you to Xinfeng County. First, we'll go to the Yanhuang Bank in the city for an inspection. Then, we'll go to the Xinfen County Magistrate and ask him to help with the children's lunch. Remember to prepare some throat-soothing poplar and mung bean soup. Li Ku clasped his hands and said, Yamacho, Ku can go alone. Let Chou Nyo and Guard Pang help you here. Li Zishuan said seriously, no. They have to accompany you. I don't need their help here. No matter what, Li Ku was the current king of Shu and the son of Li Zishuan. Now that they weren't in Chang'an, Li Zishuan naturally had to consider Li Ku's safety. Seeing this, Li Ku roughly understood Li Zishuan's intentions. He clasped his hands and said, all right. Then Ku will go to the county now. Pang Feiji and Cheng Chumo clasped their hands at Li Zishuan before following Li Ku. 15 minutes later. Ku. The commoners who were catching locusts in the fields under the scorching sun suddenly heard waves of children's coo sounds coming from the road. They couldn't help but raise their heads to take a look. What they saw stunned them. On the road not far away, an endless number of chickens were being chased by a group of children towards them. The flock of chickens was divided into sections by the children. It was about 2 children controlling a flock of chickens. There were thousands of chickens in each flock. Sky Chicken Brigade. The Sky Chicken Brigade is here. Someone reacted at this moment and shouted excitedly. Oh my God! My crops can be saved. A shirtless old man couldn't help but kneel on the ground and cry tears of joy when he saw this scene. We're saved. Marquis Sky Chicken Brigade is here. Our crops can be saved. Chapter 1480. Have you heard? The price of grain at Jianghu grain shop in the west of the city has increased. It's now 5 copper coins for 1 dan. What? 5 copper coins for 1 dan? It was only 3 copper coins for 1 dan a few days ago. Isn't it because of the locust plague? Now, the price of grain in every county has increased. The shopkeeper of Jianghu grain shop said that if we don't buy now, the price of grain will only get higher. Then let's go buy some. I heard that the farms outside the city have all been destroyed by the locust plague. I think there won't be any harvest this year. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go buy some grain from the shop. Li Ku, Cheng Chumo, and the others had just arrived at Xinfen County when they saw some people hurrying towards the west side of the city, whispering as they walked. The price of grain in Xinfen County is increasing? I haven't heard of any increase in the price of grain in Chang'an City. Why would the price increase here? Cheng Chumo couldn't help but ask when he heard the discussions of the citizens. Li Ku frowned and thought for a moment before saying, then we'll have to ask the Xinfen County Magistrate. Let's go, we'll go to the bank first before going to the county office. Cheng Chumo nodded and the group headed towards the Yanhuang Bank in the north. Shopkeeper Jean, what do you think of the matter that I mentioned earlier? In a study in the backyard of Yanhuang Bank in Xinfen County, a middle-aged man with a fat head and big ears, who was dressed in luxurious clothes, asked with a smile. Sitting across from him was a middle-aged scholar of about 30 years old. That person frowned and said, Boss Zhang, the Yellow Flame Bank can indeed provide loans to private merchants, and you have indeed provided sufficient guarantees. However, you must explain to this Jean the reason why you want to borrow so much money. Otherwise, this Jean will not lend you so much money. The man with the surname Zhang narrowed his eyes and said, Shopkeeper Jean, the Yanhuang Bank is also a business. I am willing to borrow 6,000 strings of coins at double the interest rate of the bank. You have no reason to reject me, right? When shopkeeper Jean heard this, he remained unmoved. Boss Zhang is right. The Yellow Flame Bank is no different from any other shop. We all need to make money. However, the Yanhuang Bank has its own rules. Every sum of money that is lent out must be used for a specific purpose. I do not dare to break the rules. So, if Mr. Zhang wants to borrow the money, please state your purpose." The man surnamed Zhang frowned, and there was a trace of displeasure in his expression. His fingers tapped on the table rhythmically. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, "Don't worry. Since shopkeeper Jean is so eager to know, there is no harm in me telling you. Recently, this Zhang's grain store is in urgent need of a sum of money. That's why this Zhang has come to the Yanhuang Bank. I hope that shopkeeper Jean can help us out." Shopkeeper Jin's face revealed an expression that said he had expected it. Then, he asked in a low voice, "In my opinion, Mr. Zhang is planning to borrow money from the Yellow Flame Bank and then buy a large amount of food. He's going to take advantage of the locust plague to make a fortune, right?" Although his intentions were exposed, the man surnamed Zhang did not show any signs of panic. Instead, he smiled and said, "Why does shopkeeper Jean have to say such unpleasant words? With the locust plague, the farmlands outside the city are filled with locusts. This Zhang is doing this for the sake of the people of Xinfeng County. How can shopkeeper Jean say that this Zhang is a profiteer who hoards food for profit?" Shopkeeper Jean said with a serious face, "Mr. Zhang, your words can only be used to deceive children who do not know the ways of the world. They are useless to this Jean. If you want to hoard food and drive up the prices, aren't you afraid of the county magistrate's investigation? Aren't you afraid of the court's condemnation?" The man surnamed Zhang smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Jean, this Zhang is here today to borrow money, not to be interrogated. In addition, as long as this Zhang does not raise the price of food too ridiculously in a short period of time, the county magistrate will not interfere. Now that the locust plague is wreaking havoc, the price of food in Chang and city has not budged. Xinfeng County is only 60 to 70 li away from Chang and city. As long as we transport food from Chang and city, I only need to wait for the people's crops to be completely destroyed. When that time comes, it will be difficult for the price of food to not rise. Even the current emperor will not be able to control it. This is a business that is guaranteed to be profitable. I hope that shopkeeper Jean can open the door for me. After this matter is completed, this Zhang will definitely repay you handsomely." Shopkeeper Jean was silent for a long time. His eyes were filled with hesitation. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "But Mr. Zhang, don't forget. It is said that the Marquis of Yong and has a sky pheasant brigade. Their speed of exterminating locusts is astonishing. The locust plague in Lantian County was completely exterminated in 2 days. Furthermore, the Marquis is planning to bring the sky pheasant brigade to other counties to exterminate the locusts. Perhaps the locust plague in Xinfeng County is not as serious as you think." When the man surnamed Zhang heard this, he could not help but sneered and said, "Sky pheasant brigade? What a joke. This time, more than 100 counties have been affected by the locust plague. Even if the sky pheasant brigade is able to exterminate a county of locusts in 2 days, they will only be able to exterminate 15 counties in a month. This does not include the time spent on the road. In fact, if they can exterminate 10 counties of locusts in a month, they will be thanking the gods. In a month's time, all the crops in the fields will have been eaten by the locusts. When that time comes, the price of food will definitely skyrocket. Not only the Marquis of Yong and will not be able to change this, but even the imperial court and the current emperor will not be able to change this." Shopkeeper Jean was instantly speechless. Clearly, he agreed with the man surnamed Zhang's words. When the man surnamed Zhang saw this, he suddenly felt that he had a chance. He quickly added, "Ha! This Zhang will naturally not let shopkeeper Jean work for nothing. A while ago, this Zhang bought 2 extremely beautiful twin ladies in Chang and city. A beauty to a hero. Today, this Zhang has brought them over. This Zhang will gift them to shopkeeper Jean." Clap, clap, clap. At this point, the man surnamed Zhang clapped his hands. A moment later, the door to the room was pushed open. Two tall beauties with golden hair and blue eyes wearing veils walked in. The veils were not very thick, and one could faintly see the outlines of their faces behind them. These two ladies actually looked exactly the same. Shopkeeper Jin's eyes lit up. Although he was not completely infatuated, it was obvious that he had been mesmerized by the beauty of the two ladies in front of him. Huh! Why aren't you pouring wine for Shopkeeper Jin? The man surnamed Zhang was also an experienced man. How could he not see that Shopkeeper Jin's determination had already been shaken? Thus, he quickly ordered the two ladies. Yes. Old master. The two ladies bowed and then came before Shopkeeper Jin. One of them held a wine pot, while the other held a wine cup. Pink wine flowed down the spout of the pot, illuminating the beautiful faces of the ladies. Shopkeeper Jin could not help but swallow hard. Shopkeeper Jin, please. A moment later, a woman approached Shopkeeper Jin, handed him a cup, and whispered to him in a soft voice. Good, good, good. Shopkeeper Jin came back to his senses and quickly took the wine cup. Naturally, he would take advantage of the lady in the process, causing her to grumble coquettishly. Ha ha ha. Looks like Shopkeeper Jin is also a man who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. Then this Zhang will be relieved to give them to Shopkeeper Jin. I wonder if Shopkeeper Jin will agree to this Zhang's proposal? The man surnamed Zhang struck while the iron was hot. Shopkeeper Jin rubbed his chin and pretended to be deep in thought. A moment later, he opened his mouth and said, since Boss Zhang is in urgent need of funds, this Jin, as the shopkeeper of Yanhuang Bank in Xinfen County, can naturally lend a sum of money to Boss Zhang. Let's go, this Jin will have someone pass the money to Boss Zhang today. The man surnamed Zhang was overjoyed when he heard this. He laughed heartily and said, haha. Shopkeeper Jin is straightforward. Please. 15 minutes later, in front of Yanhuang Bank. Many thanks for Shopkeeper Jin's generosity. If this Zhang comes again, I hope that Shopkeeper Jin will not refuse me. The man surnamed Zhang said with a smile. Shopkeeper Jin's eyes flashed and he said with a fake smile, no problem, no problem. Then this Zhang will take his leave. The man surnamed Zhang clasped his hands and turned to leave. Ouch! Who is that? Don't you have eyes when you walk? Who knew that when he turned around, he would bump into a towering figure and almost fall to the ground? He rubbed his forehead and could not help but feel annoyed. Hey! Does this road belong to your family? You're the one who walked with your eyes closed. How can you blame others? A young man beside him could not help but mock him. The man surnamed Zhang was instantly enraged and said, Humph. Where did this wild kid come from? How dare he behave so atrociously in Xinfen County? Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but be shocked. The young man was pushing a strange-looking bicycle. If he wasn't mistaken, that was the latest limited edition variable speed bicycle from the Strange House workshop. There were only 3 of them in the entire market. And the young man in front of him and the young man beside him each had one. What did this mean? This meant that this group of people in front of him were either rich or powerful. He might not be able to afford to offend them. This Zhang has offended all of you. I'm really sorry. This Zhang still has things to do, so I'll take my leave first. In line with the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, the man surnamed Zhang apologized and hurriedly left. Hey! Why did this old bastard suddenly change his attitude? Humph. At least he knows what's good for him. Otherwise, I'll definitely beat him up until even his mother can't recognize him. The tall young man looked in the direction that the man surnamed Zhang left and snorted. That's right. This group of people in front of him was Li Ku, Cheng Chumo, Pang Feiji and the rest. Li Ku and Cheng Chumo rode bicycles into the county town, while Pang Feiji rode a horse. Chumo, Forget it. We're new here. Let's not cause any trouble. Disaster relief is more important. Li Ke said sternly. Cheng Chumo snorted and said, it's not like I'm the one causing trouble. He's the one who ran into me. Do I have to praise him for running into me? Li Ke shook his head helplessly and said, all right. Let's go in quickly. After saying that, he parked his bicycle in the empty space outside the bank and walked straight in. He was not worried about his bicycle being stolen because Pang Feiji would be outside looking after it. Seeing this, Cheng Chumo quickly parked his bicycle and followed. Young masters, are you here to exchange money or to borrow money? Shopkeeper Jean had seen the scene outside the house. He had also seen the two bicycles that Li Ke and Cheng Chumo rode in. Thus, when he saw the two enter the bank, he personally went up to greet them. Speaking of which, the bank in Xinfeng County only had two businesses, exchanging copper coins for Tang Yuan and lending Tang Yuan. It was unlike the Yanhuang Bank in Lantian County, which also had a deposit business. Ask your shopkeeper to come out. We have something to talk to him about. Cheng Chumo raised his head and said arrogantly. Li Ke wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He could only shake his head helplessly. He had originally wanted to observe the attitude of the servants in the Yanhuang Bank in Xinfeng County, but after being yelled at by Cheng Chumo, he had no choice but to lay his cards on the table. I am the shopkeeper of the bank. May I ask what the two young masters need? Shopkeeper Jean guessed that Cheng Chumo and Li Ke were nobles from Chang'an, so he did not dare to offend them. Thus, he spoke politely. You're the shopkeeper of this bank? TSK, you don't look like one. Your belly is not even as big as that old man at the door. Cheng Chumo glared at him and looked him up and down. Then, he ridiculed him. Li Ke's face darkened. In order to prevent Cheng Chumo from continuing to spout nonsense, he quickly took out a fish talisman and showed it to shopkeeper Jean. He said, we're here today to check the accounts. Please cooperate with us, shopkeeper Jean. When he saw the dragon pattern on the fish talisman and the two words King of Shu, shopkeeper Jean was shocked. He quickly bowed and said, Your Highness, King of Shu. The servants in the room were stunned for a moment before they reacted. They bowed to Li Ke together and said, Your Highness, King of Shu. Li Ke waved his hand and said, I'm not here in the name of King of Shu. I'm here in the name of Deputy Manager of the Yanhuang Bank. Shopkeeper Jean, quickly go to Xinfeng County and retrieve the accounts of the Yanhuang Bank for the past 3 months. Li Zishuan was the head manager of the Yanhuang Bank, and Li Ke was now the deputy manager. This matter had been sent to the various branches of the bank in the form of an internal document. Shopkeeper Jean was naturally aware of this, but when he heard that Li Ke was here to check the accounts, he could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. However, he did not dare to refuse and could only bow and say, Yes. Your Highness, please wait for a moment. This subordinate will go and get it. Your Highness, please take a seat in the side hall. Moments later, shopkeeper Jean walked over with a thick book of account books in his arms. Handing it over to Li Ke, he said, Your Highness, these are the accounts of Xian Feng County Bank for the past 3 months. Please have a look. Li Ke nodded and said, You can go and do your work first. I'm just going to take a look. Shopkeeper Jean was flustered, but he did not dare to show any flaws on his face. He nodded and said, Yes. Your Highness. This subordinate will take his leave. After shopkeeper Jean left, Cheng Chumo could not help but say, Little Ke, how long will it take you to finish reading such a thick account book? We still have to go to the county yamen. Li Ke smiled and said, Who said I'm going to finish reading? I'm just checking some of the accounts. Moreover, the bank's accounts are now recorded using double-entry bookkeeping. It's easy to check. As long as there are no problems, we'll go to the county yamen immediately. Cheng Chumo scratched his head and said, Oh. That's fine. Little Ke, hurry up. I'll go out for a walk. If you ask this fellow to fight, he would be more than happy to do so. However, if you asked him to help check the accounts, he could only say, this concubine can't do that. Li Ku also knew that Cheng Chumo could not sit still, so he nodded and replied. Chapter 1481. Shopkeeper Jean, we haven't had the time to record Boss Zhang's loan in the account book. Should we inform His Highness King of Shu about it? In Xinfeng County, at the front counter of the Yanhuang Bank, a servant dressed in green saw shopkeeper Jean walk out from the back room and asked nervously. Shut up. Hearing this, shopkeeper Jean panicked. He hurriedly turned his head to look behind him. When he saw that there was no one around, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, he walked over to the manservant and put on a calm expression. He said earnestly, I'm sorry. Wang Xiaodong, His Highness King of Shu is very busy every day. This time, he came to our bank to check the account book as he pleased. After checking the account book, His Highness still has to rush back to Chang'an. How can he waste so much time here? So, the less trouble the better. Don't tell His Highness that Boss Zhang came to the bank to borrow money. If His Highness becomes impatient, even this old man won't be able to save you. Do you understand? Wang Xiaodong was only a servant of the bank and had not seen much of the world. He also didn't know the nature of nobles like Li Ku. When he was frightened by shopkeeper Jean, he immediately panicked. Don't worry, shopkeeper Jean. I definitely won't say anything. Thank you for your reminder. Shopkeeper Jean nodded with satisfaction and said, N. Xiaodong. You're very sensible. I heard that your mother was bedridden a while ago. Seeing a doctor must be very expensive, right? In a while, withdraw 2 strings of money from the account book. Take it as a token of my appreciation. When Wang Xiaodong heard this, he immediately shed tears of gratitude and said, Thank you, shopkeeper Jean. You're really too good to me. If shopkeeper Jean has any requests in the future, this little one will definitely do it. Hee. Not bad, not bad. Xiaodong, you know how to repay kindness. This old man really didn't misjudge you. Now, bring some people to the 10,000 guests restaurant in the city and prepare a table of high-quality banquet for His Highness King of Shu. Remember, it must be the best wine and the best dishes. Shopkeeper Jean saw that he had achieved his goal and said with a smile. Yes. Shopkeeper Jean. Wang Xiaodong replied excitedly. Then, he hurriedly put down the work in his hands and left the bank. Why do I feel that shopkeeper Jean wants to hide the account book that Wang Xiaodong mentioned? Who was Mr. Zhang? Oh, the person Xiao Ku and I bumped into outside the house was also surnamed Zhang. Could it be that Wang Xiaodong was talking about that person? No, there must be something fishy going on here. I'll go tell Xiao Ku. What shopkeeper Jean didn't know was that his conversation with Wang Xiaodong in the front hall had been overheard by Cheng Chumo, who had just come out of the side hall. Although Cheng Chumo was a straightforward person, that didn't mean he was stupid. The conversation between shopkeeper Jean and Wang Xiaodong made him think that shopkeeper Jean was hiding something. Thus, he hurriedly retracted his aura and quietly returned to the side hall. Little Ku, how is it? Did you find anything wrong with the accounts? After returning to the side hall, Cheng Chumo approached Li Ku and asked hurriedly. Li Ku flipped through the account book and replied, How can it be so fast? However, I haven't found any problems with the accounts I've checked for the past few days. Cho Ox, didn't you say you were going out for a walk? Why are you back? Cheng Chumo turned around and stuck his head out to look around. After confirming that there was no one outside, he closed the door and walked over to Li Ku and said mysteriously, Little Ku, I feel that there's something wrong with shopkeeper Jean. I'm afraid that the account book he gave you is incomplete. Hearing this, Li Ku couldn't help but raise his head and asked, Oh? Why does brother Cho Ok say that? I was just about to go out for a walk when I accidentally overheard shopkeeper Jean talking to the manservant in the front hall about an account. Cheng Chumo lowered his voice and told Li Ku what he had seen and heard. After listening, Li Ku couldn't help but frown deeply. Cho Ox, from what you said just now, it seems that there's something wrong with shopkeeper Jean. If we want to get to the bottom of this matter, we need to find out who this Mr. Zhang is and how much money Wang Xiaodong was talking about. Cheng Chumo laughed softly. Heh. That's simple. That Wang Xiaodong went to prepare a banquet. I'll stop him halfway and scare him. I'm not afraid that he won't tell the truth. Li Ku pondered for a moment and nodded. That's good. But we still need to do it secretly to avoid alerting the enemy. Cheng Chumo nodded. Little Ku, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. Bang bang bang. Not long after the two of them finished their discussion, there was a series of knocks on the door. Li Ku asked, "Who is it?" "Your Highness, it's me. It's Jin Wanfu. Your Highness must be tired from the long journey. I have prepared a banquet for Your Highness in the city's 10,000 guest restaurant to welcome Your Highness. I hope Your Highness will do me the honor." Just as Li Ku finished speaking, Jin Wanfu's voice came from outside the door. The two of them looked at each other. Li Ku stood up and opened the door. He then said to Jin Wanfu, "Shopkeeper Jin, to be honest, this prince is following Marquis Yong and Sky Pheasant Brigade to Xinfeng County to exterminate the locusts. Checking the bank's accounts is just a convenient thing to do. So this prince can't have lunch at 10,000 guest restaurant. I'm sorry to disappoint shopkeeper Jin." When Jin Wanfu heard this, he was stunned and said in surprise, "What? Marquis Yong and Sky Pheasant Brigade is coming to Xinfeng County? If the Sky Pheasant Brigade really came to Xinfeng County, then the locusts in Xinfeng County would be completely eradicated in less than 2 days. By then, Xinfeng County would become the second county after Lantian County to completely exterminate the locusts. The price of food in the city would also stop increasing. And the 6,000 strings of coins that Zhang Xiongfei borrowed from the bank would not only not make a huge profit, but he would also suffer a loss." Li Ku's eyes flashed and he asked with deep meaning, "Why? Shopkeeper Jin doesn't want to see the Sky Pheasant Brigade come to Xinfeng County to exterminate the locusts?" When Jin Wanfu heard this, a layer of cold sweat instantly formed on his back. He quickly waved his hand and said, "No. That's not it. For Marquis Yong and Sky Pheasant Brigade to come to Xinfeng County to exterminate the locusts, this Jin is more than happy. Why would this Jin be unwilling? This Jin is just a little surprised that Marquis would come to Xinfeng County so quickly. This Jin has no other intentions." Li Ku looked deeply at Jin Wanfu, then picked up the account book on the table and said, "Hee. I didn't expect shopkeeper Jin to be so concerned about the people's livelihood. This prince will take a look at this account book for a while. I will have someone send it back before dark. Right now, this prince still has some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." Although Jin Wanfu was extremely unwilling, he did not dare to raise any objections. He could only cup his hands and said, "Your Highness, please take care. If Your Highness has any orders, just say the word and this Jin will be at your beck and call. N. Chon Yo, let's go." Li Ku nodded and called out to Cheng Chumo. The two of them then left. Could it be that King Shu found something in the account book? That shouldn't be the case. This account book follows the rules and regulations. This old man has personally checked it before. Although there are some small flaws, there are definitely no major problems. Sigh, maybe I am overthinking. Looking at the departing backs of Li Ku and Cheng Chumo, Jin Wanfu had a bad premonition, but he couldn't figure out where he had exposed himself, so he could only comfort himself with this thought. However, the bad premonition did not dissipate. Instead, it was like a stone that weighed heavily on his heart. It was to the extent that he did not have the mood to return to the backyard to meet the two beautiful Hu ladies that he had just obtained. Little Ku. That's him. After leaving the bank and walking on the street, Cheng Chumo suddenly pointed to a servant in green who was walking towards them on a small path on the right. He said to Li Ku, "Little Ku, why don't you and Pang Feiji go to the county office first? I will go find Wang Xiaodong and ask him clearly." Seeing that it was almost lunchtime, Li Ku knew that there was no time to delay. He nodded and agreed, "All right. However, Chonyo, don't hurt anyone and don't alert the enemy. If possible, it is best to persuade that servant to submit to our side." Cheng Chumo patted Yu Xiong's chest and smiled, "Little Ku, don't worry. All right, let's not talk too much. I will go first." After saying that, Cheng Chumo turned around and walked towards the servant in green. "Let's go. Let's go to the county office." Although Li Ku was still worried, he had limited manpower and could only trust Cheng Chumo this time. He turned his head and said something to Pang Feiji. Then, the two of them went straight to the county office of Xinfeng County. It is the fortune of the people of Xinfeng County that the Marquis of Yong and could bring the Sky Pheasant Brigade to Xinfeng County to exterminate the locusts. As the county magistrate of Xinfeng County, this lowly official has been worried sick about the locust plague. Now that the Marquis has solved this lowly official's problem, this lowly official must thank the Marquis in person. Otherwise, my heart will not be at ease. In the county office of Xinfeng County, after Li Ku stated his identity and purpose, County Magistrate Wang Dezheng cupped his hands and said excitedly. Li Ku said calmly, "If County Magistrate Wang wants to thank Marquis Yong, and in person, that is fine. However, the most important thing now is to prepare food for the 100 people who came with us. I hope that County Magistrate Wang can arrange it as soon as possible. The food does not need to be luxurious. It just needs to have meat. Other than that, prepare a pot of throat-soothing soup and a pot of green bean soup. When the time comes, send them to the farmlands outside the city." Wang Dezheng said in surprise, "Your Highness, Marquis Yong and the children of Lantian County are not going back to the county to eat?" Li Ku shook his head and said, "Eating back in the city is too much of a waste of time. County Magistrate Wang, quickly send someone to prepare food. All the expenses will be paid by this prince. This is the throat-soothing soup that Divine Dr. Sun prescribed. Get someone to brew it carefully. There must not be any mistakes. Otherwise, this prince will hold you accountable." Wang Dezheng's face turned solemn. He received the prescription with both hands and said, "The Sky Pheasant Brigade is here to help Xinfeng County exterminate locusts. The expenses for the food should be paid by Xinfeng County. How can I let your highness spend money? As for the throat-soothing soup and green bean soup, I will personally watch over them. There will definitely not be any mistakes. Your highness, please rest assured." Li Ku waved his hand and said, "You don't have to worry about the expenses for the food. This prince has already made up his mind. Quickly arrange for someone to prepare lunch." Wang Dezheng was helpless. He could only cup his hands and say, "Yes. Your highness, please have a seat. I will arrange it now." After saying that, County Magistrate Wang walked out of the inner hall and arranged for someone to prepare the food. Li Ku just happened to take out an account book. He leaned over the table and began to read it seriously. After about half an hour, Cheng Chumo walked in and said excitedly to Li Ku, "Little Ku. Little Ku. I have found out." Li Ku kept the account book and stood up in surprise, "So fast? Then tell me quickly, Chon Yo." Cheng Chumo looked around and said to the maidservant standing on both sides, "All of you can leave first. I have something to discuss with His Highness King of Shu." Yes. Everyone knew that the two young men in front of them were nobles from Chang'an. Even County Magistrate Wang could not afford to offend them, so they quickly bowed and left. Cheng Chumo saw that there was no one around and said to Li Ku in a low voice, "Little Ku, I have found out. The boss Zhang that Jin Wanfu mentioned is called Zhang Xiongfei. He is the big fat man that we bumped into at the entrance of the bank. I heard from Wang Xiaodong that Zhang Xiongfei is the owner of Jiangji grain store. This time, Zhang Xiongfei came to Yanhuang Bank to borrow money from shopkeeper Jin. Guess how much he wants to borrow? How much? Li Ku was still sorting out the clues that Cheng Chumo had mentioned. He could not help but frown and ask subconsciously. 6,000 strings of cash. And it is at an annual interest rate of 16%. Cheng Chumo lowered his voice and said. 6,000 strings of cash. 16% interest rate? Li Ku couldn't help but exclaim. First of all, 6,000 strings of cash might not be worth mentioning to a nouveau riche like Li Zishuan, but to a small county like Xinfen County, 6,000 strings of cash was definitely a huge sum of money. The number of people who could take out 6,000 strings of cash could be counted on one hand. Another thing that surprised Li Ku was the interest rate of the 6,000 strings of cash. A 16% annual interest rate was indeed considered cheap in the past. However, Yanhuang Bank had just recently implemented a standard annual interest rate of 8%. Shopkeeper Jin had directly lent 6,000 strings of cash to Zhang Xiongfei at a 16% annual interest rate. Li Ku wouldn't believe that there wasn't something fishy going on here. What does Zhang Xiongfei want to borrow so much money for? Moreover, he is willing to borrow money at twice the interest rate. This means that he is in urgent need of money and is confident that he can use this money to earn more money in a short period of time. Therefore, he must have a business that is guaranteed to make a profit. At least, he thinks that it is a business that is guaranteed to make a profit. Li Ku thought for a moment and muttered to himself. Hey! Isn't this easy to guess? This surnamed Zhang must have used the 6,000 strings of cash to buy food. Now that there is a locust plague everywhere, this old man must want to stock up on more food. When the people's crops have been destroyed by the locust plague, he will take the opportunity to drive up the price of food and make a fortune. Little Ku, do you remember when we first entered the city, the people said that the price of food in Jiangji grain store in the west of the city increased again? Doesn't this mean that this old bastard is up to no good? Cheng Chumo laughed. Yes, Chumo, your analysis is very reasonable. Li Ku heard this and nodded his head in agreement. Suddenly, he looked at Cheng Chumo strangely and said, That's not right. Cho Nyo, when did your brain become so flexible? This is not like you. Cheng Chumo's old face suddenly froze. At this moment, he probably had tens of thousands of alpacas galloping through his heart. F***ck. Little Ku, you are not being kind. I worked so hard to get money and then help you investigate the case, and you are insulting your brother. Li Ku laughed and said, hee hee. I was just joking with you. But then again, Cho Nyo, how did you make Wang Xiaodong tell you the truth willingly? Chapter 1482. What's so difficult about this? That Wang Xiaodong's mother has been suffering from chest pain for a long time. I told him my identity and told him that I am familiar with Sun Daozhang and he can treat his mother's illness. Then I told him that shopkeeper Jin broke the rules by lending money and is currently being investigated by the imperial court. If he cooperates with us, he will be fine and can even get Sun Daozhang to treat his mother's illness. If he insists on following shopkeeper Jin to the end, then he will go to jail with shopkeeper Jin. In the back hall of the Lantian County Yamen, Cheng Chumo smiled proudly when he heard Li Ku's question. Then, he briefly explained the cause and effect of the incident. Hearing this, Li Ku couldn't help but praise, Cho Ox, you moved him with emotion, reason and even offered him benefits. Not bad, not bad. With this, that Wang Xiaodong should be on our side and we will have enough time to gather more evidence. If you ask me, what evidence do we need to gather? Let's just capture Jin Wanfu and Zhang Xiongfei and interrogate them. They will definitely confess. Cheng Chumo curled his lips and said disdainfully. Absolutely not. Li Ku shook his head, we left the capital this time to exterminate the locusts. My imperial father did not give us the right to arrest people without permission. Even if we find out that Jin Wanfu broke the rules by lending money to Zhang Xiongfei who wanted to hoard food and inflate the price of food, we still need to borrow the power of Xinfeng County Yamen. Let's wait for a while and ask for Yamacho's opinion. Cheng Chumo shrugged his shoulders indifferently and said, "All right. It's up to you." Oh, someone is coming. Towards the end, Cheng Chumo's expression changed slightly because he heard footsteps coming from outside. Hearing this, Li Ke sat down and his expression returned to normal. "Your Highness, the food and soup are all prepared. Do you want to send it over to Marquis Yong and the children now?" Wang Dezheng walked in and saw that there was another Cheng Chumo in the room. He was stunned for a moment before he cupped his hands and reported to Li Ke. Li Ke nodded and said, Send it over now. County Magistrate Wang, take the Yamen runners and follow me to deliver food outside the city. Wang Dezheng bowed and said, "This official obeys." Not long after, 5 ox carts drove out of the Xinfeng County Yamen. Each cart carried a large wooden bucket filled with food prepared by County Magistrate Wang. Li Ke led County Magistrate Wang and a dozen Yamen runners straight to the South City Gate. At this moment, the atmosphere in the city was completely different from when Li Ke and the others had first arrived. The news of the Sky Pheasant Brigade coming to Xinfeng City to exterminate the locusts had already spread. After the citizens heard the news, they immediately rejoiced. The oppressive atmosphere caused by the locusts suddenly disappeared without a trace. "Have you heard? The Marquis of Yong has brought the Sky Rooster Brigade to our Xinfeng County to exterminate the locusts." "Really? How could it be fake? Go to the farmland outside the city and take a look. There are countless flocks of chickens brought over by the Marquis of Yong everywhere." "Good boy. That's great. Our Xinfeng City's crops can be saved. I heard that the Sky Pheasant Brigade used less than 2 days to exterminate all the locusts in Lantian City. Doesn't that mean that the locusts in our Xinfeng City will also be exterminated in 2 days?" No. It should be even faster. I just heard a kid from the Han family village say that the Sky Pheasant Brigade brought a total of 310,000 chickens. It's more than double the previous number. That means that the locusts in our county will be exterminated today. That's great. The price of food in the city has risen these past 2 days. I thought that a food shortage was coming. Let's see how those unscrupulous grain merchants in the city will continue to raise the price of food. That's right. Sigh. Let's not talk about it anymore. I still have a dozen chickens at home. I'll go back and chase them out of the city to help the Marquis of Yong and the rest exterminate the locusts. I have 30 chickens at home. I'll go and chase them out too. Although the citizens were overjoyed, there were some who were upset. What? The Marquis of Yong brought the Sky Pheasant Brigade to Lantian City? And the size of the Sky Pheasant Brigade has doubled from before? West of the city, in the back hall of Zhangji Grain Store. After listening to the servant's report, Zhang Xiongfei's old face suddenly became extremely gloomy. He slammed the table heavily and stood up. "Yes, Master. Now that the news has spread in the county, should we still go to Chang'an City to buy food?" The servant said carefully with a bitter face. "By my ass." Zhang Xiongfei's face darkened. The locust plague is about to be exterminated. Buy so much food to feed the rats? Get out. Yes, Master. Seeing that Zhang Xiongfei was angry, the servant hurriedly scrambled out of the room. 300,000 chickens. That means that the Sky Pheasant Brigade will be able to exterminate all the locusts in Xinfeng County in less than a day. In some small counties, they can even clear 2 counties in a day. Even if there are hundreds of affected counties, the Sky Pheasant Brigade will be able to clear at least 20 of them in half a month. There will definitely be no more locust plague near Chang'an City. If we want to sell our food at a high price, we can only go to other places. That's too much of a loss. Inside the room, Zhang Xiongfei muttered to himself with a gloomy face. After a moment, he suddenly remembered the two Hu girls that he had given to Jin Wanfu in the morning. He slapped his thigh and said angrily, "It's over, it's over." This old man had just borrowed 6,000 strings of cash from the Yanhuang Bank at double interest. I thought that I could use this money to make a huge profit. Now, does this count as losing the wife and losing the army? Sigh. My two delightful beauties. What a pity. What a pity. Saying that, Zhang Xiongfei hammered his chest with a face full of heartache. He did not know that there was an even bigger problem waiting for him. This official greets Marquis Yong'an. For Marquis to bring the Sky Pheasant Brigade to exterminate the locusts in Xinfen County, this official and the 50,000 people in the county are extremely grateful to Marquis. In a village outside of Xinfen County, after Li Ku and his group found the main army, they hurriedly distributed food to the children. Wang Dezheng came before Li Zishuan and bowed sincerely. Li Zishuan nodded expressionlessly and said, "This Marquis brought the Sky Pheasant Brigade to exterminate the locusts. Firstly, it was because of the Emperor's orders. Secondly, it was because I could not bear to see the common people being poisoned by the locusts. However, this Marquis heard that the price of grain in Xinfen County has recently reached 5 copper coins per dan. County Magistrate Wang, can you explain this?" Saying that, he stared at Wang Dezheng with a burning gaze. Clearly, Li Ku had already told him everything that they had found in Xinfen County. County Magistrate Wang's face was instantly covered in a few drops of sweat. It was unknown whether it was because the weather was too hot or because he was too nervous. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "This official did not manage the county well and caused the appearance of profiteers who took advantage of the locusts to raise the price of grain. This official has let down the imperial court and the emperor. After returning to the city, this official will write a letter of apology to the imperial court." Li Zishuan coldly said, "As the county magistrate of Xinfen County, the price of grain in the county has skyrocketed. Of course, you cannot escape the crime of negligence. However, the most important thing right now is to find out which grain merchants took advantage of the locusts to raise the price of grain. The imperial court has repeatedly ordered all the counties to stabilize the price of grain. Xinfen County is less than 100 li away from Chang'an. However, on the third day of the locusts' plague, the price of grain had already risen. If this Marquis had come a little later, would the price of grain have become 10 copper coins per dan, or even 100 copper coins per dan?" County Magistrate Wang cupped his hands and said, "Marquis is right. This official will return to the city to investigate the merchants who raised the price of grain." "Wait." County Magistrate Wang turned to leave. However, Li Zishuan stopped him and said meaningfully, "It's not scary for grain merchants to raise the price of grain. What's scary is that officials and merchants collude with each other to raise the price of grain. Therefore, there is no need for you to investigate this matter. This Marquis does not have the authority nor the time to investigate. Before the sky turns dark today, there will be officials from the Ministry of Personnel coming to investigate this matter. I hope that County Magistrate Wang can cooperate with them." According to Li Ku and Cheng Chumo's information, Li Zishuan felt that there was something wrong with this Wang Dezheng. There was a need to investigate this matter. However, Li Zishuan was right. They only went to the counties to eliminate the locusts. Li Er did not give them the authority to investigate the officials and merchants in the counties. Even if they had the authority, Li Zishuan did not have the time to waste here. Therefore, he planned to send this matter back to Lantian County via telegram and let Li Tai report it to Li Er. When Wang Dezheng heard this, his face instantly turned pale. He hurriedly said, "Marquis, please forgive me. This official has been busy with the disaster relief and neglected the soaring price of grain in the city. This official is guilty of negligence." "Yes, it's Zhang Xiongfei. This time, he was the one who led the charge to raise the price of grain. This official's wife is his sister, so he has nothing to fear. However, this official dares to swear to the heavens that this official did not receive a single copper coin from Zhang Xiongfei. This lowly official has been wrongly accused. I hope that Marquis will investigate this matter properly. When Li Zishuan heard this, he nodded thoughtfully and said, "Ah. Whether or not you received any benefits is not up to you nor this Marquis to say. The officials from the Ministry of Personnel will investigate this matter thoroughly. However, since you are willing to tell this Marquis all this, you are quite honest. This Marquis will pass on your words to the Imperial Court. As for whether you are guilty or not, that will be up to the Emperor to decide." Wang Dezheng cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Marquis." At this moment, Li Ku quickly walked over and said, "Yamacho. There are many villagers over there, saying that they want to see you." Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and asked, "See me? What do they want to see me for?" Li Ku smiled and said, "Some of them are here to deliver food, some are here to thank you in person, and some are here to deliver chickens." Deliver chickens? Li Zishuan could understand delivering food and thanking him in person, but the delivery of chickens made him unable to react. Oh. What Ku means is that the villagers want to send their chickens to the Sky Chicken Brigade to help catch locusts. When we are done with them, we will return them to them. Seeing Li Zishuan's puzzled expression, Li Ku quickly explained. Oh. There is such a thing? Let's go and take a look. When Li Zishuan heard this, he was very surprised. Although there were 90,000 chickens in the Sky Chicken Brigade that came from the villagers of Lantian County, Xinfeng County was not Lantian County. The villagers here did not trust him as much as the villagers of Lantian County. Now that someone was willing to lend their chickens, it really surprised him. The two of them walked towards the villagers not far away. County Magistrate Wang thought for a moment and followed them. Marquis is here. This is the Marquis of Yong'an. So young. No wonder he is the son of a deity, he is so handsome. If it was not for the Marquis of Yong'an, my crops would have been ruined by the locusts. I want to kowtow to the Marquis of Yong'an. When they saw Li Zishuan walking towards them, the villagers immediately became excited. Greetings, Marquis. When Li Zishuan was only 4 or 5 steps away from them, the villagers all bowed and greeted him. Li Zishuan took a look. Good heavens, there were over 1,000 people. It was currently noon, and these people most likely did not even have lunch before coming over to deliver food, chickens, and express their gratitude. He never thought that he would be so popular in Xinfeng County, and for a moment, he was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Don't be so courteous. Please rise. Li Zishuan hurriedly raised his hands and said in a clear voice. Marquis. You brought these children to help us exterminate the locusts, and we are extremely grateful. We just want to use some food to reward these children for their hard work. We hope that Marquis will not reject us. At this moment, a white-haired old man carrying a food basket stood out and said sincerely to Li Zishuan. As soon as he said that, the rest of the villagers immediately shouted excitedly. That's right. Marquis. This is the chicken stewed by my wife, I hope it can nourish the children's bodies. We also stewed eggs. Marquis saved my crops, which means he saved my family of 7. This old man will kowtow to Marquis. I hope that Marquis will be safe and prosperous for the rest of his life. I will also kowtow to Marquis. Thank you Marquis for saving my family's 35 mu of crops. Marquis. I have 30 chickens at home, do you think we can join the Sky Chicken Brigade to exterminate the locusts? Marquis. I have 50 chickens at home, and I'm willing to lend them to you. It doesn't matter if we lose them. Please, Marquis, don't reject us. The villagers were all talking at once, and soon, there was a crowd of villagers kneeling in front of Li Zishuan. Among them, there were children of 7 or 8 years old, middle-aged people in their 30s and 40s, and even old people in their 60s and 70s. They were all people who had been in danger during the locust's plague, and today, they were saved by Li Zishuan. No one could understand the joy and gratitude in their hearts. At this moment, they were willing to do anything for Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan didn't like people kneeling to him. When the first old man was about to kneel to him, he had already reached out to stop him. However, he could only stop one person, but he couldn't stop hundreds and thousands of villagers. Seeing that more and more people were kneeling to him, and the scene was getting noisier and noisier, Li Zishuan hurriedly circulated his vital energy and shouted, "Villagers! Listen to me!" His loud and clear voice entered everyone's ears, and the excited villagers immediately quieted down. Li Zishuan continued, "Villagers, please get up first. This kid has just turned 20 years old. Many of you can be considered my elders. How can this kid bear such a big gift from all of you? You are not repaying me, you are shortening my lifespan. So, villagers, please get up quickly. Let's stand up and talk slowly." Hearing this, the villagers who were kneeling on the ground couldn't help but look at each other. After a while, they all stood up. Seeing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. To prevent the villagers from kneeling again, he quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, "Villagers, I am very grateful that you sent food to the children of Lantian County. However, as you can see, the children already have food. To avoid wasting it, I would like to ask the villagers to bring back the food you brought." How can we do that?" "That's right. The children have already eaten, they can eat more." The moment Li Zishuan finished speaking, the villagers were instantly dissatisfied. Seeing this, Li Zishuan directly took a loudspeaker from old Hu beside him and used his Jinqi to suppress the voices of the common people. He only heard him say loudly, "This is the first time I've heard of this." He shouted, "I have extra food prepared. Villagers, please bring back the food you brought. However, you can keep the chickens you brought. Please mark the drumsticks of your chickens and register them with County Magistrate Wang. After that, they will be incorporated into the Sky Chicken Brigade. This marquee will take them to other provinces and counties to exterminate the locusts. After the locust plague is quelled, this marquee will definitely return all the chickens that I borrowed from you. If any of them are lost, this marquee will pay double. On behalf of the people of other counties, I thank all of you for your help." Chapter 1483. According to Li Zishuan's original plan, he only wanted to bring these 300,000 chickens to sweep through the various provinces and counties. However, since the people of Xinfeng County were willing to lend their chickens to him, there was no reason for him to reject them. There were more than 8,000 households in Xinfeng County. If each household lent 30 to 40 chickens, they would be able to gather more than 20,000 chickens. This was a significant increase in the overall scale of the Sky Pheasant Brigade. On the other hand, now that the children of the Han village and Plum village had loudspeakers, the size of the flock they could control was much larger than before. The Sky Pheasant Brigade could completely eat the 20,000 chickens in Xinfeng County. If the people of other provinces and counties were willing to lend their chickens, Li Zishuan would still dare to continue accepting them. After appeasing the people, Li Zishuan looked at Wang Dezheng and instructed in a deep voice, "County Magistrate Wang, I'll leave the matter of registering the people to you. This is also a chance for you to atone for your mistakes. Now, immediately send the Yamen runners to inform the entire county that those who are willing to lend their chickens to me should register as soon as possible." Wang Dezheng cupped his hands solemnly and said, "Rest assured, Marquis. I'll send the Yamen runners to inform the people of the various villages and gather all the officials in the county government to register the people. It's best if the people register before the hour of the afternoon. After that, we might have to head to Weinan County to exterminate the locusts." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Marquis is leaving Xinfeng County with the Sky Pheasant Brigade today?" Wang Dezheng was shocked when he heard this. He thought that Li Zishuan's Sky Pheasant Brigade was going to stay the night in Xinfeng County. Li Zishuan nodded and said, based on the speed of this morning, all the locusts in Xinfeng County will definitely be exterminated before the hour of the afternoon. Now that the locust plague is everywhere, the people are living in an abyss of suffering. Time waits for no one. If the Sky Pheasant Brigade can head to the next place as soon as possible, the people there will suffer less losses. Hearing this, Wang Dezheng couldn't help but feel deep veneration. He bowed deeply to Li Zishuan and said, "Marquis is devoted to the country and loves the people as if they were your own children. Your noble character and unquestionable integrity has earned my admiration and shame. No matter how the imperial court deals with me, even if I can only be a small official in the future, I will remember Marquis' admonition today and be a good official who benefits the people." Seeing Wang Dezheng's sincere face, Li Zishuan's impression of him changed greatly. Even if County Magistrate Wang couldn't absolve himself from the blame for the soaring grain prices, it was undeniable that County Magistrate Wang was a magnanimous person. Generally speaking, although Wang Dezheng had flaws and neglected his duties as an official, he wasn't so bad that he couldn't be saved. He could still be saved. County Magistrate Wang, last year when the Chui clan was exterminated, I once said to His Majesty, "The ruler is a boat, the commoners are water. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it." The Chui clan thought that the people were weak and powerless, so they wantonly oppressed the people and harmed the servants. They had no respect for the people and in the end, they died in the sea of people. In fact, the same principle applies to an official. County Magistrate Wang, if you don't care about the people and don't care about the people's livelihood, then one day when the people can't live anymore, that's when you, as an official, can no longer be an official. You must know that when an ordinary man is angry, blood will splash 5 steps away. There was no need for Li Zishuan to say these words. It was mainly because Wang Dezheng could still be saved that he said a few more words. What if because of his words, there was another good official in this world? Wang Dezheng obviously understood this principle. Hearing this, he bowed to Li Zishuan gratefully and said, "Thank you, Marquis, for your admonition. I will remember it for the rest of my life." "Yes. Go and do your work." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said. Beep 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 beep. Lantian County, Strange Interest Pavilion's new workshop. Accompanied by the DDD sound of the telegraph, Li Tai quickly came to the desk and took a pen to record the code. After about a quarter of an hour, the telegraph finally stopped ringing. Li Tai shook his sore wrist and began to translate the telegram. "Qingke, there are palace people outside looking for you. Quickly go out and see." At this time, Meng Wenhao walked into the room and said to Li Tai, who was in front of the desk. Since Li Tai was the deputy chief designer of the second and third trump card projects of Yanhuang College, he had a special office in this courtyard. It was convenient for him to receive and send telegrams. No one outside the project was allowed to enter this courtyard where the trump card project was carried out. Even the eunuchs from the palace were no exception. People from the palace? Why are they looking for me? Li Tai had just finished translating the telegram and asked curiously. Meng Wenhao shook his head and said, "I don't know about this." The little eunuch didn't say. "Qingke, you should go out and see." "Okay. I'll go take a look." Li Tai thought for a while, then took out a page and handed it to Meng Wenhao, saying, "Wenhao, this is a telegram from Yamacho. It's about publishing a notice in tomorrow's Datong Daily. Take it and give it to Mr. Ma Zhou." "Okay. I'll go now." Meng Wenhao nodded, and the two of them went out together. "Your Highness, His Majesty summons you to the palace." The little eunuch outside the courtyard was a little angry because he was rejected, but when he saw Li Tai come out, he quickly put on a smile and greeted him. "Father summons me to the palace? What's the matter?" "I'm very busy here," Li Tai said reluctantly. The two trump card projects had entered the critical stage, and he was indeed very busy now. The little eunuch choked when he heard this. He thought to himself, what's wrong with Prince Wei that he doesn't even want to respond to His Majesty's summons? If the other party was a normal official, the little eunuch would have left in a huff. However, the other party was Li Tai, the Prince of Wei, who was greatly favored by the second emperor. The little eunuch did not dare to be arrogant or rash. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, His Majesty only said that he summoned you back to the palace for an important matter, but he didn't tell us what it was. Your Highness, do you want to go back to the palace to take a look?" Li Tai thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Okay. I also have something to talk to His Majesty about." The little eunuch heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Your Highness, this way please. The carriage has been prepared for you." "What carriage? Don't you know that my time is precious? Ride back to Chang'an." Li Tai glared at the little eunuch and said angrily. The little eunuch was stunned at first, then quickly bowed and said, "Yes, yes, yes. I will go and prepare a horse for your Highness." Speaking of which, Li Tai used to ride a carriage when he went out. After all, riding a carriage was much more comfortable than riding a horse. Today's abnormal behavior really made the little eunuch unable to understand. "Your son pays his respects to His Majesty." Sweet Du Hall. After being notified by the chamberlain, Li Tai walked in and bowed to Li Er, who was reading memorials. You may dispense with the formalities." Li Er put down the memorials and raised his head to look at Li Tai. After a while, he frowned and said, "You've lost weight. Qing Ke, why haven't you returned to the palace to pay your respects to me and your mother for so long? Even if you have classes on weekdays, you should still have time to return to Chang and during the weekends at Yanhuang College. Your mother has already talked about you in front of me more than once." When Li Tai heard this, he said with some guilt, "Your son is unfilial and has caused His Majesty and mother to worry. In the future, when your son has time, I will definitely return to the palace to pay my respects to His Majesty and mother." Li Er narrowed his eyes and said, "What? From what you're saying, you haven't had time recently? Is there something important that you have to deal with?" Li Tai was a little dumbfounded. According to the rules of the Academy, the second and third trump card projects were classified as top-secret projects. No one involved could reveal it to outsiders, not even their own family members. However, the person in front of him was not only his family member, but also the ruler of the empire. This made Li Tai feel awkward for a moment. Should he say it or not? "What? What kind of thing made you hide it from me?" Li Er's face suddenly became gloomy, and there was a trace of coldness in his voice. Although he already knew what Li Tai was busy with recently, seeing that his son even hid it from him as his father made him feel a little angry in his heart. Li Tai felt a chill down his spine and quickly said, "No. Father. Your son doesn't dare." Yamacho started the second and third trump card projects at the Academy a few days ago. Your son has been busy with this matter recently. Oh? The second and third trump card projects? What is it for? Li Er's eyes flashed as he straightened his body and asked. He knew that the first trump card project of the Academy was the Ba River Hydroelectric Power Station project. As for the second and third trump card projects, he still knew nothing. The Academy's confidentiality work was really good. Li Tai had already decided to tell Li Er about the trump card project. At this moment, he had no scruples, so he continued, "Father, the second trump card project of the Academy aims to improve the current telegraph machine. On one hand, it will increase the transmission power of the telegraph machine. On the other hand, it will enhance the telegraph machine's signal recognition ability and anti-interference ability. On the other hand, it will build telegraph relay stations in key states and counties for electromagnetic wave transmission and reception relays. Finally, it will increase the effective communication range of the telegraph machine to more than 1,000 miles, or even further." 1,000 miles. When Li Er heard this, he was completely shocked. Previously, Li Zishuan had told him that there was still a lot of room for improvement in the telegraph machine. He was still a little skeptical, but now that the second trump card project had been set up to increase the communication range of the telegraph machine to more than 1,000 miles, and even the improvement plan had been formulated, he had no choice but to believe it. Xianxia, tell me, is it feasible to increase the communication range of the telegraph machine to more than 1,000 miles? After a moment of shock, Li Er came back to his senses and asked eagerly. Li Tai cupped his hands and said, Father, the plan of this trump card project has been discussed several times by more than 10 teachers in the academy. We all think that 1,000 miles communication range is absolutely feasible. Moreover, if the number of relay stations is enough, a few thousand miles communication range is not a problem. Good. 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 When Li Er heard this, he was instantly delighted, but then he felt that there was something wrong with Li Tai's words. We all think? Xianxia, what are your responsibilities in this project? When he heard Li Er ask this, Li Tai scratched his head a little embarrassedly. That was the embarrassment of a child who had achieved good results in front of his parents, but was afraid of showing too much and making himself appear immodest. Father, your son is the deputy chief designer of the second and third trump card projects, and Mr. Mo Huai is the chief designer. Li Er's eyes widened. Although he had always been calm in the face of change, when he heard that his son had become the deputy chief designer of the trump card project, he could not hide his shock because he knew that the teachers in Yanhuang College were all capable people. How rare was it that Li Tai, as a student, could stand out from the crowd and become the deputy chief designer. You are indeed worthy of being my son, Xianxia, good job. After the shock, Li Er could not help but laugh out loud. Last year, Xianxia, when you wanted to enter Li Zishuan's tutelage and study at Yanhuang College, I was still a little hesitant because you had always been studying Confucianism. I was worried that the proud and arrogant you would not be able to adapt to engineering in Yanhuang College. But I did not expect that in less than a year, Xianxia, your achievements in engineering would reach such a level. Your father is very pleased. Li Tai was overjoyed in his heart, but he said modestly, Father, you flatter me. Compared to Yamacho, your son is still far behind. Take it slow. There is no rush. Li Er was delighted when he heard this, and then he asked, Oh, right. What is the third trump card project? Li Tai cupped his hands and replied, Father, for the third trump card project, Yamacho wants to create new units of measurement, standards, and measuring instruments. In addition, Yamacho has also created new units of length to facilitate the precision production of the later stages of the workshop. Compared to improving the telegraph, these tasks are not difficult. Li Er nodded thoughtfully and said, When will the second trump card project be completed? Li Tai replied, Within half a year. The deadline for these two trump card projects is half a year. Yamacho wants us to reach the target within half a year. Half a year? Good. I will wait for you for half a year. Once you are done, I will reward everyone handsomely. Li Er said excitedly. Just think about it, if the telegraph was successfully improved and could achieve long-distance communication, then the Tang Empire's territory would expand by several times. He, Li Er, would also have the ability to control the country's affairs and military affairs. This was an achievement that even Qin Huang and Hanwu could not achieve. Li Tai suddenly thought of something and said, Father, we have already made some initial improvements to the telegraph. It is estimated that the distance of communication can reach up to 400 to 500 miles. This time, when Yamacho went to another county to exterminate locusts, they brought along the telegraph that we have just improved. This time, we can test its maximum effective range. Oh, right, Yamacho just sent back a telegram regarding Xinfen County. Father, please take a look. With that, Li Tai took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and raised it above his head. Li Er's eyes flashed and he quickly said, Oh. Let me take a look. Zhao Song quickly took it and passed it to Li Er. Chapter 1484. Bam! Xinfeng County is less than 100 miles away from Chang'an City. However, on the third day of the locust plague, grain merchants started to raise the price of grain. The imperial court has repeatedly issued orders, but some people have turned a deaf ear to it. Humph. Do they really think that my butcher's knife won't cut off their heads? In the Sweet Dew Hall, after Li Er finished reading the report, he slapped the dragon table and coldly said with an ashen face. The palace maids and eunuchs in the hall kept quiet out of fear when they saw Li Er's rage. Li Tai's face was dark, but he didn't say anything. Zhao Song, immediately send a decree to Zhangsun Wuji and Lu Dui. Order the Ministry of Personnel and the Supreme Court to send officials to Xinfeng County to investigate the matter of grain merchants raising the price of grain. If there is no collusion between officials and merchants, then forget it. If there is, then don't let a single one of them off. No matter who is involved in this, find them all and punish them severely. The hall was silent for a moment before Li Er said with a dark face. This old servant obeys. Zhao Song cupped his fists and prepared to leave. Wait. Li Er interrupted, pass on the imperial decree, Xianling, let the secretariat send another official document to the various counties in Guangzhong. Strictly order the counties to stabilize the price of grain. If the price of grain soars, grain merchants, local county officials, and provincial governors will all be severely punished and will not be tolerated. Understood. Zhao Song bowed. Seeing that Li Er didn't have any other orders, he cupped his fists and left the hall. Li Er turned his gaze to Li Tai. After some thought, he said, Qingke, Yanhuang College's second and third trump card projects should be kept strictly confidential, right? Li Tai's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. He cupped his fists and said, Father, the reason why Yamacho wants us to keep it a secret is to prevent the college's core technology from being stolen by those with ill intentions toward Tang Dynasty. Humph. I didn't say that it was wrong. But if you are guarding against outsiders, don't tell me you are also guarding against me? Li Er's eyes turned cold as he interrupted Li Tai's words. If I hadn't interrogated you today, I wouldn't have known what your second and third trump card projects are for. Li Zishuan may be thinking for the benefit of the Tang Empire, but don't forget that I am the master of this country. As monarchs, they didn't like the feeling of being deceived because it made them feel that the matter was beyond their control. Even though Li Er was a wise monarch, he was no exception when it came to this. Even though it was currently midsummer, Li Tai still felt a trace of coldness in the sweet nectar hall. At this time, he recalled that his imperial father was never a soft-hearted and mediocre ruler. Instead, he was a decisive person who could conquer the world and kill his brother and imprison his father. Imperial father. This son is terrified. This son has never thought of hiding this matter from you. It's just that the college has been busy recently and this son has no time to worry about this. This son didn't mean to deceive imperial father. I believe that Yamacho is the same. Recently, there has been a locust plague in the Guangzhong area. Yamacho was busy with disaster relief and didn't report this to imperial father. Furthermore, this son has heard from Yamacho that Yamacho has improved the telegraph system. He has already mentioned it to you before, so this son didn't rush to report it to you. Imperial father, please don't hold a grudge against Yamacho because of this. Little Fatty's mind spun quickly as he explained. He knew that if he didn't explain this matter clearly to Li Zishuan today, not only would he be unlucky, but Li Zishuan might also be unlucky. Since ancient times, when there was a grudge between a ruler and his subjects, the unlucky ones were usually the ministers. Hearing this, Li Er's expression softened. After a long silence, he finally said, Li Zishuan has indeed mentioned the improvement of the telegraph system to me before. I let him do it freely. I will give him the manpower and resources he needs. This time, the locust plague happened in the Guangzhong area, so I can't blame you. Forget it. Forget it. I'm not a narrow-minded person, so I won't blame you for this matter. However, if something similar happens again next time, don't lie to Imperial Father. Li Tai heaved a huge sigh of relief. When Li Er was silent just now, he had already prepared himself to be punished. At this moment, his hanging heart finally settled down. Many thanks, Imperial Father. Imperial Father is broad-minded and will definitely become a benevolent ruler like Qin Huang and Han Wu. Li Er looked at Li Tai with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "Ah. Qin Ke, you also know how to flatter Imperial Father now?" However, Imperial Father couldn't tell that you are actually so protective of Li Zishuan now? He was naturally talking about how Li Tai pleaded for Li Zishuan when he was angry just now. Li Tai was stunned. Not long ago, he and Li Zishuan were sworn enemies. Moreover, he had always been looking for trouble with Li Zishuan. But now, not only had he become Li Zishuan's student, he was even willing to take the risk of being punished by his Imperial Father to plead for Li Zishuan. How did things become like this? Scenes of the past flashed through Li Tai's mind. After a long time, Li Tai cupped his hands towards Li Er and said with a serious face, "Imperial Father. Not only is Yamacho knowledgeable, he is also a person worthy of respect. This son feels that the Tang Empire needs someone like Yamacho." Seeing his beloved son praising another person in front of him, Li Er felt a little jealous. However, for the sake of his face, he was embarrassed to show it. Moreover, Li Tai's words were generally correct. Thus, he waved his hand dispiritedly and said, "Qin Ke, you have grown up. Go and pay respects to your imperial mother, then go and do what you want to do." "Yes. Imperial Father." Li Tai cupped his hands and was about to leave when he suddenly turned around and said, "Imperial Father, this son will not be by your side. Please take care of your dragon body." Li Er's heart warmed as he chuckled and said, "Imperial Father knows. Go. Go." Li Tai nodded and turned to leave. The next day. On the front page of the Datong Daily, there was an eye-catching piece of news. Whose fault is it for the soaring grain prices? 108 official letters issued by the Secretariat, strictly ordering the affected counties to stabilize the grain prices. This piece of news described how Zhang Xiongfei of Xinfeng County had hoarded grain and inflated the grain prices. Furthermore, just yesterday evening, Zhang Xiongfei had already been detained by the Xinfeng County Yamen. Li Er had personally ordered that he would be executed 3 days later. One must know that ever since the Five Barbarians' Rebellion, the population of the Central Plains had sharply decreased. After experiencing the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, the Tang Empire had always pursued a policy of recuperation. Under such circumstances, the local yamen rarely sentenced criminals to death. Even if they did, they had to report it to the higher levels and obtain the emperor's personal approval before the death penalty could be carried out. In the Zhengguan dynasty, even if Li Er wanted to sentence someone to death, he had to obtain the approval of the court officials. It was recorded in the history books that when Taizong ascended the throne, he discussed with the court officials how to enforce justice. According to Wang Gui's suggestion, righteous, kind, and impartial person would be appointed as a judge. After Zhang Yonggu was killed, Taizong immediately remembered that this young judge was a loyal follower of his cautious punishment policy and was dedicated to reversing the previous generation's practice of excessive punishment. He played chess with prisoners and exempted mentally ill people from punishment. These were all implementing the cautious punishment policy. When he was killed, he did not have the chance to defend himself. This was truly regrettable. Thus, Taizong ordered that in the future, even if the emperor ordered the death penalty to be immediately executed, there had to be 3 overturned memorials. Only after the overturned memorials could the death penalty be carried out. Not long after, he ordered that the 3 overturned memorials were changed to 5 overturned memorials in the capital, 3 overturned memorials outside the capital, and 1 overturned memorial for an evil traitor or a servant who killed his master. Of these, 5 overturned memorials were to be overturned once 2 days before the execution, once a day before the execution, and 3 overturned memorials on the day of the execution. On the day of the execution, there was to be no alcohol or meat, and all entertainment activities were to be stopped. According to the law, death can be pardoned, cases were to be brought up in a timely manner. Such a complicated system of overturning the death penalty greatly reduced the number of people sentenced to death in the Zhenguan dynasty. According to historical records, in the 3rd year of the Zhenguan dynasty, there were only 29 people sentenced to death in the country. Of course, this was because Li Er had no choice but to do so to preserve the limited labor force in the country. However, the social order of the Zhenguan dynasty did not become chaotic because of this. On the contrary, the social order of the Zhenguan dynasty was so good that it was unbelievable. East to the sea, south to the 5 ridges of the 5 ridges of the south, the door is not closed. This time, Li Er directly sentenced Zhang Xiongfei to death to make an example out of him. He wanted to be a warning to the other provinces and counties in the Guangzhou region. He wanted the grain merchants to think of Zhang Xiongfei's fate before they raised the price of grain. Xinfeng County's grain price actually rose to 5 yuan per dan a few days ago. These grain merchants are really heartless. Exactly. This Zhang Xiongfei was well executed. That's right. We should make an example out of him. Let those profiteers take advantage of the locust plague to raise the price of grain. After the citizens of Chang'an City saw the headlines of the Datong Daily, they all cheered and applauded Zhang Xiongfei's tragic end. They were lucky to live under the emperor's rule. During this time, the price of food in Chang'an City did not fluctuate. All the major grain stores were still selling the food at the original price. The people could buy as much as they wanted. It was no different from before. Chang'an City is still better. The price of grain did not skyrocket. If you ask me, this should be the work of the Marquis of Yong'an. Oh? Why do you say so? The Marquis of Yong'an led the Sky Pheasant Brigade to quickly eliminate the locusts in Lantian County. This greatly stabilized the people's hearts. Besides, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce also has some grain stores in Chang'an City. They have plenty of grain. With them around, how would the other grain merchants dare to raise the price? That makes sense. Hey, look! Marquis Sky Pheasant Brigade actually eliminated the locusts in Xinfeng and Weinan counties in one day. What? Isn't that too fast? It's true. It's true. And Marquis even announced that he wants to borrow the chickens raised by the citizens of the affected counties. After the locusts are eliminated, they will be returned in full. If any are lost, they will be compensated twice the amount. Now the Sky Pheasant Brigade already has 350,000 chickens. Marquis wants to borrow the chickens raised by the citizens? That's great. I still have 30 chickens at home. I wonder where Marquis is now. Is it too late to send them over? That I don't know. I think Marquis' announcement should be for the counties waiting for the disaster relief to see, right? When the Sky Pheasant Brigade arrives, they will directly send their chickens over. That's possible. Right. My brother-in-law is providing relief to Xianyang County. Marquis will definitely pass by Xianyang County in the next few days. I have to get someone to send a letter over. I must send all the chickens at home to Marquis. This is a meritorious deed. Even if they lose a few chickens, they won't have to ask Marquis for compensation. That's right. That's right. Marquis is running around with the children of Lantian County for the people affected by the disaster in Guangzhou. We have no reason to stand by and do nothing. If we can do something, we will feel at ease. That's right. I also have relatives in Xianyang County. I have to get them to prepare the chickens and wait for Marquis to come and lend them to Marquis. When the citizens saw Li Zishuan's chicken recruitment notice, published in Datong Daily, they were all enthusiastic and wanted to send all the chickens at home to the Sky Pheasant Brigade. However, the citizens of Chang and city didn't know where Li Zishuan's Sky Pheasant Brigade was now. It was obviously unrealistic to send chickens over. Therefore, the quick-witted citizens thought of getting their relatives in other affected counties to prepare their chickens for the Sky Pheasant Brigade. In fact, these warm-hearted citizens of the capital didn't have to do this at all. Datong Daily's speed of dissemination was much faster than their speed of sending letters. Since Li Zishuan founded Datong Daily at the beginning of last year, it had been more than a year. The editorial department of Datong Daily not only set up offices in various counties, but also established a complete communication network. Every morning before dawn, there would be a dozen fast horses running out of Lantian County with the latest issue of Datong Daily. At this time, more than 20 counties around Chang and city basically saw the latest issue of the newspaper just like the citizens of Chang and city. As for the counties further away, it would only take a few days for them to receive today's newspaper. Therefore, in the counties around Chang and city, there were already citizens outside the county government, asking when the Sky Pheasant Brigade would come to their counties. They had already prepared chickens. But how would the county magistrates know when Li Zishuan would go to their counties? But they couldn't ignore the surging public opinion, especially in the context of the imperial court ordering all the counties to seize the time to actively provide disaster relief. It was even more impossible for them to ignore the public opinion. Xinfeng County was a living example. The county magistrate was demoted, and the deputy was directly dismissed. Therefore, in the face of the surging public opinion, the county magistrates of each county hurriedly sent yamen runners to the county where Li Zishuan was located to ask about Li Zishuan's marching route. There were also some county magistrates who were far-sighted. While they sent people to inquire about the route, they also helped the citizens register how many chickens they were willing to lend. They also instructed the citizens to mark the legs of their chickens in advance, and then drove them to the county government to be kept by the yamen runners. When the Sky Pheasant Brigade arrived, they would directly send them to Li Zishuan. As a result, the backyards of many county offices became bustling chicken farms, and the county magistrate, deputy county magistrate, and yamen runners were all turned into breeders. Chapter 1485. Mountain Elder, Jin Wanfu has already been taken away by the Supreme Court. According to our investigation, he knew that Zhang Xiongfei was borrowing money to hoard food and drive up the price of food. However, he still chose to lend money because he accepted two beautiful women from Zhang Xiongfei. Those two women have already been dismissed. The 6,000 strings of cash that Jin Wanfu loaned to Zhang Xiongfei has also been recovered. I've sent someone to quickly send a letter back to the headquarters of the Yanhuang Bank to transfer a gentleman who is both virtuous and skilled to Xinfeng County to be the manager of the bank. Li Ku came to Li Zishuan's side on the fields outside Liang County and cupped his hands. They spent the night in Weinan County after exterminating the locusts yesterday and set off at dawn this morning to exterminate the locusts in Liang County. Along the way, they borrowed more than 20,000 chickens in Xinfeng County and more than 10,000 in Weinan County. After seeing the Datong Daily today, the people of Liang County had spontaneously started to send their chickens to the county government. It was estimated that Li Zishuan and the rest could absorb another 20,000 chickens after exterminating the locusts. This was the snowball effect. The Sky Chicken Brigade was like a snowball. Not only did they exterminate the locusts in the disaster-stricken counties of Guangzhou, but they also grew stronger as they absorbed the chickens sent by the people along the way. The more fertile the soil, the easier it is to breed corruption. The Yanhuang Bank manages countless silvers, and the manager of the bank is a lucrative job in the eyes of countless people. Today, we can punish one Jin Wanfu, but in the future, there will be hundreds and thousands of Jin Wanfu. Little Ku, how will you deal with that? Li Zishuan turned around and looked at Li Ku with a faint gaze. Li Ku heard this and was startled. Clearly, he agreed with the first half of Li Zishuan's words, but he had not thought about how to solve this problem. After a moment of silence, Li Ku cupped his hands and said, "Yamacho, please teach me." Li Zishuan sighed and clasped his hands behind his back. We can't always find a corrupt manager of a money house and punish him. You and I don't have the time to do that. It's like His Majesty and the officials of the imperial court. His Majesty is usually busy, so how can he have the time to investigate whether the civil and military officials are corrupt? But will my great Tang allow corrupt officials to run rampant because of this? No. This was because the imperial court had an imperial censorate. There were dozens of imperial censors who had been meticulously carrying out their duties to supervise the officials. Therefore, I believe that the Yanhuang Bank also needs a self-monitoring department to monitor the corruption in the various banks. Only then will we be able to prevent people like Jin Wanfu from appearing. In fact, when the bank was first established, he had thought about this problem. However, the scale of the bank was limited to Cloud Mountain, so he was not worried about the problem of corruption. Later on, Yanhuang Bank received the approval of Li Er and the other officials in the imperial court, and was affiliated with the Ministry of Revenue. After completely becoming a national bank, it began a rapid expansion. Under the rapid expansion of anything, there would be many hidden dangers. Yanhuang Bank was the same. Jin Wanfu was just the tip of the iceberg. Li Zishuan believed that within the Yanhuang Bank in the various counties of Great Tang, there would definitely be many scum like Jin Wanfu who used their power for personal gain and corruption. Catching one and dismissing another would obviously not solve the problem completely. The only way to solve the problem was to improve the current system and prevent such a phenomenon from happening again. That was the correct way to solve the problem. When Li Ku heard this, he suddenly understood and said, "Yamacho is wise. After this operation to exterminate the locusts is over, I will return to Chang and to gather people and set up a monitoring department in the Yanhuang Bank. They will regularly check the accounts of the banks in the various counties, and from time to time, send monitoring officers to the local banks to investigate if there are any illegal activities by the managers of the local banks." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That would be best. Otherwise, if there are too many people like Jin Wanfu, not only will it cause a great loss to the bank's economy, but it will also cause the bank's reputation among the people to plummet." At this point, Li Zishuan's face flashed with a hint of anger. Humph. Colluding with grain merchants to drive up the price of grain. Fortunately, this matter was not blown out of proportion and was nipped in the bud. Otherwise, our Yanhuang Bank would be hated by the people. Little Ku, immediately use Jin Wanfu's example as a model and issue an internal notice in the Yanhuang Bank. Let all the bank managers take note of this. Otherwise, they will end up like Jin Wanfu. Not only will their reputation be ruined, but they will also be imprisoned. The Yanhuang Bank was founded by Li Zishuan. Seeing someone destroy his hard work, of course he would be heartbroken and angry. Li Ku's expression turned serious as he cupped his hands and said, "Yamacho, don't worry. I have already released the internal notice yesterday. The managers of the various banks should have received it in the next few days. Also, what should we name the internal supervision department of our bank?" Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said, "The bank is involved in gold and silver. Let's call them the gold-robed guards." The gold-robed guards not only need clerical personnel who are good at investigating and analyzing accounts, but also military personnel who are good at arresting and fighting. This department must be well versed in both the pen and the sword. Because in the future, the scale of the Yanhuang Bank will be bigger and bigger. This. When Li Ku heard this, he opened his mouth wide in shock. Obviously, he didn't expect Li Zishuan to play with such a big game. "Yamacho, this matter involves the military. I'm afraid we will need Father's permission to proceed." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That's natural. Yanhuang Bank is, at best, a financial institution. Of course, it does not have the authority to set up an armed force. However, it is precisely because the bank is a financial institution that it needs a strong military force to ensure its internal and external security. Therefore, I will leave this matter to you, Xiao Ku, to consult His Majesty." The future gold-robed guards will not only be able to ferret out the corrupt scum within the bank, but also protect the bank from external criminals. He definitely didn't set up the gold-robed guards for fun. The daily cash flow of the Yan Huang Bank was very impressive. Money could move people's hearts. Everyone liked money. The people inside the bank might think of embezzling money, while the criminals outside the bank might think of robbing the bank. If they didn't take precautions early, something bad would definitely happen one day. For example, modern banks not only had supervision banks like the CBRC, financial asset management companies, trust and investment companies, and other deposit-taking financial institutions, but also bank security guards to protect the safety of the bank. The Yan Huang Bank was similar to modern banks. Of course, it also needed a corresponding supervision and security department. When Li Ku heard this, he seriously pondered in his heart for a moment. Then, he cupped his hands and said, "Yamacho's words are reasonable. When we return to Chang'an, Ku will personally report this matter to father." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "N. The most important thing now is to eliminate the locusts. The scale of the Sky Pheasant Brigade is getting bigger and bigger. Little Ku, you have to coordinate and arrange tasks for each team in advance to ensure that we eliminate the locusts faster and faster. Otherwise, wouldn't the chickens that the people lent us be in vain?" For the Sky Pheasant Brigade, the increase in the number of chickens wasn't entirely a good thing. The expansion of the scale required the commander to have higher requirements. For example, previously, a team of 5,000 chickens was required to eliminate the locusts in 1,000 mu of fertile land in half a day. But now, the total number of chickens had increased, and each team would be allocated more chickens. If they still divided the tasks according to the previous speed, there would be a waste of resources. But if there were too many tasks, it would also affect the progress of the Sky Pheasant Brigade. The actual commander of the Sky Pheasant Brigade was Li Zishuan. That was why Li Zishuan said this. Li Ku cupped his hands and said solemnly, "Yamacho, don't worry. I will definitely weigh all the factors and assign tasks to each team. That's the best. After we eliminate the locusts, we will make some preparations and go directly to the next county, Jingyang County. Let the county magistrate of Liang County send over the chickens that the people lent us." "Yes. Yamacho." On the first day of the Sky Pheasant Brigade's expedition, they eliminated the locusts in 2 counties and the scale of the flock grew to 350,000. On the second day of the Sky Pheasant Brigade's expedition, they eliminated the locusts in 2.5 counties. The reason why it was 2.5 counties was because the locusts in the 3rd county were only half cleared when the sky turned dark. Li Zishuan and his team had to stay there and wait until dawn to continue eliminating the locusts. On the 3rd day, the scale of the flock grew to 410,000. On the 3rd day of the Sky Pheasant Brigade's expedition, they eliminated the locusts in 3 counties and the scale of the flock grew to 470,000. At noon on the 4th day, after the Sky Pheasant Brigade had eliminated the locusts in Xianyang County, the Sky Pheasant Brigade made up of 500,000 chickens split into 2 groups. 200,000 chickens were led by Li Zishuan and set off to the west. The other 300,000 chickens were led by Li Ku and Cheng Chumo and set off to the east. They followed the Yellow River and eliminated the locusts in the disaster-stricken counties along the way. As the good news spread out, the scale of the Sky Rooster Brigade was also increasing exponentially. The people in the disaster area who had been in desperation and helplessness because of the locust plague were immediately ignited with infinite fighting spirit after they read the good news about the Sky Rooster Brigade on the Tang Dynasty Daily. All the states and counties in the Guangzhou area that were affected by the disaster began to carry out large-scale relief operations. At the same time, the various departments of the imperial court had already begun to move. The 12 imperial censors had been sent by Li Er to the 12 disaster-stricken counties to investigate the officials who had failed to provide disaster relief and had even used the locust plague to make money. Moreover, behind each imperial censor was a long transport team. Some of the transport teams even borrowed the power of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. This could be considered the second time in the history of the Great Tang that officials and merchants had openly cooperated with each other. The first time was when the imperial court had sent a fleet south to trade for grain last year, and many private merchants had participated. As for the source of the grain, it all came from Chang'an's largest granary, Taicang. Taicang was considered the granary of the imperial family. Its main function was to provide for the imperial family's consumption, rewards, the salaries of officials, military supplies, and the government's financial aid. Although Taicang's main function was to serve the ruling center, it also had some positive functions. For example, whenever there was a famine, Taicang would take out grain to replenish Chongping's granary and suppress the soaring price of grain. It would also sell some grain at a low price to provide relief to the victims. Last year, the imperial court had sent a fleet south to trade for grain, and directly filled Taicang to the brim. Now, Taicang had a total of 600,000 dan of grain, and Luoyang's Hanjia granary had more than 1,000,000 dan of grain stored. It could be said that the Great Tang had enough resources to deal with this locust plague. As the locust plague had started, the effects of the shortage of grain had not yet appeared. The imperial court had sent a portion of the grain to the various provinces and counties mainly to tell the affected people in the Guangdong region that the imperial court had the strength and ability to help them through this difficult time. In the face of such a huge natural disaster, sometimes, it was better to take out white rice than 10,000 words to make the people feel more at ease. Thus, the grain in Taicang was not only for disaster relief, but also to stabilize the people and stabilize the price of grain. Li Er not only had to stabilize the price of grain with his words, but also with his actions. On the evening of the 5th day of the Sky Rooster Brigade's expedition, Li Zishuan's group and the roosters arrived at Yong County. Li Zishuan also finally saw his old friend whom he had not seen for many days, Wang Renbiao. "Ha! Little Xian, I haven't seen you for nearly half a year. I didn't think that we would meet again under such circumstances. Renbiao really doesn't know if I should be happy or sad in this situation." At the end of last year, Li Er had appointed Wang Renbiao as the provincial governor of Qizhou and ordered him to go to Qizhou at the beginning of this year. Qizhou belonged to Jianghu province and was also known as Fengxiang province. It had 9 counties under its jurisdiction, and the administrative center was Yong County, where Li Zishuan and the others were now. A natural disaster should be sad for the people, and a meeting should be happy for friends. There is no conflict between the two. Li Zishuan smiled and said. Wang Renbiao's eyes lit up and he could not help but sigh. "Little Xian, you are still as cheerful and open-minded as before." After sighing, his expression suddenly turned solemn. He bowed solemnly and said, "Today, as a mere provincial governor, I welcome your Sky Rooster Brigade on behalf of the 400,000 people of Qizhou." Li Zishuan quickly helped him up and said, "You and I are brothers, there is no need to be so polite. Besides, it is the Sky Rooster Brigade's duty to kill locusts and provide disaster relief. We are just following the route that we planned before we set off. Even if you are not the provincial governor of Qizhou, the Sky Rooster Brigade will still come to Qizhou." Wang Renbiao shook his head and said, "No matter what, I have to support you, Little Xian. Little Xian, you must be tired after such a long journey. Follow me back to the provincial governor's mansion to rest." Li Zishuan thought about it and refused. "No, it is more important to kill the locusts. Actually, I am not very tired along the way. After all, I have martial arts. The ones who are most tired are these children." Wang Renbiao could not help but look at the children in the field who were holding loudspeakers and directing the chickens. They were all sweating profusely. However, they were still as enthusiastic as before. He could not help but sigh with emotion. Lantian County is really a place with outstanding talents. With a virtuous and knowledgeable marquis like you, Little Xian, these children will definitely be able to do well in the future. I have already ordered people to prepare meat, throat-soothing soup, and summer soup. how about I treat the children tonight? This, Li Zishuan wanted to refuse, but he was interrupted by Leng Yuyao who was beside him. Marquis, don't refuse. When my young master knew that you were coming to Qizhou today, he had already sent people to prepare these things yesterday. Yuyao knows that you don't lack the money for these meals, but my young master also wants to show his sincerity. Please fulfill his wish. Li Zishuan was helpless. After thinking for a moment, he could only nod and agree. All right. Renbiao, you have to spend money. Actually, Renbiao, you are now the provincial governor of a province. You should prioritize your official duties. There is no need for you to personally come out of the city to welcome us. Wang Renbiao laughed and said, Little Xian, you and I are brothers. There is no need to be polite. The same words, but the answers were different. The two of them could not help but look at each other and smile. All right. I won't be polite with you. Prepare 20 watermelons for the children tonight. No problem. I will send people to buy them now. Chapter 1486. Eat. All of you eat more. Little guys, you've worked hard all the way here. At night, in Yong County, the provincial governor's mansion held a banquet and invited guests. The entire back garden of the provincial governor's mansion was decorated with lanterns and colored banquets. It was very lively, as if it was the new year. Wang Renbiao walked back and forth between the tables in high spirits and said loudly to the children around the table. Slurp. Oh. This official is really generous. He even gave us watermelons to eat. Ernyo muttered as he ate the delicious watermelon. Denyo rolled his eyes and said, Heh. He's the provincial governor of Qizhou. How can he not be generous? Although he was talking, Denyo's mouth did not stop. Although Li Zishuan had also treated them to watermelon, this thing was not enough for the children. Moreover, they were almost scorched during the day. Eating some watermelon now could cool them down. Hey! Big brother! This watermelon is not cheap. This provincial governor gave us so many watermelons. Where did he get so much money? He can't be a corrupt official, right? In that case, wouldn't we be harming the young master? As Ernyo ate, he suddenly said something for no reason. Denyo tilted his head and thought for a while. He also felt that what his second brother said made sense. He quickly spat out the watermelon in his mouth. Bah! I didn't eat the watermelon of the corrupt official. I didn't harm the young master. Pa! I say, can the two of you not be so imaginative? This provincial governor of Qizhou is master's best friend. Moreover, he is the eldest young master of the Wang family of Taiyuan. It's just treating you to a watermelon meal. Is there a need for him to be corrupt because of this? Iron Egg, who was sitting at the side, could not listen anymore. He slapped Ernyo's shoulder and said angrily. Today, more than 100 people were only notified by Li Zishuan to come here for a meal. Not many people knew about Wang Renbiao's identity. However, as Li Zishuan's disciple and brother-in-law, Iron Egg still knew the inside story. This provincial governor of Qizhou is young master's good friend, and he is the eldest young master of the Wang family? Denyo opened his mouth wide and was instantly dumbfounded. Swish! Swish! What else was there to say? I want to eat 5 more watermelons. Ernyo reacted and immediately started eating with full motivation. Last time when Li Zishuan treated them to watermelon, some of them were afraid that they would make Li Zishuan poor if they ate too much, so they didn't dare to eat too much. Today, eldest young master Wang treated them to watermelon, so what reason did they have to not eat as much as they wanted? After all, even a 5 or 6-year-old kid knew that the Wang family of Taiyuan was a super rich family that had been standing for hundreds of years. It was impossible for the Wang family to collapse because of a few watermelons, right? Seeing Ernyo's gluttonous look, Iron Egg couldn't help but have black lines all over his face. Huh. Come on. Little Xian. This cup of wine is for our reunion after a long separation. Let's do this. In the pavilion in the middle of the lake in the garden of the provincial governor's mansion, Wang Renbiao and Li Zishuan sat opposite each other while Leng Yuyao stood by the side. At this time, Wang Renbiao held up a cup of warmth and tenderness and raised his cup to Li Zishuan. It could be seen that Wang Renbiao was very happy to meet an old friend in a foreign land. Young master, Yao, don't be a wet blanket. I'm very happy today. Leng Yuyao was about to say something but was interrupted by Wang Renbiao in time. Leng Yuyao could hear the coldness in Wang Renbiao's tone and could only shut up. Wang Renbiao shook the wine cup in his hand and urged Li Zishuan, Little Xian. Come on. Let's have a toast. Although Li Zishuan felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong, he was too lazy to think too much at this moment. He raised his wine cup and clinked it with Wang Renbiao. I haven't seen you for half a year, Renbiao, your alcohol tolerance has improved. After 3 rounds of wine, Li Zishuan said half-jokingly. He. Little Xian, you've been living in a bustling place like Jianghu for a long time and have a lovely wife as your companion. Naturally, you don't know that in a desolate county like Qizhou, only good wine is the best sustenance. Wang Renbiao's face suddenly became a little dejected and he seemed to be a little drunk as he muttered. Li Zishuan's eyes flashed. At this time, he could finally conclude that Wang Renbiao was indeed problematic. Oh, no, to be precise, Wang Renbiao should be hiding something in his heart. Renbiao, if you have something in your heart, just say it. As long as it's within my ability, as a brother, I'll definitely do my best to help you. Li Zishuan put down his wine cup and said with a serious face. He. Can't help. Can't help anyone. Little Xian, come on. Drink. Let me tell you, once a person is drunk, it's like he's an immortal. Incomparably happy. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Wang Renbiao waved his hand and then poured himself another cup of wine. He raised his head and drank it all. Li Zishuan curled his lips. When he was drunk, he would only have a splitting headache, but he had never felt as happy as an immortal. Perhaps only those who drowned their sorrows in alcohol would have such a feeling, right? Because the air they breathed in reality was bitter. Only when they were drunk and entered a dream would they forget the bitterness. Young master, you can't drink any more. Leng Yuyao, who was standing at the side, couldn't hold it in any more. She went up and took the wine pot from Wang Renbiao's hand and shook her head. Leng Yuyao? Are you going to disobey me too? Wang Renbiao's voice suddenly became incomparably cold, causing Leng Yuyao's body to tremble. At this time, she saw that his hair had unknowingly become messy. With his disheveled appearance, he looked like a drunken arrogant scholar, but also like a lonely lovelorn. Li Zishuan had never seen Wang Renbiao like this before. He couldn't help but advise, Renbiao, you've drunk too much. Go and rest first. If there's anything, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Miss Leng, quickly help your young master to rest. Leng Yuyao looked at Li Zishuan gratefully and then went up to help Wang Renbiao up from the chair. However, Wang Renbiao twisted his body and broke free. He snorted, I'm not drunk. I'm not drunk. Who dares to pull me? Little Xian, come, it's rare for us brothers to meet. Let's get drunk tonight. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. At the end, he actually coughed. Moreover, this cough was completely unstoppable. His shoulders couldn't help but tremble violently. Leng Yuyao panicked and quickly took out a white silk handkerchief from her sleeve. Young master, quickly go back to your room and lie down. Yao, or we'll send someone to call Dr. Zhang over right now. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Renbiao's entire body arched as he coughed. Suddenly, his expression changed. He quickly snatched the handkerchief from Leng Yuyao's hand and coughed heavily. Then, as if he had collapsed, he directly fell into Leng Yuyao's arms. That white and flawless handkerchief was now dyed bright red. As Wang Renbiao fell, that handkerchief slowly fell to the ground. Someone. Quickly go to the west of the city and call for Dr. Zhang. Leng Yuyao's face instantly turned pale. At this moment, she couldn't care about anything else. She directly helped Wang Renbiao up and anxiously said to the servants in the courtyard. Li Zishuan's expression changed. He quickly got up to help Leng Yuyao support Wang Renbiao and said to Hu Hanyun in the courtyard, "Uncle Hu, let the children go back to rest. Today's banquet is over." "Yes. Young master." Old Hu also knew that something urgent had happened in the provincial governor's residence and couldn't be delayed. He responded and called a group of stunned children out of the provincial governor's residence. "Miss Leng, quickly help Renbiao lie down on the bed. Let me take a look at him first." Li Zishuan looked at Leng Yuyao, whose face was full of tears, and said in a deep voice. Leng Yuyao, who had always been a cold-faced swordswoman, was not only crying like a pear blossom in the rain, she was also a little confused. After Li Zishuan's voice fell, it took her a while to realize that Li Zishuan also seemed to know medical skills. Thus, her eyes suddenly burst forth with infinite splendor. Marquis, you must save my young master." Leng Yuyao supported Wang Renbiao into the room and said to Li Zishuan with a face full of expectation. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Renbiao is my good brother, I will do my best." While the two were talking, they had already helped Wang Renbiao into the side room and laid him down on the bed. Li Zishuan grabbed Wang Renbiao's wrist and a pure and gentle Daoist true qi slowly entered Wang Renbiao's body. From his wrist to his arm, then to his internal organs, limbs, and bones, Li Zishuan's brows were knitted deeper and deeper. Leng Yuyao was trembling with fear as she watched from the side. She was so anxious that tears fell down drop by drop, but she didn't dare to make any noise. "Miss Leng. Dr. Zhang is here." After an unknown period of time, a servant's shout came from outside the room. "Come in." Leng Yuyao saw that Li Zishuan didn't speak for a long time and was at a loss. When she heard the servant's shout, it was as if she heard a voice from the heavens and hurriedly said. But then she realized that this was disrespectful to Li Zishuan and hurriedly said, "Wait. Don't come in first." But her words were a little too late. A white-haired old man carrying a medicine box had already walked in. The old man couldn't help but say with an awkward expression, Miss Leng, should this old man come in or go out?" Leng Yuyao couldn't help but be embarrassed. She froze there and didn't know what to say. "Since you're here, come forward and take a look at Provincial Governor Wang." At this time, Li Zishuan, who was taking Wang Renbiao's pulse by the bed, finally stood up and said to the old man. "This." The old man had a troubled expression. For a moment, he didn't know what to hear. Because he knew Leng Yuyao, but he didn't know Li Zishuan. Leng Yuyao first looked at Li Zishuan apologetically, then said to the old man, "Marquis Yong, and wants you to take a look at my young master, why aren't you going?" You are Marquis Yong, and pardon my disrespect." The old man opened his mouth in shock. Li Zishuan wasn't just famous in martial arts and engineering, he was also extremely famous in the medical field. After all, other than the Imperial Physician Bureau, the best medical institution in Great Tang was on Mount Yunshan. This old man will take Provincial Governor Wang's pulse now." The old man wiped the sweat on his forehead and suddenly felt a little pressured. After all, he had heard of Li Zishuan treating Qin Xiong's illness. In his opinion, Li Zishuan's medical skills definitely wouldn't lose to him. "Marquis, I'm sorry." Yu Yao lost her composure just now and let Physician Zhang in. At the door, Leng Yuyao said softly with an apologetic expression. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "This marquis isn't a petty person. Some doctors have the problem of being arrogant because of their talents, but this marquis doesn't. The most important thing now is to stabilize Renbiao's condition, then we can talk about other things. Leng Yuyao said gratefully, "Thank you, Marquis." After pausing for a moment, she asked softly, "Marquis, how is my young master?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Let's talk about it after Physician Zhang is done." Although Leng Yuyao was anxious, she couldn't persuade him anymore. She could only suppress the uneasiness in her heart and wait quietly by the side. 15 minutes later, Physician Zhang stood up and walked toward Leng Yuyao and Li Zishuan. "How is my young master, Physician Zhang?" Leng Yuyao couldn't wait to welcome him and asked. Physician Zhang sighed and said, "Miss Leng, the provincial governor is still suffering from his old illness. This old man has already told him not to let the provincial governor drink anymore, but why?" At this point, he looked at the tear-stained Leng Yuyao and thought that the other party wouldn't be able to persuade Wang Renbiao to drink, so he sighed helplessly and said, "Sigh. To the provincial governor, alcohol is a poison that penetrates the intestines. Miss Leng, if it's for the sake of the provincial governor, please don't let him drink anymore." Leng Yuyao's tears fell to the ground and she nodded repeatedly, "I will definitely not let my young master drink anymore in the future." "Physician Zhang, when do you think my young master will wake up?" Physician Zhang shook his head and said with a difficult expression, "It's hard to say. If it's short, it'll be an hour. If it's long, it'll be 3 to 5 days. Of course, this is only this old man's personal opinion. If I've said something wrong, I hope Miss Leng and Marquis can forgive me." After saying that, he cupped his hands toward Leng Yuyao and Li Zishuan. Leng Yuyao quickly turned her gaze to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan said in a deep voice, "Physician Zhang's diagnosis is basically correct. It's just that this marquis feels that although drinking too much has hurt Renbiao's liver and stomach, Renbiao's biggest problem right now is that he overthinks and has a knot in his heart. If this heart disease can't be cured, even if he doesn't drink for the rest of his life, his body will continue to deteriorate." A trace of surprise flashed across Leng Yuyao's eyes, but it was more of pain. The tears in her eyes flowed faster. She probably didn't cry as much as she did in the past 10 years. At this time, Physician Zhang nodded and said, "Marquis is right. This old man has also said that the provincial governor has more of a heart disease. But this old man has lived for dozens of years and only knows how to treat physical illnesses, but not mental illnesses. Please forgive this old man for being powerless, Miss Leng. Farewell." After saying that, Physician Zhang carried the medicine box and turned to leave without waiting for Leng Yuyao's persuasion. Physician Zhang, by the time Leng Yuyao reacted, Physician Zhang had already gone out of the door. She could only look at Li Zishuan and begged, "Marquis, your medical skills are brilliant. Yuyao begs you to save my young master." Li Zishuan said with a pained face, "Renbiao is my brother. Seeing him in such a situation, this marquis is also heartbroken. But the heart disease still needs to be cured. Before that, Miss Leng, you have to tell this marquis in detail. What has Renbiao experienced in the past 6 months in Qizhou?" Leng Yuyao opened her mouth. After hesitating for a moment, she said softly, "My young master, he fell in love with a commoner girl." Chapter 1487. What? Renbiao fell in love with a commoner girl? Inside the provincial governor's mansion, after hearing Leng Yuyao's words, Li Zishuan's eyes widened as he exclaimed in disbelief. No wonder Wang Renbiao said that no one could help him at the banquet table. Li Zishuan really couldn't help him with this matter. Since ancient times, it was difficult for an upright official to settle a family dispute, not to mention the marriage of the eldest son of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Li Zishuan himself didn't care about family background, but that didn't mean that others didn't. As a large aristocratic family, the Wang family of Taiyuan valued family background more than anyone else. As a matter of fact, the 5 surnames and 7 gazes had always attached great importance to the marriage of their clan's disciples. They would usually choose to marry between the 5 surnames and 7 gazes for generations. Currently, the 7 great clans, no, the 4 great clans, were basically related to the other 4 great clans. This was the result of generations of marriage. For thousands of years, commoners had always been proud of marrying a girl of the 5 surnames. Even some important officials in the imperial court were the same. However, it was often difficult for ordinary people to marry a girl of the 5 surnames because their family background wasn't enough. Later on, the 5 surnames came up with something called dowry money. What was dowry money? To put it in layman's terms, if a high official wanted to marry a girl of the 5 surnames, but didn't have the prestige, he would need dowry money. Dowry money could be millions, but even so, there were still many people who flocked to it. If a girl of the 5 surnames was like this, how could a man of the 5 surnames get married so casually? Especially since Wang Renbiao was the eldest son of the Wang family of Taiyuan. It was almost impossible for him to marry a commoner girl. Wang Yu wouldn't agree, Princess Tongpan wouldn't agree, and the other elders of the Wang family of Taiyuan wouldn't agree either. Young master did fall in love with a commoner girl, but that girl doesn't seem to like young master. Humph. This damned girl is really blind. Young master is willing to lower himself to take a fancy to her, but she doesn't know what's good for her. At the end, a trace of anger appeared on Leng Yuyao's face. Li Zishuan couldn't help but say, that girl doesn't like Renbiao, shouldn't Miss Leng be happy? Li Zishuan had long seen through Leng Yuyao's feelings for Wang Renbiao, so he asked this question. Leng Yuyao stared blankly for a moment before her face flushed red. This made Li Zishuan click his tongue in wonder. Even an icy beauty like Leng Yuyao would blush. I am only young master's shadow. Wherever young master goes, I will be there. But I will never be young master's woman. Because I know that I don't have the qualifications. In this life, I only want to silently guard by young master's side. I will never have any improper thoughts. After a moment of silence, Leng Yuyao said softly. Li Zishuan was speechless. He didn't think that Leng Yuyao's love would be so humble. Sure enough, the prejudice of family status killed people. Miss Leng, what's the name of the woman that Renbiao likes? Where does he live? How did they know each other? Can you tell me more about it? The awkward atmosphere lasted for a long time. Li Zishuan wasn't good at comforting people, so the two just stood there quietly. After a long time, Li Zishuan opened his mouth and asked faintly. He was really curious about the woman that could make Wang Renbiao fall head over heels for her. Who was she? Leng Yuyao's face turned cold. She paused for a moment and recalled, at the beginning of this year, young master was ordered to take up his position in Qizhou. When he arrived at Yong County, the people of Yong County lined the streets to welcome him, but there was one exception. Just as young master was about to enter the city, a white-clothed woman in mourning clothes and 2 servants carrying a coffin blocked the city gate. Wearing mourning clothes and blocking the gate with a coffin. Could it be that there was an unjust case in Yong County? Li Zishuan couldn't help but interject when he heard this. Leng Yuyao nodded expressionlessly and said, there was indeed an unjust case. At that time, young master also didn't expect to encounter such a thing. But young master was kind and didn't blame her for it. Instead, he went up and asked the woman if there was an unjust case. After some questioning, he found out that the woman's name was Li Jingchu. Her father's name was Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun had owned a carriage shop when he was alive. It was the largest carriage shop in the Qizhou. He bought goods from the members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce and specialized in selling carriages and bicycles from the Strange Taste Pavilion in the Qizhou. But by chance, the former county magistrate of Yong County, Zhang Liang, took a fancy to Li Jingchu's beauty and wanted to take her as his concubine. Although Li Jingchu was the daughter of a merchant, she had her own pride. Of course, she wouldn't marry a man in his 40s and would rather die than become his concubine. Zhang Liang couldn't be forced, so he could only set his sights on Li Xingyun. He first invited Li Xingyun to the county office and tried to persuade him. But Li Xingyun wasn't willing to use his daughter's happiness to climb up the social ladder, so he tactfully refused. Zhang Liang was furious and threatened to make Li Xingyun unable to do business in Yong County. From then on, the Li family's carriage shop had local ruffians causing trouble every few days. Li Xingyun reported it to the officials a few times, but in the end, nothing was done. What was more serious was that one night, a large group of bailiffs suddenly surrounded the Li family's residence. Zhang Liang said that there was a treasonous item in the Li family's residence and wanted to search it. When Li Xingyun heard the news, he immediately came out of his bedroom. But he couldn't stop the bailiffs from searching the residence. The entire Li family was in chaos. The women were also alarmed. They all put on their clothes and left their rooms to avoid being violated. Li Xingyun thought that Zhang Liang was just trying to scare him, but who knew that the bailiffs really found a treasonous item in the Li family's residence? It was a gold medal. Gold medal? What gold medal? Li Zishuan was curious. Leng Yuyao paused for a moment and said softly, that gold medal came from the Eastern Palace. And it was engraved in the Wuda era. Hidden Crown Prince? Li Zishuan sucked in a breath of cold air. He secretly thought that the county magistrate was really King Ruthless. He actually used King Shi Li Jianqing to frame Li Xingyun. This was playing with fire. Leng Yuyao nodded and said, that's right. That was the gold medal used by the Eastern Palace when the Hidden Crown Prince was still in power. Zhang Liang used this as an excuse to put Li Xingyun in jail. In jail, he ordered the jailers to torture Li Xingyun and force Li Xingyun to agree to marry his daughter to him. He also secretly sent someone to send a message to Li Jingchu, saying that if she wanted to save her father, she would obediently become his concubine. In order to save her father, Li Jingchu hesitated for a while before finally deciding to give up her lifelong happiness. That day, she went to the county yamen alone and expressed her willingness to give herself to Zhang Liang, begging him to let her father go. Zhang Liang naturally agreed and immediately ordered the yamen runner to bring Li Xingyun out of the prison. But who knew that the yamen runner would return empty-handed in less than a quarter of an hour? It turned out that Li Xingyun was worried that Li Jingchu would do something stupid in order to save him. Coupled with the fact that he couldn't endure Zhang Liang's torture, he used a wooden chopstick to pierce his throat and committed suicide. Li Zishuan's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. He couldn't help but say, bastard. How can such a scum be worthy of being a county magistrate? Miss Leng, what happened after that? Where is that Zhang Liang now? Leng Yuyao sighed softly and continued to narrate. When Li Jingchu heard that Li Xingyun had committed suicide in the prison, she was extremely sad. She immediately pulled out the knife in the yamen runner's hand and was about to slash at Zhang Liang, but Zhang Liang narrowly dodged it. Zhang Liang was naturally shocked and furious that his head was almost chopped off. He quickly ordered his men to capture Li Jingchu. But right at that moment, a yamen runner came to report that my young master was about to enter the city. In order to leave a good impression in front of my young master, Zhang Liang quickly turned around to prepare a carriage and went out of the city to welcome him. Li Jingchu took the opportunity to escape. Logically speaking, if Zhang Liang had sent someone to chase after her, he would definitely have been able to catch up with her. But in order to welcome my young master, he didn't want to create unnecessary trouble at such a crucial time, so he didn't send anyone to chase after her. After Li Jingchu returned home, she immediately asked the servants to prepare mourning clothes for her and went to a coffin shop to buy a coffin. Then, she put on her mourning clothes and led people to carry the coffin to the city gates of Yong County. Coincidentally, she blocked my young master's path. Thus, the scene just now happened. It's actually an empty coffin. This woman is quite quick-witted. Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh. Humph. Leng Yuyao sneered and continued, at that time, Li Jingchu told my young master that if my young master could make a decision for her, this coffin would be prepared for her father who died unjustly in prison. If my young master and Zhang Liang were in cahoots, then this coffin would be prepared for her. What the f***ck, so ruthless. Li Zishuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. This woman was so ruthless. She was even tougher than most men. Isn't she very special? Leng Yuyao asked without rhyme or reason. Li Zishuan nodded subconsciously. Then, he realized that something was wrong and quickly shook his head. Leng Yuyao smiled bitterly and said, "At that time, my young master also saw Zhang Jingchu in a new light because of this sentence. In my impression, my young master had never looked at other women with that kind of gaze. There was gentleness and pity in that gaze, and there was even some indescribable and inexplicable feelings. Now that I think about it, it should be love." Li Zishuan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Usually, the best choice at such a time was to stay silent and be a quiet and pure listener. After a moment's pause, Leng Yuyao continued, "After hearing Li Jingchu's statement, my young master immediately ordered the arrest of Zhang Liang. However, Zhang Liang was long gone by then. My young master had no choice but to order a search in the entire Qizhou." "And then? Did you find this Zhang Liang?" Li Zishuan asked. Leng Yuyao shook her head and said, "No. After searching for nearly half a year, Qizhou was almost turned over by the state government's bailiffs. My young master even mobilized the family's secret guards, but he still couldn't find Zhang Liang's shadow. It was as if this person had evaporated into thin air. There's actually such a strange thing?" Li Zishuan couldn't help but frown. In his heart, he felt that this matter revealed a trace of strangeness. Regarding the secret guards of the aristocratic families, he had already heard about it during the rebellion in Guan City. Even the black armored army would suffer relatively large casualties when facing them head-on. It was enough to show that the secret guards of the aristocratic families were definitely not ordinary. The entire Qizhou's army, plus some of the Wang family's secret guards, couldn't find Zhang Liang after half a year. Leng Yuyao nodded and said, "My young master and I also feel that it's very strange. Although it's said that finding a person in a vast sea of people is like finding a needle in a haystack, it's impossible for my young master to not find him after mobilizing so many people and searching for half a year. Unless this person can fly and escape from Qizhou in a short period of time." Li Zishuan was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about Ren Biao and Li Jingchu. What happened after that? What happened between them?" At this time, Li Zishuan was like a woman who liked to gossip. He was actually a little addicted to listening to other people's affairs. Leng Yuyao pursed her lips and said, "Later on, Li Jingchu transported Li Xingyun's corpse out of the prison and buried it in a low-key manner. My young master attended Li Xingyun's funeral and told Li Jingchu that if she needed anything, she could go to the provincial governor's mansion to find him. From then on, I already felt that my young master did indeed treat Li Jingchu differently from others. But that Li Jingchu was unmoved by my young master's good intentions. Her birth mother passed away early, and Li Xingyun remarried a few years ago. After Li Xingyun committed suicide, the Li family's huge assets were all seized by her concubine mother because her younger brother was born from her concubine mother. When Li Jingchu was in poverty, my young master sent people to give her money more than once, but she didn't accept it. When she was chased out of the house by her concubine mother time and time again, my young master extended a helping hand time and time again, but was rejected by her every time. Why is that? Ren Biao is young and has a high position. Moreover, he is a talented person. Why does Li Jingchu keep him at a respectful distance?" Hearing up to here, Li Zishuan couldn't help but wonder. The more he listened, the more he felt that this story was like the story of Cinderella and the prince. However, although Li Jingchu was a Cinderella who was tortured by her stepmother, Wang Renbiao wasn't the prince who could win Cinderella's heart. But logically speaking, Wang Renbiao's hard conditions weren't bad. He had a powerful family background, an official position, money, and good looks. He was simply the perfect husband in the hearts of the women of this era. Why didn't Li Jingchu like him? Hearing Li Zishuan's question, Leng Yuyao was a little angry and said, "Humph. It's that Li Jingchu who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. She doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. My young master appreciating her is her fortune. She actually doesn't know what's good for her and brushes away my young master's good intentions again and again. She doesn't know that even if she is willing, master and princess aren't willing." Hearing that, Li Zishuan couldn't help but be speechless. This Leng Yuyao's logic was really weird. In her eyes, any woman that Wang Renbiao took a fancy to should be that woman's fortune. That woman should eagerly come up to thank Wang Renbiao for his appreciation. This was probably the scene in Leng Yuyao's heart. Indeed, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Cough cough. Cough cough. Yao don't talk nonsense. Just at this moment, a violent cough came from the bed. It turned out that Wang Renbiao, who was in a coma, actually woke up at this moment. "Young master. Young master. You're awake? Are you thirsty? Do you want to drink water?" Leng Yuyao was shocked and hurriedly walked to the side of the bed. She squatted down and asked with both joy and concern.